is up, Mike?
Yep. How's it going?
I'm pretty good.
Welcome to the Friday night live stream.
Yeah.
Now, why can't I see the chat? Oh, here we go. Hi, Jennifer.
You got to click the tab that says chat or comments, I guess.
Hey, Stunty. All right. Got people rolling in. Where's Felipe?
I don't know. He's what do you call it? I don't know. He's late.
Driving?
No, I said he's not here. I don't know where he's at. Where is Felipe? Back to the first live stream. Is he chained to a tree? I don't know.
Oh. Can you hear
Friday.
me okay? I just switched my mic. Does this sound
fine.
okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
A baggy. Evening, Ryan. Well, I'm feeling pretty good tonight because I am on vacation now, so that's cool.
Me too. I took
Take
a
the week off.
Yeah.
That's good.
For anyone who wants to come up, there's a link.
Definitely looking forward to 9 days with the work. Yeah. That's probably true. Clearly doing some ecstasy in a Miami transfer. That sounds very 90s, Sunty. Hello. Well, did you buy any records this week, Mike?
Got some stuff in. This came in today. I wanted to talk about it because I think you said you had some issues with yours.
Yeah, it's not bad though.
Does it play through?
Oh yeah, but I mean the first track on side one has a couple of distorted bits, like for a second here and there.
That's not
so it sounds amazing beyond that. I'll probably return it and just get another one from Amazon.
Yeah, check out mine right now. You said it's non-fill, right?
Whatever it is, yeah.
Yeah.
It sounds kind of like a static charge a little bit or something.
Let's take a look at this one. You guys in the chat, did you guys get this?
Yeah, Funky, I believe Felipe is a 90s kind of guy.
Yeah.
Sure.
Let's see. What side was yours on?
Side one. You couldn't really see.
Looks good.
Yes. Somehow Optimal manages to press records flatter than RTI.
Yeah, this looks pretty clean. Yeah. Really nice.
Have you heard it before?
I've only sampled it. Never heard it on vinyl.
Oh yeah, it's a good one. I like that record.
Yeah, lineup is ridiculous on it.
Kevin got the Andrew Hill. That's awesome. I got that one too.
Oh yeah, I had a copy, so I skipped this one.
Amazon. Hey Mick. Yeah, it's a cool record, man. I listened to it. I want to listen to it again, but I listened to it today. Came in. It's pretty sweet.
Does Anthony Williams tear it up?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, he's great. He's on both these records.
Does he have I'm sure there's a drum solo on somewhere.
I don't remember honestly, but yeah, I think you're right. Like I said, I need to listen to it a couple more times. Lee Morgan's interesting on this though, because he's not. I don't know. He's not as exploratory as the rest of them. It seems like from the first listen. I mean, he sounds great though. I mean, because he's Lee Morgan and he's amazing. But yeah, I wouldn't say it's a Lee Morgan record.
Felipe said that he recorded this 3 days before something else. Not something else. I mean, another record. I think maybe the Sidewinder.
Oh yeah. Okay, that's cool. I didn't know that.
Maybe something like that.
But Jackie, I think Gretchen Moncoeur, however you say his name, the third. His trombone playing is super unique and awesome, and then Jackie's like the kind of Jackie that you like, probably Mike, more than some more bluesy stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely exploring around on this one, which is cool. And any for me any kind of more free record that has vibes on it just seems to smooth the whole thing out.
Yeah, Bobby he's fantastic. You know what Jackie McLean record jumped out at me recently was the Action, Action, Action one.
Yeah.
And it was because, who's on this one? Let me see. Okay. Oh, Cecil McBee on bass.
Okay.
So that's pretty cool. And then who else is on that? Oh, and Bobby Hutcherson's on vibes on that as well.
What's it called?
Action, Action, Action.
Oh, okay. I think I've seen
It's
that.
Blue Note 4218, 1967. There are 2 for sale, OG monos starting at $400. So
We should pick one up, man.
yeah.
Buy 2 and see which one sounds better.
All right, we have DJ Dave coming up. Do we know DJ Dave?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. All right, we have DJ
Hey.
Dave coming up. Do we
What's
know
up?
DJ Dave?
Oh, I'm Dave,
think
David from.
Okay. How's it going, Dave? Hey,
Okay.
Dave, can you shut off your YouTube? I think it's
Well, I never-
echoing in the background.
Hold on, I never done this before. Instagram.
How's it going, Dave? Hey, Dave, can you shut
Yeah,
off your
I'm
YouTube?
trying-
I think it's,
Yeah, I'm trying to. I don't know how to.
You should just click it off and you should be all right.
Did that work?
You still?
Yep.
Yes, I think we're good.
Well, I just
How's
want
it
to see
going?
if this. I just want to see if this works. I guess my cam works on this.
Yeah, welcome to the live stream. How's it going?
I'm not a big conversationalist. I just wanted to see.
That's cool. Thanks for hanging out. So are you a DJ, DJ Dave?
Oh, that's my. I just picked that because I'm a big music fan, and my middle name's John.
All right,
Awesome.
cool. So you a big jazz guy?
Definitely.
Cool.
I'd be here all day if I showed you all my jazz records.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Well, that's what we're all about here.
Yes, I'd show you. I knew you guys are in the blue note ones.
Oh, cool.
That's the only two blue note records I have.
Let's take a look.
I can't.
There we go, man. It looks like an old school. for
Oh,
sure.
wow.
I don't come across those very often. The 3 sounds.
Yeah.
Mm.
Very cool. Nice deep
Oh,
groove.
that's
Oh, classic. Very nice.
What's the label on that one look like?
Oh, the label.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It has a ring. What do you call it? The deep groove too.
Oh, yeah. Real
that's
nice. Oh, that looks clean.
New York City.
How's that
63rd.
sound?
Yeah.
It says New York City, West 63rd Street. Right.
Yeah, that's cool, man. That's an old one.
Yeah.
I found
Yeah.
these at a big rummy sale over 29 south of me. One of these.
Wow.
Cool. Where are you at, Dave?
Nebraska. I mean, sorry, Riverton, Wyoming.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm from Nebraska.
Okay. Cool.
Okay.
No, that second one's super sweet, man. I love that record.
I don't. Do you guys order a lot of used albums from Discogs?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I don't do. I'm old school. I still go to thrift shops, rummy sales, look for albums all the time.
I do some, but there's never shit around here. It's always garbage. Always garbage, man.
Yeah.
I'm just like giving up on the thrift shops around here because all it is well, I mean, I guess some people might like it, but it's like Mitch Miller and I don't know.
Well, I live out in the boondocks, Wyoming. I'm shocked when I do find jazz albums in this area.
Dude, I can't believe you found that's something else around there. That's crazy. That's amazing. I've never found a single jazz record. Well, I mean, I've never found a jazz record in a fucking thrift shop. It's always just beat the shit classical records and Anne Murray and shit like that around here.
And Andy Williams and
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Oh god, yeah, Andy Williams and I don't know, just all the shit I don't really have any use for. Do you ever thrift shop, Mike? Have you found something? I feel like you found some stuff before.
Yeah. Well, there's a couple shops that sell records. There's a few record shops, and then there's like Goodwills and stuff like that. So I kind of go around. I usually walk out with nothing, honestly. And every once in a while I'll find something cool.
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah.
I've talked about it a million times. I bought a collection from a lady I found on Reddit actually last year, but I just don't have much luck getting used stuff with somebody at a store or whatever. You don't see the Instagram post about some of the tone poets back in stock. Went to Blue Note website, so show them out.
Yeah, I saw that Herbie Hancock, My Point of View came in stock. Andrew Hill, Black Fire came in stock. What else came in stock? Oh, Kenny Burrell, introducing Kenny Burrell.
Yeah, I got that one right here.
Well,
Yeah.
I never come across any Kenny Burrell albums.
That's when Acoustic Sounds actually got this one in. So I'm sure they got a number of them. Everybody's seen Tone Poets before, but I'm really excited about this one. It's one of the ones that was kind of missing. 1523.
That's pretty sweet.
And that's pretty early on in the 1500s. I like that.
That's that company out of Salina, Kansas.
Yep. Oh no, this is just straight from Blue Note.
That's
Okay.
yeah.
You said
Straight from Blue Note.
Yeah, Elliot says lots of Charlie Bird records. Yeah, I have found some Charlie Bird records on like Riverside.
Sorry, real quick, Dave. Yes, I got it from Acoustic Sounds. That's where I bought it from. What were you saying, Charlie Bird? Yeah,
his stuff.
I'm not a huge Charlie Bird guy.
No, I don't have.
I mean, I've got a bunch of his stuff that's kind of cheesy. I'm sure he's got some records that are good. I don't know. He was really big into bossa nova. I mean, he was like one of the reasons bossa nova happened.
I have that Bird Gets album on Verve.
Oh, right.
That's a good one.
That is a good one. Yeah, there's some that are just really bad though. Like some like I think I got some from the super late '60s, early '70s, and they're just not my thing. There's even a Christmas one that I just don't like at all.
Charlie Bird later recorded for Columbia Records, right?
I don't know, probably.
Yeah, he did. I have one Columbia by him, which is more not. It's kind of jazzy, I guess.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
So, Stunty was saying that he's going to get the 2022's Best Jazz record next week. You should tell us what that is. Or come up better yet.
Next week. Yeah.
Next week, what? Did you get it next week?
No, I don't know. I don't think I've got anything next week.
Okay. I got some awesome records to show from this week too, though. Besides new shit.
Hey, don't mean to interrupt. Could I show? Are you into rockabilly music?
Not really, but you could show it.
Let me show you. I know this isn't jazz, but
what do you got?
I think this is very hard to find one.
Oh wow!
Oh cool! Oh, it's on chess.
Cool. On chess.
It's not jazz, but it's.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Yeah, that's really cool.
You know what John says? Bebop Boom says.
Right.
He says there are no bad rockabilly albums. But essentially, like if you recorded rockabilly, everything is good.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's cool. Stunty. Inappropriate.
I got this one.
What do you got? Oh, cool.
Yeah, so this is one of the ones Mike Puts and Tones had showed us. I bought it on the stream one of the last two, I think last week or the week before. It's on VI. It's a badass record, man.
Cool.
Break it down. Who's on it?
Clifford Jordan, and then a bunch of people I've never heard of. Well, no, that's not true. Clifford Jordan, Charles Davis, Albert Daly, Art Davis, and Roy Haynes.
Nice.
So, yeah, it's pretty cool, man. I like this one a lot. It doesn't really sound 70s to me, I guess I would say, right? It's not like disco or anything. It's straight ahead jazz, but it's really, really good.
Cool.
Anyone else in the meth?
So, Dave, what's the story with that rockabilly album? How'd you find it?
Oh, some lady who runs a secondhand store here clued me on to her mother last summer, August.
Mm-hmm.
I bought like 10, 20, 45s and 3 albums. I just offered $5 for all of them. She took them.
Nice. Yeah. That was like a cool one for sure.
Really neat looking record. I love the cover on that thing too. I got this one too from another recommendation. So all you people just cost me money, basically.
Barbarian.
So this is Gato Barbieri and Dollar Brand Confluence. This is not the original name. I can't remember the original name, but this was a cheap reissue that came out in '75, I guess. I paid $8 for this, but the originals are like $400 or $200.
Oh wow. Yeah, there's a Cecil Taylor one that has a similar. There's like a series of those albums that they put out because there's definitely a Cecil Taylor one that has like an identical cover.
Yeah.
See, I never come across any Cecil Taylor albums out in the wild. So a lot of artists.
Well, I don't either. Yeah,
me either.
I feel like that's why like I shop on Discogs. I feel like I shorten the amount of time it takes to actually find these records.
Cool.
For sure. I mean, the fun thing for me for when I do go to record stores, I buy lots of used jazz at record stores, but it's more of something I see and I decide I'm interested in and buy versus Discogs. It's usually because somebody else talked about it or whatever. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So it is fun to go to the record stores and just get stuff.
Yeah.
Yes, it sucks. I don't live any. There's not really any used record stores in this Wyoming state. Really. Casper, Wyoming, kind of has one, but
wow,
sort of,
yeah.
Denver, Colorado.
You should check out. Check out Discogs. I mean, you're not gonna get like sweet deals on there. Like you're gonna pay what the record's worth, pretty much. But
I have looked at Discogs just to. I like to see what albums that were put on vinyl from 1991 on up, just out of curiosity.
Yeah.
It's interesting.
Well, those
I haven't looked at what's for sale yet.
Yeah, Discogs is an incredible database.
It is.
I can't get off of it. I just keep looking at stuff.
Really, it's funny. I think
What's up, Felipe?
2014.
Felipe, how come you're late? What was up? You driving?
I was giving like a phone consultation.
Okay.
Give some directions and stuff, but that was fine.
Did you tell him to floss and brush your teeth every day?
Yeah, kind of, yeah.
Billie Holiday Complete Decade is a compilation of tracks that never made it to an original. I don't have no idea.
Yeah, Center Stage, right? Yeah, it's on Center Stage where they sell this Verve Impulse titles. Yeah,
that's interesting.
They have a classical section as well that's going like 60% off.
Oh, what happened to Mazzy?
Oh, did you? Let me add him.
We added him and removed him. Hey, buddy.
What's up, Mazzy?
I was going to wear this, but I've heard that it's not very cool to wear a T-shirt when you go see that band.
That's true.
Like that's the worst thing in the world. So out of here. Sorry, didn't interrupt you.
No, you're fine. That's really cool. We're talking about Cecil Taylor and
thank you. By the way, thank you all for
Oh, of course. Yeah.
Hey, there's a hey.
I'm not sure who sent
from
it.
Miss Massey.
Hi there. Who's this?
I don't know. I'm David.
Dr. Dave. Nice to meet you, Dr. Dave.
I don't do any videos yet, but I comment on a lot of people's VC videos anyway.
Yep, for sure.
Well, as long as you enjoy the music and play the music, that's all that counts, right?
Yeah, I got so many albums I don't have to listen to the same ones twice.
I know the feeling.
Yeah,
Happy Friday, everybody.
Happy Friday.
Cheers.
So, speaking of that, I keep thinking about doing some kind of project or just to make me listen to stuff I have already listened to. Like listen to all my Blue Notes or all my Columbias or something, Just, I don't know. I just wonder how many records we all own that we'll listen to once or twice while we're still on the planet.
Oh, yeah.
But I get asked that a lot, and here's my take. I've said it on my videos. How can you listen to all those albums? Why do you need all those albums? It's like, give me a break. To me, it's like having my own library, so I can go downstairs, check something out, what I want, it's there, and return it when I don't want to. I don't stream. I'm an old guy that has been collecting this music, and I like that. I don't need them all. At some point, I'll start getting rid of some of them, but they're there right now. I don't need to sell them yet, and so I check them out once in a while. Sometimes there's records I listen to 10 times, 20 times in a year. Sometimes I don't play a record for 10 years.
Yeah.
Just the way it is.
Yeah, for sure. And then all of a sudden you need it. Like when you did that Hot Stamper shootout with the Hot Rats? Well, no, it wasn't Hot Rats. What was that?
It was Waka Bajaka Jaka Waka Waka, whatever it's called. Yeah.
There you go. And then all of a sudden you had the right record.
I had it for 48 years. I probably listened to it less than 10 times. I like the record, but I don't know the record really well. It was during my time working in record stores when there was like Zappa guy. There's always like a Zappa guy in every store you work, and he would play those records all the time. So I almost didn't need to listen to him, but I liked the record. So I brought it home, and it's just one that wasn't in heavy rotation. So, you know.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
I'm still getting through my black jazz. I got a bunch of those.
Yeah,
me too.
I have three I haven't listened
two
to.
left that I haven't opened yet.
Yeah.
I heard
Did
you got
you really
the
cancel? You canceled all of your.
You know, I wrote to Candid. I paid like $300 or something, $320, and I said, look, if you can't send them to me within the next week, cancel my orders. Sure enough, they canceled it, refund me. It's been what, 4.5 months.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
I know you can get them other places, but
I mean, I guess they were just waiting till they had all of them. That seems stupid.
Well, no, I think they released the Pee Wee Russell one. That one is available on Candid's website now, and then there's another one that's out there, but the other, I don't know, handful, 4 or 5 of them are still back ordered.
I guess they were just holding on to your whole order until everything was released, which is kind of dumb.
Yeah.
It's the same thing.
Unless I didn't click the right box, I don't know if it's that. I don't remember that being an option, but or they said, look, Mazzy has too many records; he doesn't need these. So we'll just wait.
Once every
It's
48.
boycotting, yeah.
We'll keep his money, and because I think I paid it in Bitcoin, or what are those? What's that company? I'm just kidding. I don't.
Oh yeah.
Should have paid it in Twitter stock.
Now I did pick this up, and we're talking jazz here, so I did pick up this Elvin Jones.
Sweet.
So
nice.
Because when I talked to Zev earlier this week, he mentioned this was coming out. He worked on this among other things, and he's had these tapes for like 12 years, and it's from '67 at a pub in New York, 3 LPs, and I mean I've only listened to one record yet, and I saw Elvin Jones 3 times in the '70s, and I don't know if this is true, but he seems to me the first jazz drummer. He's one of the most powerful jazz drummers, and he seems to me the first guy that played the giant, like full, like rock and roll bass drum, unlike jazz, the small jazz set. Tony Williams in the '70s did also. That was later, but this guy's a powerhouse. He's got this huge set. I mean, this is like an intense show. What I've heard so far, the recordings are good, not like fantastic A++, but really good if you like this stuff. And you got Joe Farrell, who is doing like his best Coltrane imitation.
Nice.
So
who else is on that?
It's Billy Green on piano, Larry Young on piano, and Wilbur Whittle on bass. And it's a powerful record. It's not an easy listening record. If you know Elvin Jones stuff, his stuff's intense.
Yeah, for sure.
So, I mean, this guy he's a powerhouse. So 1967 archival record recording, the obligatory booklet.
Do you ever read those?
I don't read every single. It depends. I mean, I read because I was talking to him, to Zev. I did read all the books, the 2 books in the
Sonny Rollins one is great.
Yeah, the what is? I'm getting to Ahmad Jamal records. With those sound really good. Yeah. But I love this with a really young Tony Williams. Look how young Tony is in the middle there.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. So
yeah, for sure.
That's great. God.
You know, he grew a mustache. Yeah.
Is that Blakey with him? Is that Blakey in front?
It's Art Blakey. It's Art Blakey, Tony Williams, and Elvin Jones. I mean, these are like the 3 jazz records from the 1960s. These guys. But Tony Williams was like a kid. I mean, Tony Williams was 17 when he played Joe and Miles.
Yeah.
What were we going to say?
Elvin Jones was probably the most powerful of.
Yeah.
Powerful is not everything.
Yeah. He grew a mustache by Miles' request.
Did he?
So he could get in the clubs.
Oh, makes sense.
And there's a little bit of an essay by Michael Shreve, who is Santana's drummer, who was really young in Woodstock. He writes on here too. I haven't read it all yet, but I read about half of it. So.
Yeah. I've been anticipating this record, man. I listened to a lot of Elvin Jones this week. I got Coalition on, if you saw it last week.
Ooh, yeah.
I think
That's like
fantastic.
is that a late
yeah.
60s record?
It's a Liberty, yeah. It's a Liberty. I think it's
What
a
year was that?
68, I think, yeah. And but I really like. I'm a big fan of this impulse here, Dear John C.
Yeah,
Nice.
He recorded for Coltrane, and Hank Jones here is just amazing. The way the piano lays. What I like about Elvin Jones, every single record sounds
I'll be right
different. It's a different sound, different proposal. Everything changed. It's just amazing. That Genesis record with like 3 saxes and the the trio with Jim Garrison. It's just, it is really impressive. I think his body work is really impressive.
I showed these in my new pickups video, but this is a Illumination, Elvin Jones with Jimmy Garrison.
I know that album. Yeah,
really killer.
I don't know the other one.
This is Conflict with Jimmy Woods. This highly recommend.
I don't know.
But like Mazzy, what you were saying is like Elvin on this, he's playing like a full set, crash cymbals everywhere, big like tom work, just like doing huge fills.
Yeah.
So very different than like a lot of the earlier small kit stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, some people don't like jazz albums of when drummers are the lead because of there's going to be the obvious intense emphasis on drums to some extent. I think Art Blakey is the best example of not happening all the time. He brings his he's like John Mayhall bringing these great musicians in.
And Art Blakey, I feel like every like the most popular albums he's on, he has like the quote unquote thunder, like thunderous style. But I recently picked up a Bobby Timmons record that he plays drums on, and his style is totally different on that. Like he almost he doesn't sound Tony Williams, but he's more in that vein than he is his like regular, like, I don't know, like what is it? It's like high volume, just like straight like beat playing Art Blakey. So he has like a pretty wide range in his abilities. But I think for the Jazz Messengers, he has a particular style he sticks with.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
One thing I read in the Lee Morgan book, when playing with the Messengers, his dynamics, is that Blakey, he would purposely hit really hard to push the horns to play louder and more intense.
Wow.
That. And that's why you always hear like him talking in the live recordings. That's mostly it. That's why he's doing. He's kind of pushing the horns. Lee liked it. Wayne Shorter was not a big fan of it.
Of the drumming?
Yeah.
Loudness? Yeah.
Yeah.
Because he wanted to do more chop stuff, more different mellow. That's why he ended up joining Miles.
So, Roberto, Wax criticized the pressing quality of the Canids before they ever came out. So
it wasn't Wax though. Wax was saying what Fred Putterman was saying about the We Insist.
Yeah,
that candid release wasn't good.
Well, I have the Record Store Day one, and that's great. My copy is great.
I thought so too.
Is that the one he's talking about?
Yeah. Yeah. I think it came. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's it.
Yeah, I know Fred got one early or something. There was a couple of bad situations. That happens. I get it. But that's the only one I have though, so I can't judge. But mine was in great. In fact, I replaced a Japanese Obi press or reissue of that, and I thought the Candid reissue was better.
Oh right, yeah. I don't have a copy of that, but I was talking with Felipe, and it would be cool to get because there's some like explicitly civil rights focused records, like We Insist. Art Blakey has like the Freedom Suite and the Freedom Rider. There's like a bunch of those types of records, and I was saying like how cool it would be to have like a section just dedicated to those records,
like a political section, like Dylan's stuff and Phil Oakes records.
Yeah, but I mean, it can get really out of control pretty quickly. I mean, you could include all black jazz in that, So.
And all that commie music, like commie folk shit that in the early '60s from Greenwich.
Well, just the jazz piece.
Just the jazz piece.
No, put in throw in the folkies. Throw Pete Seeger in there. Just have a section for blacklisted artists.
Pete Seeger. This is
all the blacklisted musicians and people from the McCarthy hearings.
Pretty much.
Hold on. So we do have a question relating back to our Noah's Ark
Only get one?
pick. If you had to include a drummer on the Ark, who would it be? Jazz drummer.
A jazz drum.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm taking Tony just because I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think he's necessarily. I mean, it's subjective, right? But I knew Tony for about 10 years.
Yeah.
Not really well, but I got to talk to him, and he was like the nicest guy. I remember out of the blue, he said, you know, Ringo's a great drummer. Then I fell in love with Tony Williams. He was talking because Ringo's doing things that no one was doing, you know. So
Yeah.
And he was creative. I mean, yeah. So speaking of Tony, I got this. Came yesterday. It was shipped 48 hours ago, and he already arrived.
What do you got? Oh, from Japan.
Oh,
Williams.
nice.
What is it?
I think
Lifetime. That's Lifetime.
Okay.
I think Lifetime and Spring are gonna I think Spring's gonna be a
Classic.
You know, classics, and maybe Lifetime might be a tone poet.
Tone poet. I think
That's
so
kind
too.
of what
That's
Joe Harley said.
I'd make that's where I'd put my chips too.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's true. Yeah, Spring goes not a Music Matters anyway. So who knows?
No, I have a 70s copy maybe.
I'd like to have that record. I don't have it at all. So you're putting Tony Williams on the Ark.
Yeah.
That's a Liberty, but it's not Van Gelder. The Liberty is not Van Gelder.
Felipe, who are you putting on the Ark with the jazz Ark, the reoccurring theme jazz Ark?
It's hard. I think I'll put Tony Williams too.
He's already on the Ark, man. Come on.
But don't you have to put like a male and a female drummer? Isn't it?
Do you know any jazz female drummers, Mazzy?
No, but I mean, civilization is not going to last very long if you don't.
Yeah. Well, it's just basically Ella with all these dudes. So
it's who?
And
Ella.
Billy.
Ella and Billy.
Fitzgerald.
Yeah.
Put Flora Purim in there too. I mean, she does percussion with her singing.
That's good.
Yeah.
Who else?
Fair enough.
Or put
Elvin Jones is going to be
the drummer from Slater Kinney or something. You know.
There you
or
go.
The
Meg White.
I think I'd pick Max Roach. Elliot said that.
Hey, could I guys interrupt for a second?
Yeah,
sure.
I just want to. Before I ever had Discogs around, you ever heard one of these books?
Oh yeah.
Which one? Oh, the Gold Mine. Nice.
Oh,
Oh, I've never seen that before.
Well, here's the first. I got 2 editions of it.
Wow.
Oh,
I
cool.
wouldn't trust those prices anymore.
Well,
Oh, it's a price guide.
Yeah, that's pretty
It's
awesome.
a jazz price guide. But
How far apart are they year-wise?
Oh, hold on.
I'm just curious. Like,
I did. This one is from 2000,
Oh, okay.
and the reason I didn't get rid of the older one because the second one they make some missing entries and mistakes. This one's from 2004.
Oh wow.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh.
Well, I like looking at them just to see what jazz musicians are in there. I don't care about the prices, you know. Well, look
That
for
makes sense for sure.
records.
that's what
that
those books are great for that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Who cares about the price part of it? Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I don't know. I'd like to get like a Penguin jazz guide or whatever. Which one did you have, Mike?
8th edition. Yeah.
Was it
this one.
Penguin?
Hold on. I have these 2. Well, I have 1, but 2 I'm going to show. So the 9th edition is really expensive. It's like hundreds of dollars because it's the last edition that they did a proper index. So you can actually like easily search. The 10th edition, I think one of the 2 guys passed away. They put it out and they put it in like chronological order instead of alphabetical. So it's like impossible to like find a specific record. So nobody wants it. So the 9th edition was the one to get. This is 8th, and it's pretty good. I mean, I reference it all the time. And then I also picked up this. This is the Rolling Stones guide, jazz record guide. It's okay.
It's funny
it's
how
pretty
thin that is.
Yeah.
Well, what they do is you can see like they'll take a artist, like let me find somebody I know here. So like Clifford Brown, right? So like they'll just run down his records right there and just be like 4 4 5 5 4 4 5 4. So like it just gives you a quick snapshot and doesn't give you much like description. So It's a good like
Dave Marsh used to do all the rock ones of those every few years.
Yeah.
There's Sheila E. too. I mean, she's Latin jazz percussion.
Yeah.
She's really good.
Prince's
Sheila E.
favorite drummer.
Oh, Sonny Murray. Yeah, I know Sonny Murray. Yeah, I don't.
So I think I would pick Max for the drummer, but if there was a number 2 spot, I would probably pick Paul Motion because of his brushwork. Because you want to have like a good brushwork drummer too.
Is that true, Felipe? Brushing is important and flossing. By the way, I got my teeth cleaned yesterday, Felipe. So
how was it? Was it okay?
It was good. I felt that high pitched noise of the sonic from another planet.
That's why I want to retire as soon as possible.
Nicole and Mike and Kevin have all the female drummers we need on the art. So.
Oh,
there you go.
Hey, Mike.
And speaking of brushwork, Mike, and don't forget Art Taylor, right?
Oh, Cindy Blackman, yeah, Santana.
Art Taylor, brushwork. I'm trying to think. Yeah, for sure, Art Taylor. I think he's on.
So play Miles a lot.
And I think he's on Overseas with Tommy Flanagan. I think. And there's it's the entire album's brushwork.
Yeah, that's a great one.
Yeah, pretty sure that's him.
Sonny, where's your? Who cares about tone poets? We all care about the tone poets because we don't have money for the originals.
I care. I care.
Stunty, you know this. It's just what's available. If you really like a record and you want to grab it, sure, you get an original. The tone poets are going to sound different because they're going to sound a little like the tapes, not necessarily better, just different.
Yeah.
And you can't easily get a decent quality original in some labels for easy money.
Mm-hmm.
You just can't,
So those tone poets sound pretty good, do they?
Oh yeah, they sound great.
They sound great, but they're like $38, $35 now, which is a lot for some people, and I get it. But I mean, it's great that they're in print and they're staying in print theoretically based,
Yeah.
But the classic series to me sound almost just. I mean,
yeah, I think those sound good. And those are like $22, $23. I mean,
exactly.
For a new record, it's not. I mean, people expect prices like they were. They're not like that. Then you should stream. I mean, or there's other options, or you get lucky at like Rob is great getting lucky at the places he goes. He finds newly dead people and steals their collections for $2 or $3.
I mean, Stunty, do you mean like first pressing originals or just early? Because they're not cheap.
I've never seen
Stunty's
Spring. If you have an RBG stamp copy of Spring, you're definitely going to pay at least $60.
Yeah, I've never seen Spring
in the United States.
Years.
And depending on condition, mine is not if you didn't pay more than that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mine is RBG.
The arc left like what 6,000 years ago or something, Nicole. So,
Yeah.
We got to suspend disbelief for the arc here. That's funny. Blue Note Classics, vinyl is wonderful and great music at a reasonable price. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I got an Elvin Jones record. Have y'all seen this one? I know I've shown it before on some video, but
I should get this one. Yeah.
Midnight Walk.
Yeah.
No.
Atlantic. It's a fucking great record, man. I need to listen to this again. I'm trying to see when it came out. It does not say. That's helpful. But let's see. Damn it. So you got Elvin Jones on this one, obviously. Thad Jones trumpet, Hank Mobley tenor sax, Dollar Brand on piano, Donald Moore on bass, and Steve James on electric piano. Yeah, pretty awesome. I like this record a whole lot. And it's like not it's a heavy record too, right? Like Mazzy was saying about the other one. This is a heavy smoking record. It's not a bunch of ballads.
No.
I think Nicole had the best response. She's the smartest of everyone.
Yeah,
all the drummers we mentioned are all dead, basically. You need some living people for the arc.
It's true.
Yeah.
But there's no friggin' arc anyway, so we're making it. Everything is.
I'm pretty sure
they found it, Mazzy. Come on, they found the arc.
Oh, that's like a Dexter. That's like a Columbia around mid-70s, 76.
Yeah. 77.
77, yeah. That's when I saw him first time, a few times at the Keystone. He does a great thing. He used to, at the end of his performance, or every song, when the audience is clapping, he'd hold his sax out like he's offering it to the audience.
Oh yeah, I've seen that.
Hands.
That's cool.
Yeah.
I bet you Nicole and I were Nicole and I must have been at the same shows.
That is
I have a record I could show here.
Well, do you all know of any service available that would help us acquire original Blue Notes?
Loki, that's kind of a passive and aggressive question right there, I think.
Well, hold on. Now the thing is, the original Buyers Club has dealers that are not in the United States. So if you're looking for original Blue Notes, you're probably not going to want to join that club.
They don't have any. They haven't found an American connection yet, have they? I haven't kept up on that.
I don't know. I don't know. There hasn't been like a public update.
Before you show your record, I have to respond to Kevin here. My turntable is on, but the needle is lifted, so it's not just sitting on the end of my record.
My turntable is going around too right now. I just let it go.
Yeah.
I mean, the stylus is. I have it lifted up too. I was playing that. I was playing this, and before I got the notification, the jazz bums were bugging the hell out of me.
Notification. Check that out.
Oh, yeah.
Everyone else should click the bell and the like.
That's it.
I don't click. I never click bells. All right,
I'm going to show a record here. Hold up. So I got something pretty cool and that I'm pretty excited about. Let me make myself big yet. Okay. So this is. Oh, hold on one second. There's a crisis in the house. I'll be right back.
Oh my goodness.
There's something wrong with the furnace.
Seems like a plumbing crisis.
God, you always have household chores.
He's still working on that fucking bathroom, man. Thank you, Kevin. Thank you. I don't want to ruin my style either. I have left it on though for like a 24-hour period before, just like sitting at the end of the record, which was always kind of horrifying. What the hell is happening?
So Chris, how did you like what came out this week? How did you like the Coltrane record?
I never come across any of his.
What Coltrane record?
No, the Alice Coltrane.
Oh shit! Yeah, okay. No, that's great.
To me, it was a revelation. I thought I was never going to listen to that stuff. I never cared.
I got a brand new copy here because my other copy was all fucked up.
Some of the covers are even like really scary to me, and this record really surprised me. I loved it. It's great. It's great.
Doesn't it sound great? I think it's a digital thing, and it sounds really, really good.
Too, but yeah, it sounds amazing.
Yeah. It sounds really good.
I'm with you. I thought it was going to be crazy and scare me, but it's fucking awesome. Love this record.
I know this is a dumb question. Was Alice related to John Coltrane?
Yeah, she was his wife.
Okay. I thought I might have read that someplace.
Check this out. This was fun. This is the one I got from Amazon yesterday, and they shipped it in a box by itself, so I get to flop around for a while, like this giant box.
I know.
So the cover was just kind of smashed and
cool
trash. So
you're sending that one back?
Yep. So maybe a douchebag to send it back because the corner's smashed?
No, I mean if you buy something new, you should get it new.
I agree. Like I don't usually send seam splits back though. Like I don't know.
I don't always. It depends on the record and how much I pay.
Yeah. That's fair. I did get as an example of that. I had a MoFi, a Porgy and Bess, like I got a month ago, and one of the corners was pretty smashed in on it.
I get very few bad records, though. New records. I get very few.
Oh, me too. But I just emailed MoFi and they sent me a new cover, so that was cool.
Yeah. I remember early in the classic series, a lot of people complained about pressing.
Yeah,
I never had any trouble.
Alice Coltrane was Alex's father. Alex, I don't know that side of you, that sense of humor. What was this? It's just
Alice Coltrane was my father. That's bizarre. Yeah. So Roberto says his favorite song is the first one and the one with the harp. So I like the first one. The one with the harp.
The harp starts on side 2, I think.
Yeah,
I like the harp. I like the harp as well. Yeah. No issue with that.
It's a really accessible record. It's not very. I don't think it's very out there.
No, I don't either.
No.
I mean, compared to like Moanin', it is probably, but you know,
Well,
it's really good. I liked it. I like the other one too. Did you get the Roy Brooks? You did, didn't you, Mazzy? I think you were talking about it last week.
I did, and I just played it like 2 hours ago, and it was great. Yeah, I liked it. I didn't love it, but I liked it.
Yeah, me too. That's what I would say as well.
The Alex Coltrane, like, they're totally different music. You can't compare, but since it's the same thing, you know, that's one of those things that I'm not one of these guys that really gives a shit usually about polyline sleeves. But come on, charge another 10 cents and stick a better sleeve in.
Yeah, I'm hoping they get that feedback because that's bullshit.
Because that's what Classics did at the beginning. You know, they put those paper sleeves and people were bitching.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Mr. Notes and Tones, Mike. What's up, buddy?
Hey, what's up?
Mike,
Hey, your Mike, your T-shirt just went in the mail today. So
Oh, thank you. That was pretty quick.
thank you for donating to our friend and supporting the cause.
No problem.
Yeah, I bought some records from Fred last night. I don't remember what I bought though. So
Yeah, we ship faster than Mobile Fidelity and all these other labels.
Well, he ships fast to me because I'm like 200 miles from him. So I got my stuff really, really fast last time.
What did you get, Chris? I saw part of the streaming. I didn't see anything that I liked. So yeah.
I got 2 records that I knew nothing about that look cool, and one Fred just sold to me and said, "Hey, Jazz Bones Chris, you should buy this. It's not jazz, but you'll like it." It's like, okay, $5.
Okay,
yeah, and then
I'm
one
gonna
of
show.
one of them he said Notes and Tones recommended it. So you think
Yeah, I bought that one too.
like
by the way,
10.
so.
If you want a really beautiful ethereal piano playing record, it starts out a little bit of gospel-y, but it's Norwegian. This is Room Gramophone, the label out of Norway. And a few years ago, they sent me some records to listen to, and he did a solo piano. I can't even pronounce his name, so I'm going to butcher it. So there's his name.
Yeah, it's fair.
But it's Norwegian, so it's kind of like, you know, Sade, S-A-D-E, pronounced Maslov or whatever it is.
Right.
But this is a trio. It's really well recorded. It came out the end of last year on CD, but the vinyl just came out in the last couple of weeks. It's one of the most beautiful piano records I've heard in a long time. So if you like gorgeous piano that's jazzy, you know, there's a little bit of that Cole concert, Keith Jarrett thing happening, but it's a trio rather than solo stuff. It's like that, and it's so good.
That's cool. I'll check it out.
It's on Room Gramophone, Norwegian label.
Stunty disagrees with you, by the way.
Mazzy, I tried to pick up the Jerry Allen with Charlie Hayden.
You know, it's not your thing. It's a gorgeous record. It's a beautiful record. It's not noise that makes you record when you're in the bathroom. It's not that.
What were you gonna say, Mike?
Music. It's beautiful music. You don't be too hip that you don't like something beautiful. Okay, yeah. Stunty. I love your avant-garde noise, ethereal stuff, ambient stuff. I love that too in some cases, but this is just a beautiful record.
I was just gonna say
it's terrible to you. I'm sorry.
No, I was gonna say the Jerry Allen Charlie Hayden record with the red cover is like impossible to find, and that is such a good record.
Would you stream
Mazzy?
it?
Yeah. Mazzy showed it. Joe Harley recommended it.
Which the
Charlie Hayden one with the red cover and Jerry Allen's on piano. And it's a Japanese pressing.
Oh, I know. Yeah,
it's really good.
Mazzy had 5 copies, and he told Joe Harley to talk about it so he could sell them on this guy.
There's only one available for like $100. So
I like the Jimmy Juford stuff too. But the Jerry Allen. Yeah. Well, there's this one he showed, which I got. Yeah, but this is the other one.
Let's see it. Hang on.
That's the This is the Italian label, right? This is the Japanese one. Of course,
that's the Japanese one. I think the other one's Japanese too, but yeah, those are both really good.
Well, no, this is a Italian label.
That's Italian. Okay.
This is Soul Note out of Italy.
Oh, yeah,
right. Yeah.
Both these are fantastic. Yeah. Yeah.
Nicole talks about Soul Note a lot.
Yeah.
Mazzy, did you make a mistake with that Instagram story? I don't know what that means.
Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah, I did. I pushed the wrong thing and I deleted it. Yeah.
Okay.
How's it going, Mike?
You get to be a senior citizen. You do things.
Oh.
You know, I don't have one of those chairs to carry me down the stairs and up the stairs. I walk, but I make mistakes occasionally.
So just to do a follow up, last week, Jack Grant recommended this record. I bought it.
Jack, I didn't get an email.
It's killer.
Yeah, that's great.
Oh yeah,
It's really good. Cecile McLaurin Salvant.
That's pretty good.
It's just great. It's a triple. The quality of this thing here is impressive. Music, the way it sounds. It's a great vibe. It's a jazz vocal.
Okay.
You know, I think it's a small trio, and she's singing, but she's right there. I think it sounds better than Diana Krall in Paris in terms of, you know, sound quality and the music right there.
Yeah, that was recorded at the Vanguard. Part of that was recorded at the Vanguard.
Yeah. And I think there's going to be a Mac Avenue release on this record store day. I don't remember which title it is, but there will be one.
Hey Jack, send me another email. I looked in my folder. I didn't get it. Maslov@maslov.com with a V. I didn't get it. I just looked. Sorry.
Oh, you're fine. Buy that chair before you need it, Mazzy. You'll thank me later. Says Elvin.
Thank you. No, I'm in good shape.
what are those like dummy waiters that you can like send something up and down to shoot?
I mean, I'm
Get one of those for your records.
I'm in a split level, so it's not like a big staircase. It's like 7 steps and 7 steps, and I'm downstairs. It's
cool.
kind of like
come up
with one of those daylight basements. It's not really a basement.
So I got a record I'd like to show. It's kind of cool.
Is it?
It's very cool. So I went down a little bit of a rabbit hole, as I do. And this is the complete Paris collection of Clifford Brown.
I've heard of him.
So this has a cool story, and if anybody like knows the story and can fill in some blanks, please jump in. But essentially, in 1953, he went out with Lionel Hampton's group, I want to say, to Europe, and Clifford Brown basically like went to go record some records while he was there. So he did that with Gigi Grice and some other other people, musicians. And I think Blue Note actually purchased some of the rights for some of the early 10-inch Blue Note stuff of Clifford Brown. And it was all put out on Vogue. And this is a 1976 UK Vogue reissue, so from the source material. And it's everything that he recorded in 1953. And when they got back to the United States, Lionel Hampton basically like sued them through the Musicians Union because they recorded without his approval because he was part of their band. They all left the band, and that's when Clifford Jordan went out and started playing with Art Blakey for Blue Note.
Now, Clifford Brown or Clifford Jordan?
Clifford Brown. This is Brown.
Oh.
You said Clifford.
You said Clifford Jordan. That's why.
Oh, I'm sorry. So it comes with a little insert.
That wasn't me that time.
And then it's a 3 LP. It's every take, every session that he did, and it's friggin' awesome. And for 1953, the way that his tone and style and feel on the trumpet is, it honestly makes you just want to cry that he died when he was 25 years old, because he would have changed music.
It's pretty badass.
Yeah, I'm really happy to get it.
Where'd you get it at?
Just got it, Jack. I'll look later. Excuse me.
Okay.
I got it online, Discogs.
Oh,
there's a twofer. There's an alternate twofer that's Van Gelder stamp that was pressed in the United States, but I figured I'd go with the Vogue version because I just thought it was cooler.
Yeah, that is cool. Around my life. Did you see, Mike, that I got that Dizzy Reese record?
Yeah, I saw it on Instagram. Yeah,
that thing's badass, man.
It is.
What was it?
That's what I showed earlier. Let me see. It's called Manhattan Project. It's on Beehive from like '78, I think.
That must be explosive.
Yeah, it is. It's freaking awesome, man.
That was a joke.
Sure. How would you describe? Well, it is explosive. How would you describe it, Mike?
Oh man, I would say probably closest hard bop. I mean, I'd say in the hard bop school, Dizzy Reese, those guys.
Yep.
But it's really good. I mean, I mean, I don't want to just say it's a blowing session. It's a little more than that, but yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I agree.
What else? What did I pick up this week?
Hampton was nuts had his manager guarding their hotel rooms, but snuck out anyhow. Wow.
Hampton Hawes.
I think Lionel Hampton's what he was talking about.
Lionel Hampton.
Yeah, and Hampton's wife was also she was
Oh yeah.
pretty. She also ran the band, and she was the musicians were not fond of her.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Jack. That's the twofer, right? It has like the white cover and has like a bunch of postcards from Paris. I was considering getting that. It's supposed to be it's essentially what this is, except this has the alternate takes as well.
Mike, what's your wine? We have a request. What's your wine?
It's a Pinot Noir from Oregon. There's this place called it's a brand called Evening Lands. It's actually these three winemakers I like that are based in California. They also have a place up in Oregon that I like. So I basically buy a lot of their wines. And one guy is this guy, Rajat Par, who is like, you talk about blind tasting. This guy, he'll taste a wine blind and he'll tell you, especially something from the Rhone, he'll tell you like, okay, it's not only this vineyard, that he'll give you the year and all this stuff. He's like a great blind taster.
That's wild.
Yeah.
See, we need to bring the food and beverage thing into this occasionally, into the jazz thing.
I agree.
What you should do, Mazzy, is buy us all a bottle of that wine, and we can,
I should do that.
Yeah.
Why? What? I didn't bring the wine up. Why should I? I get Social Security. I am working, but I still get Social Security, so I'm the elderly guy. I don't let the dentist buy it. Okay.
That's even more fair. Yeah.
Mazzy, without this being needed to be said, I'm a complete Beatles novice, and I listened to the entire White album today.
Oh, you got the white? Did you get the white UK?
The one that you recommended. Yeah.
Did you like it?
You recommended. It's awesome. It's great.
Have you never heard it before, that record?
I mean, I know songs on it, but like I never heard it straight through.
Wow. Okay. I know we're getting away from jazz here, but
Filter.
If I could just get one album by the Beatles that I've never heard and they've been gone for 50 years, split up, and I could just play it for the first time. Can you imagine listening to a Beatle album now? If you're a Beatle fan, like there's
what is
one
up
album
with side
for some
4?
reason.
Is this the album that you're supposed to play something backwards?
No. Well, that's no.
Side 4. What is going on with side 4?
Well, Revolution number 9 is pretty.
That's cool.
I love it. I mean, it's part of the record for me, and the whole thing. It's probably the most some would say it's the most disjointed albums, but it's their most indie. It's the most, compare it years later to 90s indie bands. These.
When I listened to the Beatles, like I was listening today, and like I was hearing stuff, and I was like, this sounds exactly like Vampire Weekend. Like they definitely stole this.
You think
from the Beatles? Yeah. Like it's like so obvious,
and there's so much variety on it too. And to me, I remember when I got it, it had a different sound than Sgt. Pepper. It had a different recording sound, and it wasn't all recorded at Abbey. Most of it was recorded at Abbey Road, but they went to Olympic Studios and they recorded some of it. And that was the first album on their own label, Apple. They put out a single early that year, which was "Hey Jude" with the Fast Revolution, the really fast. Fuzzy guitar version, which some people think should have put on the album, but in those days, the Beatles never wanted the singles on the albums. So it's just so much variety. There's some people say I should have been cut down to a single album. I say no. It's just so great. So great.
Oh no, you've You finally done it with Stunty. He just can't. Good
Sorry.
night.
Stunty is. I think Stunty's taken too much mescaline tonight or something.
Have a good night.
Good night, Clinton.
I didn't bring it up, Stunty.
I think it's like midnight or 1 o'clock in the morning over there too. So.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad, Mike. We can
Well,
talk.
I mean, I listened. I listened to it, so that's why I mentioned.
You know, okay, that's interesting. If you saw that conversation I had with Zev Feldman, towards the end, I asked him. I said, "Why? What albums do you like as separate? I just kind of want to know when I do these talks.
Yeah,
not jazz that you didn't work on." And he talked about his father would play the White Album and hated turning it over, so he put the White Album on reel-to-reel tape. So he would sit there listening to the White Album without turning it over and over again. And that was the album that Zev said when he was a young boy that he would listen to a lot because it was on their reel-to-reel. Just you could hear the whole thing.
Yeah.
I guess obviously you had to turn the reel on a 90-minute reel. You'd have to switch the reel, but you'd hear it straight through.
I think to me, Mazzy, the thing about the White, it doesn't have like the obvious songs, the hits or anything. So it kind of grabs your attention. You have to pay attention to it. And then when you get the details, when you get involved into that environment, I think that's what catches anybody.
There's no single release from it, until the 70s.
I listened to. I was listening to. I know we should get off the Beatles, but I was listening to Revolver recently, and I forget what song it is, but I feel like this one song is essentially the Strokes. Like the Strokes basically made an entire career off of this one song because they sound just like the song. Okay,
you guys need to go back to jazz because what's going to happen tomorrow on Rachel's show and everywhere else are going to blame me for turning this into a Beatles channel. So I don't want to. Don't blame me. I didn't bring the Beatles up here. I want this on record. Somebody tape this segment.
I'm enjoying it. I never really got into the Beatles.
Your aura on the stream brought out the Beatles, maybe. So, Nicole, Mike, tell us more about. Is this, I say y'all talking about this guy in the chat. So what's the deal with James Brandon Lewis?
Oh man, he's one of my favorite. He plays the tenor. He's one of my favorite. I don't even want to say he's a young musician because he has about 9 recordings out. But last year he released what a lot of people call the album of the year. It was called the Red Lily Quintet. And it was sort of a homage to George Washington Carver.
Oh wow!
And it's just really an excellent recording. And Nicole had mentioned he records. I think it's a Swedish label. I'm not sure. Intact, but that's only unfortunately that's only CDs. Mm-hmm. And those are some of his great recordings. He's just a really, really good saxophone player. He has some gospel feel to him. He can certain recordings he has a little hip hop feel to him. He has a trio that's guitar and drums, and that has more of a hip hop feel. But he plays in New York all the time. Usually downtown, and he's actually, he's a pretty approachable guy because I saw him at a show a little over a month ago. It was someone else's show, and I just, I saw him outside, and we just started talking, and he told me he signed to Anti, which is, I know them because of Tom Waits and Joe Henry, that label. And he says I got a recording coming out in February on that label.
That's cool. I need to listen to some of his stuff because I want to learn more about contemporary artists.
Yeah, he's great.
I don't listen to the dead people.
Hey, how you doing, Mike?
I'm good.
Cool.
Where is this at? I'm trying to find some of this stuff on here.
I'll tell you a fun record that I listened to about 3 times this week. It was just in my pile of stuff to listen to that I hadn't listened to yet. Is this one? This is super cheap.
Count Basie, look at him.
Yeah, it's Count Basie and Joe Williams sings.
Oh, cool.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so Joe Williams just.
Let me show you. I'll be right back.
Okay. He had a really great voice, and then they just do a bunch of standards, and every single one of them he's singing it, and it's Blakey and his band, with Thad Jones is on here, Joe Newman's on here, all kinds of folks. I mean, his whole band from the '50s. So I would recommend this one. I think this is a reissue, but it's from the '60s or whatever. Pretty cool one. Oh yeah, exactly. What is that one? See that?
This is on Roulette Records.
Oh, cool.
Oh.
Lacey and Joe Williams. Hell yeah. I like that stuff.
Those guys.
I'll have to check that out because I really enjoyed this one.
That's my own roulette.
Yeah.
I count Basie and Joe.
This is something that I've been listening to. Nicole will be familiar with this, and it's just two cellos.
Oh wow!
And I really love Tameka Reed. I've got a bunch of her recordings, and that's really good. And this is another one of hers. Well, it's actually her and Joe McPhee, tenor player. And also, I just like the artwork too. This is a quilt actually that they put on the cover.
Very neat.
But I've been listening to that both of those recordings. And they're I got them from Dusty Grooves. I think they're about $20, like $21.
Yeah.
Who put out that Gil Scott reissue? I have that record. I love that Pieces of a Man.
I was going to say I bought that this week. I don't know who put it out. I had to find it.
I have the original version of it. I love that record. I didn't know it was out again.
It's an expensive record.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm hoping it's good. It says it's AAA. It's double 45, so I'll let you know what I think about it. Mark likes it, obviously, so that's cool.
Mike, what was that first one that you showed?
It was 8 pieces for 2 cellos.
Mike's not buying any records tonight, though.
They're both on maybe Dusty Groove is the only ones that are carrying them. It's on this label called Corbett versus Dempsey.
Some guy entered a new release record into a Discogs today and entered the Barnes & Noble sticker barcode, but not the barcode that is on the sleeve. Which one should be in? I don't know. I guess if it's a Barnes & Noble exclusive version and has its own sticker, you'd use that one, right?
But that would be on the wrap, not on their label.
Yeah, for sure.
Theoretically, I guess. Right?
Every once in a while, they get some good shit, man. I found some good stuff at Barnes & Noble.
One of those stores closer to me.
There's any that are still open. I mean, that's the problem. Half of them shut down around here.
One of those stores closer to me.
There's any that are still open. I mean, that's the problem. Elliot, you got your YouTube on still.
How many ball guys does it take to fill up a channel?
I mean, that's the problem. Got it? Okay.
All right.
What's up, man?
Did it take this long to get up on the chair down to your record room?
Yeah, that thing moves slow, but you're safe in it. That's the big thing. But you really, Mazzy, you need to think about this.
I don't need a chair.
You might in 5 years though.
Thank you. Once I need a chair, I'm going to sell Mike my entire collection for $150,000.
Okay.
Which Mike?
Any Mike that'll buy it. And that's the low side. That's less than my medium Discogs price for so far.
Is it really? Wow, nice. How many records do you have in Discogs, Mazzy?
I don't know how many I have in, but my Discog high end is 275,000, and that's about 3/4 of my collection inputted, or maybe a little less than 3/4. But that's high side. You're never going to get high side. Even mid side is like 160,000 or something.
Yeah.
But I'm not doing it for selling purpose. I'm doing it just to know. So my friend, the archivist, my son can deal with it later, and for insurance, I insure my collection.
I need to do that myself. I haven't done that. I should do that. For sure.
I really enjoyed the the discussion of Wynton Marsalis and his role last time I was on.
Yeah.
And as a result,
Hey,
nice.
very
I picked
nice.
up a couple. I picked up, I think it's his first album
Yep. Have those albums.
on Columbia, and this is Black Codes from the Underground.
Cool.
Yep.
I think I like this one a little better.
Okay.
But I've
Oh,
only
right.
listened,
Good to know.
I've only listened to them a couple of times, and I've got another one on order. I'm waiting to come in that's from that same period. I think it's basically a Jazz Messengers album with him, with him headlining it, because a lot of the guys from Jazz Messenger on it. It's a live one from a restaurant in Miami on the waterfront in Miami. I forget the name of the album, but and it was real cheap. That's the thing. Those LPs of Wynton Marsalis seem to be, I guess because they were digital, they were late, mid 80s and later, I guess, 82 on up, I guess, more or less. Right. But I also got something I would like to show you guys. You may know something about this guy, but this was a throw-in. I bought those records and some more from Fred, and he just threw about 4 records in, so a couple of Mother's Finest, and I can't remember what the third one, but the fourth one was this.
Okay.
Now, Wallace Davenport is a trumpet player, a New Orleans jazz trumpet player.
Oh wow!
And who played with a lot of the important people, and he has albums out. But this album is not in Discogs. You can't find it in there. And I've searched. I've searched the Coltrane Records out of New Orleans is the label. I've searched the label. It's not listed there. It's not listed in any of these under his name or under the complete name of the Wallace Davenport Gospel Singers. But this is they do gospel songs, gospel choir type songs, but on about half of them or more, he's playing very nice trumpet on them. And
that's cool.
I've never heard trumpet used in a gospel choir. I mean, I'm sure it's been done. It's done here, but it's just a really good album. Really good album.
Cool.
And it says New Orleans. Somebody's written in here, New Orleans, Louisiana, January 12th, 1984. Wallace Davenport. So I don't know whether he signed that or, it may have been a radio station copy or something. But hard to find. Can't. And I thanked Fred, and Fred said that he couldn't find it, but he saw where somebody kind of sold it as a rare record on eBay. But I'm not going to sell it. I like this. They do the standards like What a Friend We Have in Jesus, and Just a Closer Walk with Thee, and they do some original songs. And of course, it's featuring a couple of soloists and the choir, but he really makes it special with that trumpet.
It's Wallace Davenport.
Wallace Davenport. Look him up and see. He played with some of the biggies, I believe.
Hey, Nicole, did you ever go to many of the Glide Memorial Sunday morning things? Glide Memorial in San Francisco has these great, almost like gospel Sunday sermons. And Cecil Williams was a reverend there for decades, and they helped it's in we're at the Tenderloin off of Market Street. And it's a great place, energetic place on Sunday mornings. Sundays, they have these ongoing performances, but just a fun. You don't have to follow the Christian religion or anything, but just for the music and the gospel stuff was amazing. I used to go with my buddy Coleman. Coleman loved going to those services, and obviously from his soul music, his band, he'd go there a lot. So I was curious if Nicole went there, since she's based in Berkeley or Oakland.
Here.
So, sorry I had to disappear for a second, but Elliot, that's a cool record. You should put it in Discogs.
Yeah, I don't know if I want to undertake that. How difficult is it to enter a new one?
It's not that hard.
That's not that hard.
You were a friggin' high school teacher all your life. You must be able to do the homework.
If it's high school level, I can't do it. I can only do middle school.
Are you going to be like Spacola when you show up for,
Spicoli?
Spicoli, whatever. Spacola. Sean Penn. Okay, is that better?
Yeah, I had a few of those students.
Well, I bet.
I also got a call from the place where I I have a booth set up at a vintage shop. She called me, and another guy that has a thrift shop, guy that buys estates and stuff. Kind of an unscrupulous fellow, but she told me that he sent a message that he had a bunch of records, and he says his wife said her husband cleaned them before he put them on, and cleaned them when he took them off, and they're pristine. And so, come take a look. And so I went to take a look, and there wasn't much there. There wasn't anything of interest. They did look pretty clean, but I picked up a bunch of classical living stereo, RCA living stereo records.
Oh, cool.
I've only played a couple of them, but I did get a few kind of big band and jazz.
That's all right.
Artie Shaw,
yeah.
his orchestra.
That's a good record, man. I like that
It's
record.
a beautiful cover too.
And then Artie Shaw plays Cole Porter and Irving Berlin.
Oh, I'd like to have that one.
And now look, it's got
Lion Records.
Mel Torme singing, and it's got Kitty Callan. Now, if I think Mazzy stepped away, but probably people of our age, the only way we know Kitty Callan was she would be on all the game shows.
I've heard of Kitty Callan.
60s, Tell the Truth, and that sort of thing.
Kitty Carlisle?
Kitty Carlisle.
Did you say Kitty Carlisle?
Yeah, Kitty Carlisle.
You thought it was Kitty Callan.
She was on What's My
Kitty
Line?
Callan. Excuse me, Kitty Callan.
Oh,
Kitty
never mind.
Callan.
Different person.
Oh, okay. Well, my bad. I'm an old guy. Give me. And two Benny Goodmans I thought would be good because Gene Krupa and Lionel Hampton and Teddy Wilson and Harry James are on this one.
Cool. Good man.
And this one features not just the orchestra but the trio and the quartet.
This is good stuff, man.
Which I thought would be good.
I got that one.
Cool. Columbia.
Nice.
Yeah, I love Benny Goodman's small group stuff. It's good.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to hearing a small group. Now that was my mother's favorite. My mother was born in 1927. She loved Benny Goodman and Frank Sinatra and all those guys. But when I was cleaning out her car after she passed away, guess what CD I found in there?
Bon Jovi?
NBA.
Buddy
The
Guy.
White Album.
Buddy Guy.
Oh, there you go.
She liked Sinatra. She liked Barbara Streisand.
Was your father gone? Was your father gone prior to that?
Yeah, my father passed away.
So your mom was like dating some blues guy.
Yeah.
But she must have been doing it in secret because I didn't know about it.
Everyone has needs. Everyone has needs. Come on, it's okay.
I got a bluesy record I could show here.
Yeah.
I'm pretty excited about this. It sounds pretty awesome. This is on Argo. I posted this online, but this is Babyface Willett behind the 8-Ball.
I don't know him.
And he has a Tone Poet Face to Face.
That's a
And
great
this is-
record, the Tone Poet one.
Yeah.
This one is like, I like it. I think, I mean, they're different records. I feel like the Tone Poet is way more polished, better sidemen, but this is I like it better. I think it just like sounds raw. Like it's a great organ record, and I'm not even into organ, and I love this. So
I wish I had that. I wish I had that when I did that. I did a pool segment with Coffee Dave on location once, and I wish I had that segment.
That's a rare record, man.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's it's on this Argo mono label. It came out in stereo too, I believe, but this is the mono. So,
I can only
it's
take
great.
jazz organ and jazz vibes in small doses. I like it.
This sounds totally
vibes.
different. I think his feel on this is so much different than like some of the other guys, like Jimmy Smith or Larry Young. I mean, he's like a totally different musician. I mean, he is a different musician, but you know what I mean.
You playing a Hammond B3? That's what just about everybody played?
I assume.
Yeah. There was a 2007 reissue of that record, but who knows what's working better than that.
This?
Yeah.
Really? I didn't know.
Yeah. I was looking to buy one the other night when you showed it, but then I saw the prices and I was discouraged by that.
Yeah.
Bought too much shit lately, and I got kids and Christmas is coming up, so you know. It seems like the vinyl supply chain issues have all been completely solved.
Yeah.
I think they're loosening up.
There's so much shit coming out, I can't keep up.
You know, and then MoFi's opening up a plant, VMP's opening up a plant.
Yeah.
It's going to loosen up, and then no one will want to buy records again, and we'll be back to square one.
Yeah, pretty
good.
Yeah. Did anybody get the Bill Evans today?
I have not gotten it yet, but I'm going to.
The acoustic sound? Is that
how is it? I haven't listened to it yet. This is like the first time ever, like, all the reissues arrived on the same day that they were released.
There are lots, yes. A lot of stuff.
Town Hall one? Is that Town Hall?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Let's see that.
Sure.
Come on, this is video. You need to show your shit, Mike.
Okay. Very cool. Who's he play with on that?
It is not guys that I really know. Chuck Israel, who I know. I don't know the drummer. Arnold Weiss. Arnold Weiss.
Two Jewish guys. Okay.
Wise, I should say. I said Weiss, but it's
two wise guys.
A lot of live albums made at Town Hall, wasn't there?
Yeah.
Yeah, Monk had one at Town Hall.
That's on Irving Plaza, isn't Irving Place, right?
No, Town Hall is in Midtown.
Oh, okay. What's the one? What's the one on Irving Place? The venue, like near 14th. There's 14th, 15th.
Irving Place.
Near well, yeah, exactly. Irving Place.
On the east side,
south.
Back in the day, the Palladium used to be near there, and then there is actually Irving Place.
Okay, maybe that's the.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Where
now the Palladium.
Mike, where's the Town Hall?
It's in Midtown, not basically the Broadway area. It's like off of 6th Avenue.
In the 40s?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Who have I seen?
Is that a large club?
The last person I saw at Town Hall was, it was Amy Mann.
Oh wow, that's awesome.
When she had the mental illness tour.
Mm-hmm.
Nicole,
isn't that do a Christmas show every year at Bimbo's 365 Club in North Beach in San Francisco.
Yeah, she did. She's
great. I love
it in Brooklyn at St. Anne's Warehouse.
I love
it. She actually recorded there also.
Is Town Hall a big club? Real big club?
It's it's a big venue. Yeah, not super big. What I like about
is it like a theater seating, or is it a nightclub?
It's close to theater seating, I would say. Mm-hmm. What I like about it is, like, when I went to see Amy Mann, I got seats like right on the upper balcony, and there's only 4 seats in that area, so I'm not I'm not crowded with people. So, and it's a great view. Yeah, I don't. As I get older, I don't like to be like in the orchestra section.
You mean till Tuesdays, Amy Man?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay, yeah. I know she is.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
she was supposed to tour with. There was some controversy last year. She was supposed to tour with Steely Dan, and then they canceled on her. And
oh yeah. She actually did a whole thing on her Instagram page, like all her like with her artwork, like drawing, like cartoon sketches of the whole thing.
Yeah,
pretty funny.
that's pretty funny. I'd definitely go see her. That would be amazing.
You know, I was surprised about her. I was like, should I go see her? I don't know if it's gonna be like a good show. It was a really good show, and she's actually very good, you know, at like talking between the songs and communicating with the audience. I was like blown away about how good she was.
What are y'all going to buy next week at RSD? Anything?
Yeah, Ahmad Jamal.
I like Ahmad.
That's the one I want.
That's what I want too. Braggy. Here we go. Hang on.
Yeah.
Cool. Now, Mazzy, what's the difference between the two?
2 years.
3 years.
3 years?
Well, you know, okay. 63, 64, and 65, 66. A year from now, I think it's 67, 68, or 60, whatever it was.
Really?
Yeah, they're from Seattle, the Penthouse, before my time. They tore down the building, and it's a parking lot now, which is typical bullshit, you know.
Yeah.
But that's like, it's like I mentioned to Zev when I was talking to him. I was too young to go to the Black Hawk in San Francisco. You know, what a great jazz club in the Tenderloin. And after it was torn down, it's still a fucking parking lot. Like, you know, and it's right in the middle of the Tenderloin. It's a shit show down there. And if they could have kept that up, now I don't know what the building was like, you know, but someone decided to tear it down. These sound really good because they're from radio broadcasts. They would do these weekly radio broadcasts on the FM station, so the recordings are really, really good. So, yeah,
Interesting.
I don't know if one's better than the other, just a little different, you know, slightly different musicians.
Now, it is a different trio in both.
Well, it's got, let's see. Okay, I think the constant is, well, the very first one has Richard Evans on bass, who I don't know who that is. But then Jamil Nasser is a bass on all the rest of the records. Each one's a double record. You got Chuck Lampkin on drums, who I don't really know him. He's on the first three, and then you got Vernel Fournier, and then Frank Gant. But it's just very melodic, but also he's pretty tough. He's pretty cool. I know, you know, for a while, some jazz critics in the day thought he was
cocktail jazz.
Yeah, like cocktail, like Oscar Peterson or something. But he's doing some really cool stuff here. I mean, you know, it's not out there at all. I mean, we're not talking about out there jazz. It's accessible, but it's really beautiful. And it's really good. And there's some, you know, you got a little bit of drum solos here and there.
Yeah,
booklet. I mean, it's a good package. I
was a child prodigy, wasn't he?
Pardon me?
He was a child prodigy, wasn't he?
Well, I don't. You know, he's the guy that talked about. You know, he studied European classical music and American classical music, and to him, he hated the term jazz. To me, jazz was American classical music. That was jazz in his mind, and so. And he was Miles Davis's favorite piano player early on. He really influenced, but he comes out of the bebop, influenced by Charlie Parker and Dizzy Gillespie and that stuff. So
Miles does
he's the guy that straddles the, you know, from the 40s, 50s guys into the 60s guys, and and he
I was actually going to ask you guys.
Go ahead, Mike.
I was just going to say that Miles does Ahmed's Blues on Workin', which I think, Chris, you just picked up. And that's a great song.
Yeah.
Hey, Felipe?
I mean, Miles talks he's so reverent about Ahmad Jamal. He would go almost every time he had a chance to go back to see him play in the club. His sister told him about him. And he got fixated on Ahmad Jamal. And Now I don't know if I'm being influenced by what Miles said, but now when I listen to Ahmad Jamal playing, especially 50s, I kind of see some hints of where kind of blue came from.
Mhm.
The style he plays, the spaces he leaves, the way he hits the keys, some of the melodies there. To me, I kind of see where it comes from.
That's cool.
And this record we were just talking about,
Like,
this is a $10
Version.
record, original to find, very easy to find. That's an original Argo.
cool.
It's not noisy as I thought it was. It's just the rhythm section is very low. It's very low in the mix. Not mix, it's a mono, but it sounds a little muffled. But the piano keys, they sound so clear, so loud. And I think it has to do what Mike said. He's delicate. Although he punches hard, he's very delicate in the way it comes across overall the music.
I like that record. I got the Analog Productions version of that.
Yeah, which I believe must be outstanding. Must be like crazy.
Tranquility.
That's where I was getting the Child Prodigy part from.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but this is like one of his recent ones.
Oh,
Which I really like, and he has
like 92 now. Yeah.
Yeah. This was from 2017.
Wow.
And I don't know the exact date it was recorded, but he does 2 versions of Marseille, and one has this French rapper on it. But it's really melodic. I mean, I was amazed at how good it was. You know, it's not like Ahmad Jamal like trying to be hip or anything like that. It fits into his style, and it's really he does it. Of course it's in French, and then there's a version with a vocalist in English, and it's really.
Who's singing?
I'm not familiar with her name. It's Mina Agosi. Never heard of her before. But it's really I think it's an excellent album. And I started listening to him actually in the 80s, and he was on this French label. It was the French Verve label. And he did a lot of great recordings for them.
Now, the Ahmad Jamal album I know that is like very desirable is The Awakening. It's a very pricey record on Impulse. I think it's a little later in his career. Does he change his style for that? Does he go? Because I don't know if he's like in the whole vein of the Alice Coltrane, where it's like The Awakening, more spiritual, more of that, that group of artists. I haven't heard it, so I'm just curious.
No, I wouldn't say no. I don't think he ever gets like that. No.
No. Okay.
No. And I'm trying to think. I'd say more like later in his career, there was a more percussive element, not only to his playing, but to he would have percussion players in the band, and it fit it. Like I said, he never it was always Ahmad Jamal's style. Whatever, whoever he brought into the band, whatever element he brought into the band, it was always Ahmad Jamal. You could tell just from the first few notes, this is Ahmad Jamal's group. Mm-hmm. What I liked about him also is he used New Orleans drummers. Like Vernell Fourier is a New Orleans drummer. Mm-hmm. And then he also used Herlin Riley, who played with Ahmad Jamal, went to play with Wynton, and then went back to play with Ahmad Jamal.
Oh, wow.
So
does he have like a swampy New Orleans kind of thing going?
No, he's more interested into a certain rhythm, and those New Orleans drummers, they can keep rhythm, going back, Vernell Fourier, Idris Muhammad, Herlin Riley, Ed Blackwell. Those are, those guys, whatever type of music, whether it's avant-garde or whatever, they can keep the rhythm.
That's pretty awesome. So that record, The Awakening, is being reissued next year. on that Verve by
Yeah.
request. So somebody asked
Yeah.
earlier, I forgot to respond, if I would buy more of them. Yes, I would buy more of them. I think they're great. If they would get rid of the paper sleeves, I would be happy then.
Where did Ahmad? So I'm looking at Ahmad Jamal's discography, and he literally has 2 records where he's sideman on, and it's much later in his career. So I'm wondering, when did he start? Was he part of any big bands, or did he just start and he was leading groups right off the bat?
That is a good question.
It looks like that's what he is.
He signed. Argo was a jazz.
Yes.
He was like the first big jazz hit for Argo. They were part of Chess Records.
Oh yeah.
Chess had Muddy Waters and Chuck Berry and did blues and R&B stuff. And they started that, and they had, I think it was his second or third album, the live album he did in Chicago. That was a hit for Argo. But he played with other people, but not. I don't really remember. I don't remember.
What
I
year?
saw him once
first
in I saw him in the 1980s. The only time I saw him.
I'm sure coming up he played with. He's from Pittsburgh, and all those great. Pittsburgh had all those great musicians. Earl Garner, Art Blakey. I think Mary Lou may have even been from Pittsburgh. So I'm sure in that environment, he played with.
Felipe just dropped that scrapey thing in that little mirror he sticks in people's mouths.
Sure.
It just.
Chris, what year did his first album come out?
It's not my glass, thank God.
Well,
55, 56?
I think 51, but
that early? Okay.
But then he put like a few recordings out, and then in 55 he joined Argo, and he had like a run of albums.
Yeah.
Well, 57 was it 56, 57? That huge hit live at
the Persian.
Yeah,
that's the one. I don't have that, and that's the one that had the big hit on it.
Yeah, that was 58.
58. Yeah, that was
sold
like
a
a jukebox hit.
They sold that LP sold 1 million copies, which is crazy to think
Yeah,
about.
I don't have it. I'm telling you, I need to get it, of course. But
You should get the Analog Productions version that came out last year. It's amazing.
There is an Analog Productions version?
Yeah. It's out of stock now, but you can get it on Discogs,
What was the hit song?
Let me see.
It's an 8-minute song. What was it called? Mike is on there. He could tell us. It's like the third to the last song, 8 minutes.
How can it be a jukebox hit if it's 8 minutes long?
Well, you cut it. You edit
Poinciana? Am I saying this right? Am I Poinciana?
Yeah, that's
my album.
Am I saying that right?
Yeah.
So they just edited it down to about 3 minutes then if it was a jukebox song.
Yeah, they took out the guitar solo, Elliot, and the drum solo. It's kind of like what's that song? Freebird. Taking out the middle fast part of Freebird.
Yeah.
So the critical reception in 1958, Downbeat wrote that it was mildly negative, referring to Jamal as playing, quote, cocktail music.
Yeah.
The reviewer acknowledged Jamal's skill and influence on other jazz musicians, such as Miles Davis, but wrote, quote, the trio's chief virtue is excellent, smooth, light, but flexible beat, and throughout the music is kept emotionally and melodically and organizationally innocuous. So that's pretty rough.
I gotta say, if you go back and read those Downbeat magazines,
get them.
They're a bunch of idiots.
Yes.
If you read,
weren't they like pretty racist? Like, didn't they like?
Well,
always give like.
Also, a lot of those magazines were basically, like, I don't know, fan magazines. They had their own agenda. They loved bebop. They hated hard bop. If you read some of those reviews about hard bop, they're like, they hated it. And there were a series of there are a number of reviewers there that just they had a thing against hard bop. And then the whole thing with we were talking about We Insist.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
After We Insist, Abby Lincoln released her album, which is basically I think it's a companion to We Insist. Downbeat ripped it apart. Ira Gittler ripped it apart, and it was a whole big controversy about it.
Yeah.
And
I think they only hired. I think the late '60s they hired a black writer, but that was just because the melting pot of the country was they had to do it, and it didn't last long.
That's
So
the
the Abbey
story.
Lincoln record, I think it's called Straight Ahead.
Yeah, I love that.
And
Yeah, that's the one on VMP, right?
it's on Candid.
That's the one that came on Vitamin Please, right? Oh no.
No.
Yes,
Well, the Prestige. That was the one that Candid and Pure Pleasure. Is it Pure Pleasure or I don't know?
I think it's coming out on Candid if it didn't already.
It is, yeah. Check out the
Candid,
lineup.
yes.
So you got Abby Lincoln vocals, Booker Little trumpet, Julian Priester trombone, Eric Dolphy alto sax, bass clarinet, flute, and piccolo, Walter Benton tenor sax, Coleman Hawken tenor sax, Mal Waldron piano, Art Davis bass, and Max Roach drums. I mean, that's an all-star lineup.
Yeah.
And Booker Little on trumpet.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
You should buy me a copy and send it to me. I'll let you know.
Well, I've sampled it before, and it's the vocals. It's not like I don't know. I mean, it's a protest album. It sounds like that.
It's not her. What's the label? Is it Riverside? It's not her Riverside recordings, I guess you could say.
Right.
Right. Yeah, she was on Riverside. The song listing, they do a Monk song, Blue Monk.
And Monk was in the studio for that when they did.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, cool. And then they do. It seems like almost everybody on it gets like a credit. So like they do a Julian Priester, they do a Mal Waldron, a Max Roach. So there's a bunch of interesting stuff on this.
I got a question. So I've been reading a Monk biography, basically, right? And I realized he was around when bebop started and all that, but I didn't realize how much he was really responsible for and didn't get credit for, and how he didn't really have any work or any records or anything, while everybody else was, Dizzy and Charlie were the inventors to everyone and the ones making money and selling records, and he was just kind of stumbling along.
I thought they took his
cabaret
license, but he was still recording in the studio.
That was later. That was later, because this was like in the 40s.
Oh, you're talking like 40s.
Yeah, in the 40s, and he claimed that he gave them ideas, and they did credit him in a lot of interviews, apparently.
Yeah.
Like, the man. So what do you think about that, Mike?
Yeah, I mean, Round Midnight was, if you look at some of the credits from it, that has Cootie Williams on it. So he was that Cootie Williams band that he formed after leaving Ellington performed Round Midnight.
Right.
So, so that, Monk was, early around the same time was, Parker and those guys. He was doing his thing. Yeah.
I don't really know too much about Cootie Williams. So what's the significance of him playing Around Midnight?
Well, Cootie Williams was the trumpeter in Duke Ellington's band.
Okay.
Concerto for Cootie, that song, and I guess if you have the Blanton Webster years compilation on there, and then Cootie Williams left and he formed his own band, and Monk, I guess Monk played in the band, and Monk had this composition Around Midnight.
Yep.
Oh, interesting.
And it was played by the band, and of course, Cootie Williams puts his name on the publishing credit originally.
Yeah, he did. It was Monk, and then he did. He added himself to it because he made another part of the song that no one else literally ever played. Right? This is on this book. So Cootie Williams has a third of the royalties for that song. And then some other guy who wrote lyrics for it and sang it filed it too. And so to this day, that guy's estate gets a third of the royalties.
What's the old saying? David Crosby said, "Write a word, get a third."
Yeah. So
check this out.
Chris, are you reading the Robin G. Kelly book?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So on the wiki page, it says that it is thought that Monk composed the song sometime between 1940 and 1941, which is like extraordinarily early. But Monk's longtime manager, Harry Columby, claims that the pianist may have written it early around 1936 when he was about 19.
Wow.
I mean, that's early.
I mean, and the book. So you read the book, Mike?
Yeah.
he was doing nothing, man. He was just trying to find gigs, and he was kind of not reliable and would show up late or whatever. So, people didn't want to put up with him.
Yeah. And that may be, that whole undiagnosed mental illness,
Yeah.
Yeah.
But he spent years just bumming around trying to get gigs, but he would just play constantly. He had he lived with his mom in this little tiny bedroom, right? He had an upright piano in there, and he would just play constantly, and he'd go to people's houses and play constantly. And the part of the book that's really interesting that I just got through is Francis Wolff and his wife went to his his mom's apartment and sat on his bed, his cot.
Yeah.
While he played for him, and they offered him a deal to record with Blue Note.
Wow. Incredible.
Yeah, that whole neighborhood that they grew up in, it used to be called San Juan Hill.
Yep.
And that was who else? Another musician I can't recall off the top of my head who grew up there, but that's that whole Lincoln Center area.
Oh, okay.
They tore down a whole, to build. They tore down a whole bunch of housing in that area.
Yeah, that was done by the who is the developer that made all the innocuous. I can't remember his name.
Developer.
Yeah, he was a famous developer in New York City, and he built
Donald
all
Trump?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
No. Well, he was.
You mean the guy that's going to get indicted by? Never mind.
He was a public servant. The name is escaping me right now. Oh, I'll look it up.
Yeah, there it is. Jonathan said Harvey Nichols.
Where
Lucky Luciano?
No,
Tony Soprano?
He created Lincoln Center. Hold on. Lincoln
not
Center.
Rockefeller.
No. Hold on.
Rockefeller is Rockefeller Center, obviously. Yeah.
There was Herbie Nichols, Mike. Remember in the book it talks about Herbie Nichols and Monk hanging out.
Yeah.
And that Blue
Note.
Note,
Yeah.
That Blue Note reissue from the classic series, those Herbie Nichols 10 inches is great.
Oh yeah, that was one of the years ago. That was one of the early Mosaic box sets that I bought was the Herbie Nichols one.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, that was
the guy I'm thinking of is Robert Moses.
Oh yeah, well, yeah.
He's not really that well thought of today.
No, I mean the whole,
to say the least.
The whole Bronx is was totally cut in half because of him. You could blame the whole asthma rates in the Bronx on Robert Moses. Just
also all the public housing he developed was very, to say the least, very uninspired. Just complete concrete, looked like Soviet blocks.
You jazz bums are really lucky to have someone as studious as Mike. He's kind of he's like the guy that he's the AV guy in class that would roll in, the only guy who knew how to work the movie projector and stuff.
Checks in the mail.
Remember Sherman and Peabody? Sherman.
I don't know if that's a compliment.
I like I like how he gets to the studio. Oh, this is totally.
I can tell you what we did to the AV guys when I was going to school.
I'm a sloppy improviser, and I love when there's someone who takes it seriously, the real stuff. I'm a little buzzed, but I'm not shitting you, Mike. I'm serious. It's good stuff.
100%.
Look at that. He's not even smiling now. Shit.
Yeah.
No, he's fixing to unload on you like he did on Mike a couple weeks ago.
He wants the T-shirt. I'll send the T-shirt back. Okay.
Okay. Where was Thelonious Monk born?
Rocky Mount, North Carolina.
Ding, 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 ding.
Damn.
But I believe he moved as an infant to New York. I believe he left.
I thought infants weren't allowed to move in North Carolina. I don't think they're even allowed to live beyond so many weeks. There's a certain rule about that in North Carolina.
For who, Mazzy?
For Monk, for a young baby.
Well, a lot of jazz greats were born in North Carolina.
Yeah.
Max
Um,
Roach,
Coltrane.
Yeah.
Coltrane.
Coltrane.
That's
Yeah.
right. Yeah.
Uh,
Elliot, just North Carolina. I'm not sure. Is Rocky Mount where this is basketball? Phil Ford, was he born there?
exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah. Rocky Mount's
So-
east of Raleigh.
All right.
Does the group have a preferred time period of Monk, whether it's Prestige, Blue Note, Riverside, Columbia?
Palo Alto.
I don't. I mean, I
just
like
yeah.
all of Monk. I just,
Yeah,
he's one of my
I'm with
favorite
you.
musicians. He would be, in my top 5. It would be Monk,
Yeah.
and
Wow.
Yeah, he's
Well,
a genius.
for different
I'm with
reasons.
Mike.
were you gonna say,
Yeah.
Matthew?
I said I'm with Mike on that. I mean, there's things that maybe he missed on here and there, but there's no one period that's better than
Yeah.
another period. They're just different.
Different. Yeah.
Like
I
would
like
say
Miles
Riverside.
Davis,
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair.
Riverside is not hard to find. It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would say with like the Columbia stuff, with Charlie Rouse, he got a guy that understood him. Charlie Rouse understood Monk, and it was this may seem like that the groups with Charlie Rouse, they knew the Monk repertoire. Night after night, you're going to get a solid performance. Charlie Rouse was just on the same level as Monk, and he was gonna make Monk the music sound good. With it.
So Charlie Rouse was Columbia, and then Riverside was
Or in Keep News.
Johnny Griffin.
Johnny Griffin was on to Riverside, but before that it wasn't like, I don't think Monk really had until he signed with Columbia, you could say he had a consistently solid group. Those albums are like,
All over, yeah.
But
All-Star
it had to have been extremely difficult to play with Monk because Monk was playing a lot of derivative chords, and when he played the melody, he never really, as a lot of jazz musicians, I understand, played the melody, but nobody more so than Monk, right? He was playing stuff that would sound very dissonant, but would somehow blend and make it sound right. But how do you play with somebody that is so different from your expectations?
Well, what you're not supposed to say, but what we can say, but we're not supposed to say it, is a Monk would definitely be someone you would consider on the spectrum today.
Yes.
But that's not a dig by any stretch of the imagination. It made him as brilliant as he was in his composing. I mean, his playing was unique. I mean, it was kind of in his head, unlike Mingus, who was more, I like to compare. I only compare them because they're next to each other in my jazz section.
Was Monk a hipster?
How do you accompany somebody that is so different it just kind of blows my mind that those guys are able to blend together and do it, with just the most basic of a melody that then they just kind of totally deviate from, but still kind of keep it together.
But I think part of that is that these guys were familiar with Monk. That he, they, I don't want to say grew up, but they were in the same, sphere. When Monk is playing at Minton's, he's playing with all these guys and all these jam sessions. So before they get to, it's not like they just show up at the studio and there's this guy Monk.
Right.
They played with him. They know his style. They're like, okay, this guy is playing something different, but they know it. They're familiar with him.
When you go ahead.
There was a documentary I saw with Monk where he went over to Europe, right? And he was he was playing with some guys which weren't his band, and they showed like some of the rehearsal, and it was interesting. Like they were struggling.
When you jam with certain musicians, you kind of know a feel. So you look at them, you follow them, you listen to them, and you kind of know where they're going to go. A little bit of anticipation, but it's a part of that.
Yep.
It's not cerebral, but it's a thing. It's like when an act is. I mean, I don't know if it's any the same, but Martin Scorsese and Robert De Niro had a thing. They made so many movies together early on, and so after a while, they knew each other. They knew they could follow and trust one another, and most of the time, it worked out. My guess is that's the same. I mean, it could be in rock and roll or anything else. You know, the Beatles.
Yeah, but jazz is. I mean, that's one of the things I like the most about jazz is just I don't comprehend how they could even do what they do. Right? Like, I'm a musician, and it's like when they're playing and improvising, you know, they're all improvising and listening to each other and following each other and making.
And coming back to the melody, because you know they've done so many of these, like jazz artists do so many standards. They have done standards, especially in the 60s, late 50s, 60s.
Yep.
And they go around, they do their solos, they come around, they get back to it. They get back to the melody eventually. Yeah. I mean, you know, so they kind of know and they watch each other. I mean, to me, Miles Davis was, to me, the most trusting. When you think of how controlling he was in so many ways and how, you know, I just do. Here's $20, Bill Evans, and you know that kind of thing. But you come around. But he let his guys do whatever they want. I mean, most people wouldn't let Coltrane, you know, go out there and be like his own fucking person like Miles did. All the power to Miles, whatever you say.
Well, you wouldn't play if you couldn't do
it because he would go on and on and on and. Coltrane, he said something, approached him about it one time, and Coltrane said something about, I just don't know how to conclude it. And I think Miles told him, he says, you take your mouth off your lips off the mouthpiece.
Take going out the mouth.
That was a pre kind of blue, when they were.
Yeah. And also, not just any jazz musicians were playing with Miles. I mean, he really picked the top guys that he could trust.
We talked about that before. Art Blakey. To me, Miles Davis, Art Blakey, and John Mayhall were the best. Were the best talent scouts of future musicians. They all went on to do their own thing. You know,
what record is that, Dave?
I already showed you two this.
Something else.
Oh yeah.
I forgot about that.
I think that's the best jazz album ever made.
Awesome.
It's
better than
it's
Kind of Blue.
It certainly is, Massey. It is.
I mean, it's accessible, it's popular. I give it the edge over Kind of Blue for me.
Okay, I'm going to show some Monk records for fun. Let me see if I can keep you guys on screen. Okay, so let's do it like this. All right, so I'm going to go, I think, with earliest and then later. So I have this Thelonious Monk Genius of Modern Music Volume 1 on Blue Note. This they're reissuing. Yeah, so everybody should get this. This is great, but this is an RVG stamp copy, and I will say the fidelity on it isn't great, but this is like I think it's a late 40s recording. Keep me honest here. So I mean, I think just the recording quality is what it is. Then we got on Prestige. I think he goes to next, and this is with Sonny Rollins and Frank Foster. This is an OJC, really good, really good. Then he moved. Then I have Riverside's next. So he plays all Duke Ellington standards on this.
I love that album. I just love it. And there's like the first Duke Ellington biography I read is by this guy Derek Jewell, and he talks about how I don't know somebody played some Monk for Duke Ellington, and Ellington goes, "He's playing my stuff."
Very cool.
You know?
So Oscar Pettiford, Kenny Clark. Yeah, it's great. And then I think the first like 2 albums on Riverside, he didn't do his own originals until he did this, which is Brilliant Corners.
Yeah.
And this is incredible record. This is OJC, really good.
Well, hang on for a second on that one, because that was reissued recently by Kraft as an OJC for $20, and it sounds amazing.
Really? Yeah.
And it's pressed at RTI, I think.
No, that one's not pressed at RTI. That paper sleeve, but it's really good.
But check out the lineup on it. So it's you have Ernie Henry on alto, Sonny Rollins on tenor, Oscar Pettiford bass, Max Roach drums, and then I thought, Clark Terry's trumpet.
Okay.
And he'll replace Henry on some songs. Paul Chamber replaces Pettiford on a couple songs too. So it's got top-notch musicians, obviously. This one I found for $20. This is the first pressing of this, and the cover's beat up, but it plays perfect. It looks perfect. This is Mulligan meets Monk. You guys like this one?
Yeah,
I'd
I
like to
do.
have.
Well, that is a good one. I have that.
This is I feel like this is a weird match, but it works because Mulligan plays that. He plays that. What is it? It's
the baritone sax.
Baritone sax, and then you have Monk's like weird angularness, and like it just works as like a bop record.
Yeah, well, green and orange go well together. Actually, they supplement.
True. Exactly. Then we move on. This is a Sam Records. Did you guys pick this one out?
Oh, that's great.
So this one has, I think, Bobby Jaspar on it. Yeah. So check this out. So this is 1960. Thelonious Monk, Charlie Rouse on tenor, Barney Weiland, not Bobby Jaspar, Bart on tenor, Thelonious Monk, Sam Jones, the great Sam Jones. I love Sam Jones, and then Art Taylor. So this is a cool one.
That's the original, the French film that became Dangerous Liaisons. Yeah.
And check out how they do the back. That's cool. I mean, there's no liner notes, so
that's for the elderly.
That comes back in print every once in a while, so you should anyone should get that record. It's so good.
I think they came out with a box set. That one's like really expensive, but I think the single one you can get for a pretty affordable price. And he does like let's see. He does Rhythm and Egg. Rhythm and Egg. Creps. I don't know what this one is.
Well, they just jammed while the movie was showing. They jammed to do the soundtrack.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, is that right? Okay.
Yep. Yeah, I think they had certain melodies down. But
is that the Roger Vadim movie, or who did that?
No.
This is
no.
Now, I know that Miles did that with the elevator, the escalator to the scaffolding or something.
The Miles one is Louis Mal, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
this was
the
done
10-inch. That's the 10-inch.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
What's the name of the movie?
I don't know what it is.
Well, in America, they did the remake of that with Malkovich and Dangerous Liaisons.
Yeah.
And then just quickly to round it out, Monk's Dream on Columbia.
Cool.
Ba-da-ba-da-bum-bum-bum-bum. This is a great one. And then Rob sent me this. This is a Monk Big Band and Quartet, and this is cool. Cool one. Yeah.
Looks sweet.
2i
Columbia. So
very nice, Mike.
Another good one is the solo album live in San Francisco where he's stepping off the cable car. That's kind of a nice piano solo record.
What you got there?
Stunty probably wouldn't like it because it's kind of easy piano shit and it's not totally flushing music. So
I think that's actually available on Craft right now. I bought it from Craft a couple months ago.
Oh yeah.
Oh yes.
That's one.
Oh, nice.
And I got this. This is from '66.
Mm-hmm.
I got this for about $1.25 at a junk shop in my town. Cleaned it up, and it actually cleaned up pretty good.
That's an original.
And Nicole, I want to check out that Sun Ra book. Roger Coleman, was it from his blog? The VC train guy, Roger Coleman? Wow. I'll have to check that out.
Is that the one with all the album covers?
I don't know. Nicole said, I heard about this. I think, did you post it on Instagram, Nicole? I did see it recently, and I keep forgetting about it. I want to check that out.
Mark picked it up. That's cool.
Roger Coleman was a guy, he hasn't done any videos in a while, a VC, electronic music composer, but he also does videos on trains, literally trains going by.
Yeah. A lot of people are into the train thing.
Yeah.
Because I know there's this record store not far. It's called Hudson Valley Vinyl, and last week they had like a book party because one of the owners he was involved in this Sun Ra book, and it's all the album covers from the Sun Ra book.
Some of them were handmade, right? A lot of those covers were handmade. Yeah.
I don't know if you guys ever saw this. This is kind of my prize Monk collection. This is released by Mosaic Records. This is
Heard of Mosaic?
Oh yeah, let's make it big.
I did,
And-
Mike.
What is that? Oh, we cancel each other out.
Mhm.
What's the title on that? The complete what?
Blue Note.
Oh wow.
Yeah, these are on Mosaic, and they're really quiet for the time. It was done in 1985. They included 3 letters in here saying that they were late in shipping, errata and addendums, and then there's a third here that talks about what they're planning on doing in the future, and they're really, really interesting. Very quiet vinyl, and Mosaic is a great label.
Yeah.
It's
I've looked at
interesting.
their stuff before.
That was Michael Cascuna's label, and he got a lot of stuff from Capitol and Blue Note and great stuff.
Book is here with it. They give you this book. I mean, it's like a 20-page book.
That's that book cover
Stuff.
Hold on, Mazzy.
Nicole,
Just a great thing.
We cancel each other out again.
I know.
That's okay. I haven't seen this around, but if you ever see it, I mean, it's just really. I mean, at the time,
Mosaic did some great stuff. I have a few. I have mostly CDs versions of theirs, like the Nat Cole one. I got the Nat Cole Complete Trios on vinyl. It's like 27 LPs, and it's
Yeah, they were
amazing.
at a Stanford, and
They're up in Connecticut. And once a year they have like an open house, and you can go and you can pick up stuff. Like some things, they'll have box sets that may not have liner notes or whatever, and it's pretty cool because I get the email from them.
I think they wound down. I think they wound down finally.
Yeah, they just do.
Or just buy it. It's great.
They did a Lee Morgan set about 2 years ago, so on CD only.
And then they just released a Freddie Hubbard set. I think it's Freddie. Yeah.
On CD or LP?
On CD, they're basically because especially like Blue Note, the Blue Note has their Tone Poets and Classics, so they're not going to give them the rights to do LPs anymore.
Yeah. I was looking at, they have a Carmel Jones, or no, is it Carmel Jones? I think it's Carmel Jones CD box. Yeah. And even that is, I mean, it's not cheap. I mean,
no,
it's.
I remember when they did
pricey.
that selection, and who else? They they started doing the 3 CD sets, and then they did some individual ones, and I think they did a Charles Lloyd individual one. They did an Art.
I think they may have done a Nathan Davis one.
Yeah. But
I'm looking at that one too.
Great, because I remember when they did the Jackie McLean box set, and it was fabulous. Because I think last week I was talking about this book because this guy that wrote the liner notes for that wrote this book. And if you could ever, if you can find this book, really, it's probably out of print, but you can find it really cheap. This is really good. This is like the best book, especially on the Blue Note period. I mean, it's really excellent.
Roberto, do you mean the photography? I mean, it does have pretty great session photography. And that's all the Francis Wolff stuff, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. Michael Cascuna bought the Francis Wolff archive from the estate. Him and his wife bought it, and they were selling prints for a few years because he also did Mosaic through Mosaic.
Yeah.
But 2 years ago,
they stopped selling the prints, right? Yeah.
But 2 years ago, he sold the archive back to Blue Note. So Blue Note now has the archive in house.
Joe Harley must
Blue
be
Note
in heaven.
owns all the photographs. That's why they're in Tone Poets and the rest.
Oh, Nicole says that Mosaic is.
I heard they kind of stopped. The whole third-party thing is hard now because labels are starting to realize, what they got, right?
I think they stopped selling prints, but that Freddie Hubbard's pretty new, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think
They're
winding
still
down.
up and running, but
Their website's still up.
Yeah, and because I get an email from them every week, it's like a newsletter, and they're pretty good. Yeah, this is a great friend that group. This is.
Well, that's like Music Matters Jazz. They still sell records. They still have them. They just can't produce anything.
This is the photography.
Cool.
Oh,
yeah,
I don't have that book.
Who's on the cover? Who do they pick to be on the cover?
Now.
That's Mobley. That's Hank Mobley.
Yeah.
That book is
cool.
expensive now.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Yeah. It's a great book.
Yeah. I don't have that one.
I feel like the jazz books are just
Universal and Concord. They pretty much own all the old small labels, don't they? And they're just sitting on most of what they've got. They've got a gold mine there of stuff they could issue 5 or 10,000 or 20,000 runs of vinyl, but they're just sitting on it. I mean, every genre you can think of.
I mean, they're releasing so much shit. I can't keep up with it,
But I mean, Concord owns all the acoustic, the old independent acoustic labels now.
Okay.
Hill, Rounder, all those that put out so much great stuff in the 70s and 80s.
Okay.
Now everything's out of print. You can't get it. And Concord owns a bunch of jazz labels too, I believe. I don't.
Yeah. Well, they own. I mean,
they own a lot. They own Prestige.
It's easier to say what Concord doesn't own than to name everything they own.
And Universal distributes Concord, isn't that right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And if Concord doesn't own it, doesn't Universal own it?
Pretty much.
To the defense of them,
Sony.
Yeah, well, Sony is there's Sony, there's Universal, and there's Warner Brothers, and those are the 3 majors. And the problem is there's so much to put out, and the capacity. I mean, what do you pick and choose?
Yep.
And not even blaming the Taylor Swifts or the McCartney color variations or the Adele stuff. There's still only so much you can produce. I mean, Tone Poet can't even. They would like to have all their shit in print, and they can't even get Chet Baker Sings out again, or they haven't in a while. So,
I would like to see them lease the masters and let some of the current small labels.
But they don't have the capacity to press either. That's the problem.
I mean, I'll say that's what Vinyl Need Please does with Concord. A lot of that stuff that they do is Concord releases. Yeah, I was shocked that they're putting out that Eddie Lockjaw Davis box.
Oh yeah,
I mean,
are you gonna pick that up, Mike?
Oh yeah. I have.
Yeah, I was gonna sleep on it because it's him and Shirley. It's Cookbook 1, 2, 3, and then a live one. I think
I have OGs of 1 and 3 of Cookbook, but I like Lockjaw Davis. So
I've got his album from the Penthouse in Seattle?
Yes, Johnny Griffith. Is that the one with Johnny Griffith? Yeah.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah,
that's the only thing I've got by him.
Yeah,
it would be great if they would start releasing. I'm about ready to do 2 or 3 videos upcoming on Pablo records.
Nice.
And it would be nice if they could, because those records sounded great to begin with, and there's so much material on there. I know that Chad did a bunch of them years ago, but
Joe Pass and Ella Fitzgerald.
They're really hard to find and they're really pricey. But the original, if you get a clean Pablo, just even from the 70s, they sound great. And
it's funny, that was Norman Grantz's label, and for a while they weren't kind of cool and hip to get, but now they've sort of getting a little renaissance.
I was looking at
they're all great artists, later in their careers.
Their later period of those artists in the 70s,
I was looking at what's kind of cool. I realized this today. I was searching Norgram, which is his first label, I think, and he had a bunch of 10 inches, and the 10 inches have a black and white cover with white font that looks exactly like the Pablo. So he essentially went full circle with Pablo, because if you look at a Pablo cover and those early 10 covers, they look identical. Really? So I thought that was kind of cool. Yeah, I never realized that until I found. Let me see if I could find him again. I could show you.
So,
But
Nicole's asking where Rob is. He supposedly has friends in town. I don't know what that means, but
He has friends?
that's why the part of
That's a slanderous allegation.
I thought we were his friends.
What I like about the Pablos that I like, the Sarah Vaughan on Pablo, those are
okay.
those are really good.
Yeah, I mean they were just that. A lot of them were recorded, but in the RCA, they used good.
Yeah.
They were just great sounding. I mean, they really were.
Yeah.
You know, I was listening to the one for Blanton. The Duke.
Oh yeah, the Duke Ellington.
Man, what a great sounding record!
It's awesome.
1974. So I mean, it's just awesome.
Yeah,
They made a shit ton of Pablos too, man.
Yeah.
I have
They
4.
did a lot of live too, I believe. Live at Monterey. I believe I got an Ella Fitzgerald.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Oscar Peterson. Some people didn't like those black and white covers at the time.
And they still don't. They're not fancy. They're not.
Yeah.
No, but they stood out. It's like kind of like ECM, CTI. They had their look.
Right.
I mean, CTI had all it seemed like every other cover was a Pete Turner photographed cover for CTI.
Mm-hmm.
And remember, you could go on the inside and order a print from CTI.
That Picasso design, that little, I don't know what you call it, but Grants and Picasso got to be really good friends, and he designed that little insignia that Picasso.
Oh, did he? Wow,
that's right. Yeah.
True.
Do that.
In fact, Picasso did a portrait of Norman Granz. I think it was sold at the big auction place.
On a napkin.
Yeah.
Oh man. I don't know. Do you remember? I don't know, Matt. Do you remember that Saturday Night Live skit about Picasso?
I'm Picasso.
Yeah, he's like drawing stuff on a napkin, giving it to people. It's like,
that was real. I mean, he actually would do that. Like, he'd go to a restaurant.
Exactly.
He would just draw something on a napkin and shit.
I hope those people kept those napkins.
Yeah.
It's like Banksy. Remember, there was a few years ago, Banksy. Someone had a table. They were giving away these little Banksy things in New York City,
and they were real.
Yeah.
All right, check this out. Let me see if I can share my screen.
I don't think Rob's going to get first dibs on Michael 45's collection somehow.
Is he
Michael 45 selling a collection?
I didn't know he was sick.
Does he really listen to records, or does he just collect them? I mean,
I don't want to say because this stream is going to stay up, and I don't want to. I'll get.
Yes. He's so knowledgeable. I just don't.
Well, he said to him, he's probably watching now. He always watches, so he watches everything. He said he plays a record once or twice, and he puts it up on the shelf.
Yeah. So
I don't know if he goes back to him. I have no idea.
I'll say this. I think his reviews have gotten much better of late. I think
45. Michael 45 or Rob?
Yeah. 45.
Okay.
Okay, so this is like from mid 50s, early 50s. This is a 10-inch on Norgrams. But look at the cover.
Yeah.
Look at this cover. And then there's another one that I was able to find on Johnny Hodges. Look at this, Norgram Records. And then
Johnny Hodges' shirt's pretty
you can see, that's essentially the same style he used for Pablo.
Yeah. It's a great record.
I love that record.
So kind of cool that he went full circle. I just thought that was really
that
neat.
picture too. What were they looking at? You think in that picture? Because they're all looking at something intently.
Let's see. Hold on. I think it's a gatefold. Let me see who's in this. Yeah, check this out. This is real cool. Give me a second. Okay. So I don't know what they're looking at. So can we identify who this is? So this is
Louis Bellson. That's Lockjaw. I think that's Louis Bellson. Is that Louis Bellson?
Yeah, that's
him.
Yep.
Him?
Yep. That's Louis.
Okay.
Zoot.
But then when you look inside it, I mean, this is really cool. So obviously Basie's here,
Mhm.
but this is a separate photograph. And then you have basically the horn section with who's on this. So you have JJ Johnson. Where's JJ? Is that JJ up front?
I think that's the JJ up front, right there.
Then you got Sweets Edison trumpet, which I think he's got to be
right
in the
there.
middle. In the middle.
Oh yeah, he's in the middle. So that's Sweets Edison.
Oh,
He's got
never
my
saw him.
haircut.
I never saw him.
Right? Right?
Huh.
And then
It's the
Lockjaw's
70s,
next to
man.
him.
Expect.
Yeah,
And then next to Lockjaw, I think might be Zoot.
yeah. hmm
I don't know if you can see, but anyway, it doesn't even say who it is, but it's cool. And yeah, that's so that's the Picasso little logo.
Right.
I didn't know
Yeah.
Picasso did that. That's cool.
Yeah. He
Yeah.
did.
They're looking at the buffet that they've got spread out for them.
Yeah.
Yeah. Priorities.
I don't think Harry Edison, with maybe one or two examples that maybe he recorded on like Capitol or something for the masses. Man, he never made a bad record. What a
No, he's a beautiful player.
What a, he knew his limit. He knew he wasn't a screamer, and he knew just what to play.
Yeah, but that's just to bring Winton's name up again. That's when Winton said he really wanted to learn how to play the mute. He would listen to Harry Sweets Edison.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh,
And he would talk to him. He was like, he would ask him questions.
Yeah.
Hey, because it's just he said his tone and everything was just that was it. That was the guy.
I have Harry probably in my top three favorite trumpet players.
Mhm.
He's
Sweets Edison?
Yeah. I mean,
Well, he was on Wee Small Hours with Sinatra. So
Yeah, he was. He was on
he's up
about
there with me.
a dozen Sinatra. Sinatra loved him.
Yeah. So he has a special place in my heart.
Talk
for
about
that.
timing. The Basie band broke up in what was it, 53 or something, and Harry needed work, so he went to L.A. and that's where he got found to do the Sinatra things.
Mhm.
Talk about timing. I mean, just they were all upset that the band broke up, but boy, they sure made their name in different things by that.
Well, money in the 50s, money was hard to find for jazz musicians, wasn't it?
They were playing R&B.
Yeah, they started playing R&B, or they went, like you said, went to LA and worked in the movie industry or something like that, or just
Yeah, I mean,
what else was there? I mean, the guys that were doing bebop they weren't playing, or well, I guess it would be bebop, right?
There was no work.
That nobody was listening hardly. I mean, it was kind of just like an art thing, wasn't it?
Mhm.
It was, and even Clifford Brown and all those guys in Philly, they were out playing R&B jobs for before they
had to.
This is the 50s.
Yeah.
The 50s. Yeah. I mean, it's kind of crazy how the big bands just fell off, and like it never came back.
I'm only laughing. When was it? 10 years ago, 15 years ago, all the non kind of music, well, the people who grew up on the Dorsey stuff, which I can't stand, but all that stuff, and they go, the big bands are back. And in the music business, we had a saying, we said, the big bands are back. Ain't no work, but the big bands are back.
Well, the big bands kind of touring colleges, playing at college. Is it Tommy Dorsey band, or is it the Benny Goodman?
Well,
one of those bands still tours as.
I think Basie's. I think there's a Basie band.
I worked for those guys. I worked for Murray McEachran. I did the Dorsey band for a while, and we called them ghost bands because all the leaders weren't there, but guys bought their name. Lee Castle bought the name for the Jimmy Dorsey band, and Murray McEachran, and then Warren Covington, the trombone player, bought the Tommy Dorsey. Remember, I played New Year's Eve
in college. About once a year, one of those big bands would play at the college. Any college, I guess, that had a decent music department.
Yeah,
they would get those guys in. I'm sure that was the bread and butter for those bands, wasn't it?
It was, but man, it was horrible. It was, man, I'd rather play a Broadway show than play with one of those bands too long. The music, guys, it was really.
Hey.
Yeah.
I just want to show this. This is a great.
You play In the Mood.
This is a great. This is Dorsey with Frank. I mean, there's 1,000 songs on this. It's I'll Be Seeing You, Say It, Polka Dots and Moonbeams, Fools Rush In. I mean, Imagination. It's like, and it's the original. So like when you hear Frank sing it for Capitol or re-sing it for Reprise, this is like the first time he sang it, and it's just awesome because when you listen to it, he's not the lead. It's Dorsey has the first solo, so you have to get through Dorsey's solo on trombone, which he's lyrical and he gets through like a verse, and then Frank comes in, and he's a young guy, and you can see like this is why he was able to have a career when he was later, because people freaked out when they heard this back in the 40s. So anyway, I it took me a while to like the early Frank stuff. I think I had to kind of appreciate the Capitol stuff, and then when I got familiar with that, listening to this.
You're 100% correct. I agree with everything you're saying, but man, those bands were. I mean, compare that to what Basie was doing and the black bands. I mean, they just were.
These were like
In the Mood is like the worst.
I'm not gonna argue that. Yeah.
I saw The Who perform Tommy at the Fillmore West 1969. The opening acts were a band called A.B. Sky, which kind of is a blues-based band, and the Woody Herman Big Band.
Oh, wow.
Woody Herman Band opened up for The Who at the Fillmore West.
And that was a great band.
Yeah. And I was 14 years old.
Mays was in that band. The pianist Matheny played at the Fillmore in that band. He was the pianist.
Yeah. I was 15, almost 15 years old.
Yeah, Woody had good bands. Woody's bands.
Well, that's when Bill Graham would mix things up. Miles played there, and Ravi Shankar. I mean, he would mix blues artists, and that's that whole, Albert Collins, B.B. King thing happened, and Aretha Franklin and Ray Charles and stuff. So it was great.
Yeah, he was a genius.
It's Jack, right? Right down here.
Yeah,
Jack. Yeah, another ball
you
guy.
would know
Ball guy's glasses.
than anybody else. Let me ask you. It seems to me like there was something going on with the unions and the copyright issues in the 40s, and that led to the rise of the vocalists, because the vocalists weren't in the union, I believe, and the bands, the band members were in the unions. And
vocalists. I think vocalists.
It was something going on between recording and broadcasting, and so we saw a rise in the vocalists, like the Andrews Sisters and Frank Sinatra and those guys. Can you speak on that a little bit? Because I've got it all jumbled up in my mind. I can't remember exactly how it.
I don't know about the vocalists, but I know during the war there was a tax on on songs, I guess, popular tunes, and that's why you had a lot of bebop tunes written on changes like How High the Moon, or If There'll Never Be Another You, because they couldn't play those tunes. They'd have to pay a royalty. It was a tax that went to the war effort. So they just invented their melodies.
There was a strike though, and the vocalists were a part of it. Like Frank was unable to record. So what Columbia did in 42, they went back to his back catalog and they would just reissue his older stuff. And I have one of his 78s that is from 42. When it first came out, it got no airplay. Nobody bought it. It's really famous. I forget the name of it. You would know it if I said it. But Frank was able to record for the V-disc. So V-disc were the victory discs that they played for the guys overseas. On like 16-inch like LPs or whatever, and they would record. That was the exception. But the reason why there was a strike is because records were getting really popular, and musicians were afraid that nobody would come out to see them at the clubs anymore because they owned the music and they would just stay home and listen to them. So they were like, "We're striking. We're not recording in the studio anymore," and obviously they lost, and that's history.
And you also had on the radio stations, because you got to remember in the 40s radio stations did not play records like we think of, you know, in the 50s and 60s. That was their competition. They were afraid that people would quit listening to the radio when you could go buy a record and a phonograph and play it. So they had live music, and so that came into play too somehow. Like I said, I can't remember how it all unfolded, but the radio stations were feuding with the record companies, and the bands and the musicians and the singers were kind of caught in the middle, you know, with everything that was going on. I can't remember how it all
Well, that's how in the UK was BBC. That's why we have all those great BBC live recordings of bands from the 60s, 70s, Beatles, Bowie, Stones, everybody, because you couldn't play records. They had to go in, even though they might have recorded before the show was aired, they'd go in the BBC studios and play everything live. And that's all those BBC recordings that have been coming out for the last, 20, 30 years on CDs and vinyl, because we got that great stuff.
But, big bands, I mean, they I guess you could say they died, and there's someone, Kerry in the comments talked about Thad Jones and Mel Lewis, who had, they had their big band, which carried on for years, and then it became Mel Lewis's band, and now it's the Village Vanguard Orchestra, which they play every Monday night at the Village Vanguard. So, they're not around, but in some form or another, they're still around. Like
that's cool. That band, it was, I think, maybe one of the greatest big bands that ever. My neighbor was an accountant, and he was really into jazz. And I was like, I don't know, 16 or something. And I don't at a 300 Monday nights in the year, I maybe was down there. I mean, I saw that band a lot.
Yeah.
And the personnel in that band, I mean, it was like an all-star, killer all-star baseball.
That's amazing.
Every player,
I mean, you just go through the years. I mean, gosh, I think of Joe Lovano was there, played there in that group.
The original sax session, I think Jerome Richardson was there, Joe Farrell, Eddie Daniels.
But what's interesting, here's another interesting, like Clifford Jordan, I think this may have been his last recording.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
Clifford Jordan Big Band. This was at a club that lasted like a minute in New York called Condon.
What was it called?
Oh, look at that.
And that's Dizzy Reese right there.
Oh, wow.
Right next to him.
Whoa.
Wow.
The musicians want to do they want to record in some big band format, but like you have to have the venue and the money.
I'm thinking of changing my YouTube from Mazzy to Dizzy. I think Dizzy's kind of more appropriate now. So.
I did a video on the Mel Lewis band, and I tell you, they recorded. Talk about recordings. The first couple recordings were at a label called Solid State that Manny Album was involved with, and what a great sounding, great label, great recording. Young was in that band, and
it was just amazing, all those. And Mosaic actually did a reissue back in the day of the Mel Lewis Thad Jones big band. Was that the Solid State stuff? I think I'm not sure.
They recorded a couple on Solid State, and I think they recorded. I'm trying to remember Consummation. I almost want to say it was on Blue Note, but I think it was Blue Note.
Yeah.
But then A&M released some of the later stuff. I don't know who's doing their stuff now, but I mean, it was just
it was on Consummation was on Blue Note. It was in 1970.
Was it really? Wow.
It's a great record.
Yeah, that's a studio record. It wasn't live. And the Vanguard, if anybody ever been there, the ceiling in that room is, I think it's only like 12 feet high. It's
really low. It's low, and the stage is low. Yeah.
And it's really a hard place to record that many musicians really well.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Man, whoever
I mean,
did it.
it's a basement club. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got to walk through the kitchen to get to the bathroom.
Oh, if you're-
What's Minton's now? Is Minton's?
Mittens.
Well, all right.
Mittens.
I'll tell you about Mittens because I used to live I used to live in Harlem, and I lived like a block away from Mittens.
Really?
Mittens is actually now up and running,
It
and,
is.
and they're playing music.
Doing well.
What street is that? What street is that, Mike?
What is it? One is it 118th? Let me see. I'm trying to think. I mean, it was literally like the block up from where I lived. And they have some really good shows. They don't have like, consistently high caliber, I mean, the top of the line musicians, but once in a while, you'll get some really, top of the line guys there. And it's a nice venue to see a show though.
I remember
to recreate what it was.
They still have the mural. They have the original mural there and everything. And it's a really nice place to see a show, and it's not that expensive. I'm trying to. Who's the last person I saw there?
They used to have the Sunday afternoon sessions there all the time.
Yeah, it's a good place. I mean, it's totally refurbished, and then one part of it's a restaurant, and then the club also serves food and everything. It's really and it's a good place to see a show, and it's not that expensive. Yeah.
They used to just play all night long there, man. Back in the 40s, they just played all fucking night long.
Yeah.
Here's
that's it. Well, they took down this sign above it.
okay.
The neon sign is no longer up, unfortunately.
So this is Monk. Who's this? Is it? I don't know who these other guys are. Is that John Hodges?
Looks like
nice hats.
Is that Colin Hodges? No.
I can't tell you. I don't know.
See, people in the vinyl community have to start dressing up for a little better. None of this t-shirt shit. Like, looks like you just ate like 3 burgers and it dripped down your t-shirt. Come on.
They look like
that's how it looks now, right there.
No more ball
that's
cap,
the mural?
baseball caps.
Yeah, that's the mural. Yeah.
Hey, now when I put a baseball cap on, that is dressing up, Mazzy.
Hey, Mazzy, that guy that just absconded with all the crazy currency in the Bahamas. I think he had a Mazzy T-shirt on when they.
Okay. I got your email. I don't understand what what that is.
Yeah, it's a Crosby, Stills and Nash box set with a DVD. And if you'd like to talk to this guy, he's a friend of mine. He found it in his basement. It's sealed. It's going like for $1,500 on.
How long ago is it? What is it from?
I'll put you in touch with him. He'll tell you about it. He's a good guy.
I don't know what to even say about that stuff. Yeah.
Well, I couldn't think anybody who would know more about it than you. I certainly.
I'll look at it. I'll look at it closer after, but I don't really understand. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll get you guys together. It might be something he's going to sell it. I just if he might bargain with you because I know.
Well, I'm not looking to buy. I'm not. Yeah. I'm too old to buy shit like that.
What's the club that Les Paul played with up until he died on? Was it Monday night or Tuesday night?
I saw him in New York, like in the '90s at that
the Iridium.
Yeah. I love that I saw
Manhattan, Brooklyn.
That's Manhattan. Originally they were up right across from Lincoln Center. Now they're in. If they're still open, I haven't been there in
Broadway up there.
Yeah, Midtown. They're in Midtown.
Okay.
I actually
last show I saw them, they were in Midtown.
And what's the name of it again?
Iridium. The Iridium. Yeah.
Iridium. Okay. You saw Les Paul there?
I did.
Yeah, he was a staple there for.
Yeah, I saw him like in the '90s. I used to go to New York twice a year for work, and I loved it. To me, it was like vacation. But I'd work to the ad agencies showing portfolios, and I'd go out to dinner. I'd go to shows, and I think I went to see what's the posh kind of Upper East Side hotel that Woody Allen played at, the room.
The Carlisle.
Carlisle. I saw Woody Allen there in 2006, 5 or 6 with his jazz band in the
I
Carlisle.
had a band in a place called Michael's Pub. I worked in
Well,
there.
he used to play Michael's Pub every Monday night before that.
That's a misnomer because I worked in there for 2 years on Tuesday nights. And
he played there a lot until the Carlisle room.
Yeah, Woody'd come in about once. He never worked with me, but he'd come in on Wednesday and Thursday with the band that was there once a month or so. And he never knew when he was going to show up, so people would just go there to hope he walked in.
Yeah, I did see also I did the cabaret things a couple of just for I saw Bobby Short play years ago, at some place, and there was a guy from San Francisco. This is a piano player who was from San Francisco, moved to New York, and became huge on the cabaret circuit. Michael Feinstein.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. He has his own. And he has his own club, like Feinstein.
Yeah. I think I heard about that. Yeah.
Hey, on. Welcome to the show, Bagheera. What's going on, man?
I'm gonna be Malia.
Did she say anything today?
Yeah, everything she said was angry. I've never seen a combination of anger and indifference in someone.
Yeah, but when you're with all these schmucks in the morning, of course you're gonna,
I felt bad. Well, I asked to go up first, and I don't know if she was angry that she wanted to say something because a million people came up as soon as she was up there. But I had asked prior to that. I would have not gone up there if I'd known she wanted to go up there. But yeah, it was funny.
Nicola, I don't think I walked out at 7 a.m. at Winterland. I think the earliest or the latest or the latest was New Year's Eve Grateful Dead shows in 71, 2, and 3, I think, when I'd get out at maybe 3 or 4 in the morning, maybe. I don't remember 7 in the morning, but you're old. You're a couple years older than me, Nicole, so maybe you had,
She went to cooler shows, man. That lasted all night.
She did. I think we went to a lot of the same shows, but she was going to Fillmore West more than me. I only went a couple times. I went to Winterland a shitload of times, though.
Maz, is it true that Clint would play at his place in Carmel?
Would say that Clint wouldn't?
Clint Eastwood, would he play piano at his place in Carmel? That's what people talked about.
I've heard that. I don't. When he was mayor, or
I'm not sure because he has I think he has a hotel restaurant there.
I don't know that. And he ran for mayor there because he didn't like the zoning laws or the permit thing, so he became mayor for a while. I don't know. He owned a hotel and a club. Pardon me?
I'd be scared to challenge him in a race.
Play Misty.
Remember when he yelled at that empty chair?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Doesn't Clint collect jazz vinyl?
He's a big jazz fan.
Yeah.
He made the movie with Forrest Whitaker, the Parker film.
Gosh, don't even talk about that movie.
Not
It's no good, right?
It's not very good.
I remember when it came out because I was in college, and man, they used to have this show in New York. It was called Like It Is, and it was hosted by this guy Gil Noble. And he had this. It was on Sundays, and he had this one show. It was Jackie McLean, someone else. I just remember Jackie. I don't. Maybe Max was on, and they were just going off on the movie. They were like, he just portrays Charlie Parker. You don't get any sense of the artistry. You just get some guy that's stumbling around, playing a saxophone because he's a drug addict. And, he doesn't tell the story of the musicians. There was just a lot of controversy about that movie.
It is too bad. The only thing about it. No, I was going to say the only thing about it, probably only someone like Clint Eastwood could get a movie like that made.
Yeah. But, I didn't care for Forrest Whitaker's performance. I thought it was, and I like Forrest Whitaker as an actor. I think he's a very good actor. I just thought it was sort of, I don't know.
I kind of felt that.
Is it worth seeing, do you think?
Huh?
It's depressing.
Is it worth seeing?
I
All right, I'll take that as the answer.
I mean, it's a couple hours of your life.
Anytime you have a theatrical dramatization of an artist's life or a period in that artist's life, they're going to try to appeal to the broadest audience they can, and it's not going to be very accurate. Based on true events is just that. They started with that, and then they're either going to be superficial about it, or they're going to deviate from the facts tremendously.
Now, but compare that, and I think probably me and Maggie would disagree with this. But compare that to Round Midnight.
Round Midnight's amazing.
Oh,
I think that is a great movie. Yeah. And I think
Round Midnight had issues. My photographer Michel Clement was shot on set of that movie, South of France. Travignier directed it.
Yeah, I love him.
He had Herbie and Tony in the they were like extras in it. It's an okay movie. I think I think Dexter is better than the movie. He was actually really good in it.
I like behind the scenes, like making of. I don't know if you guys have seen that.
My photographer did stuff on set with people in the backgrounds in the club things.
Yeah,
she couldn't shoot while they were shooting it.
She did the stills, like the still photography during.
Yeah, she did like set photography. Basically.
Yeah.
That wasn't used in the movie, but just they always have on-set photographers and So I've seen these great pictures, but yeah.
But I love that movie. I love the whole thing about the whole little girl in there and Berenger and everything like that. I loved everything about that.
I got to see that again. I haven't seen it like in 25 years.
I bought Criterion just about a year ago, I guess it was. Did a re-release of it, and I picked it up. I still haven't watched it yet though. So.
Oh, it's good. I watched it.
That sounds like my Criterion half-off collection. I have I haven't watched them yet, but they're on my shelf.
But Mike, maybe that's a good. I hadn't seen it in 25 years either. I remember liking it when it came out, but remember, as far as theatrical movies that have any semblance to reality, telling a story, even a blind squirrel can find a nut once in a while. So every once in a while, you get a decent movie.
Yeah.
Do you like the Johnny Cash movie with Joaquin Phoenix? I kind of like that.
It's all right. Yeah.
But they always seem great when you watch them. Then you watch them 5 years later, you go, "What the fuck is that?"
Yeah.
So Baggy, you're selling knockoff jazz bum shirts now? Happening.
I'm trying to be serious. I have a serious question about this. You guys are just wanting to clown around. I don't like that. There was a Buddy Bolden movie that came out.
Available in the gift shop? Are they available in the gift shop?
No, hang on. You brought the T-shirts up. So Felipe, are you with us? I think Felipe is muted, but Felipe is the source for the shirt. So we're gonna link. Felipe, do people buy shirts yet?
Yes. So the shirts we got as a prototype. It's pretty much a print on demand. We're trying to see if we're going to be able to have a link open to everybody, or if we're going to change the supplier, or that process. And then we're going to.
Can I make a suggestion?
Yes.
Make the circle about 60% of this. Make it a little smaller.
Yeah.
That's fair. Yeah.
I like the ones where you click on a link and then it goes to a store and you pick the color of the shirt. You can pick sometimes even what kind of shirt, whether you want a long sleeve or whatever, and you're basically just selling the logo. And then you're buying a shirt to put it on, and then they send it out.
Yeah,
I did that in the UK for mine. I couldn't do it here, or I didn't do it here yet.
I think Teespring is Teespring the one that does that.
Yeah.
This is embarrassing. Oh my god! You don't put it over a sweater.
That's not the most embarrassing thing you've done on this.
So yes, we're going to have news on the T-shirt soon.
I like that color though.
Yeah. I'm all in on gray.
It is pretty big though.
I think you could go like 60% of this.
Well, I think the ones we got are actually a little smaller. I think
I'm a little guy. Like most of you record guys are like big overweight guys.
Messi, is that a deep groove?
Good question.
Oh, you
I
know
don't
what?
know.
That's a good question. Is that a deep
So,
groove?
okay.
Could be.
Yeah, 60% and up maybe an inch.
That's fair
Yeah.
Yeah.
for sure.
We're gonna work on it.
Like
So,
the
so
old-
Baggy, if you want options on sleeves and collars and stuff, this is gonna be available for the premium subscribers. So you're gonna have a bit. You're gonna be able to buy the T-shirt discounted at $60 only.
Oh, nice.
We'll wait till you get all the kinks worked out, then I'll get
Yeah.
But you get-
exactly.
it's gonna be silver, gold, diamond, and platinum. Okay, subscribers.
Also,
Well,
I will buy records for you off of Discogs and then send them to you for a fee. So
Did you guys watch the Buddy Bolden movie on Hulu when it came out? I was
Yeah.
really excited for it,
No.
but
Yeah.
I couldn't get through it because my mental health went down the drain during the pandemic. Like I was already in bad shape, for the past decades, but it really went like off the rails, and I couldn't watch it because it was just so depressing and so dire and bleak.
Which
I
movie
was
was this?
disappointed that the Buddy Bolden movie on Hulu.
Tell us who Buddy Bolden is.
Buddy Bolden is like, and there's not enough known about him because we don't have recordings of him, so we don't know what he sounded like. It's all like oral history, but he's supposed to be the guy, like the original guy.
Yeah.
As far as
The
trumpet,
original what
especially
guy?
jazz, trumpet.
Oh, I thought you meant like Adam, the original guy, like Adam.
Yeah, I mean he is. He's supposed to be. I mean
Isn't
legend.
Adam the original guy?
Huh? Yeah. This is the Adam of jazz. Yeah.
Sorry,
He is
Mike.
the Adam of jazz.
I
That
mean,
is
come
correct.
on. If we're gonna talk about the original guy, like
But they have like the movie cuts back and
now I
forth
figure-
between him being in a sanitarium with Ian McShane playing like this brutal like
Doctor?
I don't know what he's just like the guy that runs the sanitarium maybe and just
sounds like
it's just
Midnight, sounds like Midnight Express.
that movie gave me an anxiety attack. I watched
Yeah.
it like at 4 a.m. and
It's horrible. I can't watch it.
It was that. I mean, that's when it gets that bleak and hopeless that I can't handle it. So
Yeah.
I couldn't. I wanted to watch it because it has some really cool scenes. It has people playing Louis Armstrong in the movie and stuff like that. I should just go and fast forward through it, but I was kind of disappointed because I was really excited about it, as a trumpet fan, but I couldn't get through like the first 20 minutes of it because it just kept coming back to him, showing someone suffering, schizophrenia inside of a sanitarium. In that, sanitariums were bad,
Now,
20 years ago, let alone 100 years ago, when
Was
they were
he,
really
mentor
terrible.
Louis Armstrong.
Mike probably knows better than I can.
I wouldn't say a mentor. No. I definitely wasn't a mentor.
King Oliver is probably more of a mentor.
Yeah.
But there's a really good. It's a novel by the guy. What's his name? Michael Andrade, the guy that wrote The English Patient.
Okay.
Wrote a book called Coming Through the Slaughter, and it's a fictionalized account of Buddy Bolden. That's really it's a short book too, but it's really good.
You never see people talking about King Oliver or Big Spiderbeck or any of those people,
You don't want to imagine
It was funny. I was watching. We were talking about I guess last week we mentioned the Louis Armstrong documentary, and they were talking about in the documentary about when he went. Oliver called Louis Armstrong up to Chicago to play, and when they get in the studio, Armstrong has to play like several feet behind King Oliver because he's just his tone and everything is just overwhelming, and it's funny. I guess they had some quote from Lil Hardin Armstrong, who wasn't at that time married to him, and that's when she really realized that this is the real deal. This is the real deal.
Yeah, because she didn't want anything to do with him at first, right?
Yeah, exactly. That was such a great documentary. I mean, I have to watch it again.
Where's that
I've been
documentary?
listening to
Apple
TV.
Apple TV. Yeah, say Apple.
I've been listening to Louis Armstrong and the Hot Fives, and
I love
those are
that.
pretty killer stuff. I haven't gotten to the Hot Sevens yet, but Just listening to that, it's pretty amazing.
There's a great CD, that long box CD, the Armstrong, the odd fives and sevens. Oh my God!
Portrait of an Artist as a Young Man, or something like that.
It's the hot 5 and 7, the really long one. Like, God, it's so good.
Yeah. I feel like that one on vinyl. Mike, you're talking about Mike too. You can get that on vinyl as well.
I was looking at those, and they're pretty affordable on Columbia.
Yeah, that's it right there.
We gotta stop all this vinyl overpriced shit and start getting CDs. That one,
I know.
I love that. That's great.
I prefer to listen to that on. I prefer to listen to the Hot 5 and Hot 7 music from that era on CD.
Take it out of that case. It looks really good. If you can.
Somebody was saying, if you listen to basically everything pre Hot 5s, and then you listen to Hot 5s, you see how much of a genius he was.
It out. That's okay.
Oh, it's like the birth of modernism.
The thing is, like, when I'm listening,
you need a clapper.
What the guy was saying is, like, if you're listening to all this like 50s and 60s
look at that set,
and then you listen to the Hot 5s, you may not get the appreciation of how amazing.
This set is so good. I love it. It's one of my favorite CDs box.
That's a beautiful set.
It's like 4 CDs. It's so good.
Mike, what are you trying to say about Louis Armstrong?
Is my microphone okay? Because I just switched to my headphones.
Yeah.
No, they were just saying that, like, if you listen to a lot of modern stuff in the 50s and 60s and listen to the Hot 5s, you may not appreciate the how disruptive and different this was than everything that came before it. And that stuff that came before it was like, I can't think of the names, but they were great kind of like New Orleans jazz bands, King Oliver and these guys. But then you listen to the Hot 5s, and it's like a leap forward.
Yeah.
So
this is a real good one.
Mm-hmm.
This is a real good album. King Oliver.
I think people don't.
Jazz band. It's got Louis Armstrong and Johnny Dodds.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and that music's 100 years old of it, which is amazing.
Yeah.
There's Leo.
Matthew, it's like looking at photographs from 50, 60 years ago. They're great photographs, but they don't have the zing that today's things have. And people, especially, not to sound like the old guy here, but the younger people don't listen to Louis like they should. I mean, I tell you, Sinatra will tell you, Mel Torme will tell you, Tony Bennett will tell you that they were so influenced by Louis. It was amazing.
Louis Armstrong, Charlie Parker, and Duke Ellington are probably the 3 big beginnings and creators of jazz.
I put Monk in pretty close to that.
That's a little after that, though, I think. Yes.
The only thing I'd say about that, and this is just because I don't know, just it's like the clubs I go to, and some of these young musicians, they listen to Louis Armstrong.
Yeah, they're musicians.
Yeah, they listen to everything.
Yeah,
that's like this is one alto player that I love. This guy Emmanuel Wilkins. He plays with Wynton. He plays with this guy, this avant-garde piano player Cooper Moore. He doesn't align himself at any camp. If he's looking for the music that moves him, and he will play with those musicians.
We got trouble coming. Just prepare yourselves.
Oh.
Did Rob find out some dead people? Is that the dead people are like they dug them, they buried them?
No, but I think Jack, to your point, like if you're new to the genre and you Google like top 10 jazz records to have in your collection, you're gonna see a bunch of Blue Notes. I mean, I don't know if you're gonna see Louis. I doubt you are.
Yeah. No, here's something that people don't know. And no disrespect to the Beatles. I love it. Great. But when the Beatles had, I think they had 3 or 4 for weeks and weeks and weeks. They had 3, 4, 5 tunes in the top 25.
Oh, I know you're going to say.
Yeah.
Hello, Dolly. Hello, Dolly.
For months.
Hello, Dolly knocked the Beatles off the #1. I know that.
Louis.
Yeah.
Louis.
But no one knew he sang for like decades, you know?
Well, Sinatra, or no, Dean Martin. I think "Everybody Loves Somebody" was a
Horrible
chart
You
hit.
know, that's fine, you know.
I think we might have more people on the TV show than they're watching almost.
And I think
What did I walk into? Like old men talking about old
yes.
TVs?
But what, also, if you ever listen to Sinatra as a man and his music, he references the Beatles in it. I don't know if you guys remember, but he says like, "I just want to thank all the DJs, especially today out there in Beatleland, for playing my records." Because the Beatles were just so massive in the 60s.
Yeah, but then remember when he like announced that he's doing one of the greatest Lennon McCartney songs ever, something. Of course, it was written by George Harrison. He did. That's true. That's true.
But he was
Well,
so
you
low
would
senile.
assume it was a McCartney Lennon song. You know, you'd assume it if you didn't look at the credits.
Hey, Mazzy, I got a Bob Dorough album the other day, and he does Norwegian Wood on it.
There you go.
Everybody did Norwegian Wood.
Hey, I just got it home, and I ordered an album from Amazon Warehouse, and I was a little excited. But this is like
Somebody just snuck in someone's house. I just heard.
this is like a $45 album new, and it was $16 on Amazon Warehouse.
Oh wow!
Oh, I thought you went to Walmart because they're selling all the records at $15 now.
I did go to Walmart.
Stealing all
And
the
it's
records for $15.
only their exclusive stuff that's $15. But I looked through the records.
I don't even know if there's a Walmart near me, so I don't know.
Other than just a little crease here, it doesn't appear to be any.
That's an album by Rob. What's that?
It is by
Cecile McLaurin Savant.
Yeah, and I was at Jim's house and he played this and it floored me.
Yeah,
Is Jim alive? Is Jim alive?
She's great.
I hung out with friends from out of town, so I don't know if he's dead.
I thought you
I
went to the
I
Grail
want to know if you
Museum.
went to dead people's houses tonight.
I did. I sort of went to dead people's houses today. I went in.
So how
and they
did
had
you
all
like
these
it, Rob?
tapes, and they had to meet the Beatles, and I go, how much are these tapes? $2. So I was looking around, and then the guy goes, "Oh, this goes for a couple $100," and I go, "She said $2 for these tapes," and he goes, and I said, "Fuck you," and I left. But I did.
Tapes for $200.
Get this sealed, the Almost Famous box.
Oh, that's cool.
That's the Almost Famous soundtrack's kind of expensive, I believe.
Uber Deluxe.
No, this box is like a $300, and I went in. Someone was moving, and she worked in PR.
So
I
you're
go, I'll give you
flipping that
$60
one.
I'll give you $60 for this, and she goes, okay.
You're flipping that one, yeah.
No, I'm gonna keep this one.
Really? Why?
I'm gonna keep.
Rob, it's
Hey,
not
wait.
even famous. It's almost famous, but it's not.
Oh wait,
famous.
I'm gonna do some flipping right now. Watch, Mazzy.
Okay.
And that Cecile McLaurin Savant, the guy, I think the drummer is this guy Lawrence Leathers on there, and it's like a real sad story about him. I don't know, a few years ago, he goes to his girlfriend's apartment, and a girlfriend has, I guess, her then boyfriend. And he ends up basically getting killed.
Well, that
And,
is jolly.
Yeah,
Have you played already, Rob?
I mean, he had like a bright career. He was playing with her, and then some domestic dispute ends his life.
So now this is the murder record. Thanks a lot, Mike. Now,
Okay, Rob, this guy Roberto keeps asking,
Yes.
even 3 hours since you've been here, are you going to buy Michael 45's collection when he dies? I don't know why that's coming up. Is he sick? I don't know.
I have a feeling it'll be like a Viking funeral, and he'll shoot burning arrows into his collection.
Okay, who just left? Who just left? Felipe?
Yeah.
I'm here.
No.
Was there a dental emergency? Did someone call?
No, I'm here. Sorry.
Who left?
So, Rob, did you listen to the Cecile record?
Mike left.
I just
Mike
walked in
left.
the door and got it now. I was very surprised for 16
Yeah,
bucks, it's in pretty good condition. So
No, just
very-
no, Mark.
It's-
No, Mark.
phenomenal. It's phenomenal.
Aaron Deal and Sullivan Fortnier are her pianists. I just because this is another one of the same vocalist that Cecile McLaurin Savant. This is just her and a pianist, Sullivan Fortnier, and this is actually really good too.
I mean,
And
I
on the
was
same label.
I surprised how excellent this sounds.
Yeah.
If you're apprehensive about the vocal jazz, but she is just back the band. I mean, the guys behind her are just killer, and even the recording of it.
Yeah,
It's amazing. She sounds so upfront, but yeah, you hear everything around. Yeah, it's great.
Yeah.
And I mean, I don't know if on that album. I know on the one that I showed, she did the artwork, and she did the artwork for Melissa Saldana, who's on Blue Note now.
Yeah,
she did the artwork for her recordings also.
She's
awesome.
awesome.
Aldana. I think she's from Colombia, right? Or
Panama, I think. I think it's I want to say Panama because the pianist Danilo Perez was sort of the one that sort of gave the, I don't want to say the push, but I don't want to say he discovered her, but he was the one that,
she's Chilean.
Oh, okay. But I know Danilo Perez, who's Panamanian, I think, was the one that said, "Hey, you guys should check her out," and put the big push behind her.
I found this yesterday, and this is one of those records Chad had recommended. This thing is killer.
I listened to that last night. It's amazing.
It is amazing. If you can find this, and then here's the Bob Dorough record where he does Norwegian Wood. I haven't listened to it yet, but this is insane. How good this is.
I was telling the guys here, I'm gonna do a 2 or 3 video thing, maybe starting tomorrow or Monday, just on Pablo records. So many good ones.
Jack, what's your channel?
Straight Talk with Jack.
If someone,
if I'm not already subscribed, I will. That'll be interesting to see.
Thank you. Yeah,
everybody, back on now, and I've really enjoyed sitting here talking to everybody.
Oh, yeah.
It's always fun. Y'all take care.
I enjoyed the 5 minutes, Elliot.
Yeah.
Bye, Elliot.
Later, Rob.
I streamed the Elvin Jones album that came out today, the live album at Bookie's.
Yeah. Look at this.
It's really, I was very surprised how good it was based on, but the separation is not so hot on it because they're either very left or very right on the album.
Oh,
Mazzy. I should have just. Well, I can tell you now that I'm not muted. But I read an article about that album. When he recorded that album, it said he only made 125 a week playing at Bookie's.
Wow.
Yeah. And he played there for like 6 months.
Yeah.
And
I've only listened
sometimes
to
like
first.
Pepper Adams would play with
about this
him.
earlier, like 6 hours ago when I first came on here. The first album I listened to, this is a motherfucking powerful record. It sounds like he has his big drum set. It sounds like he's got the big 24-inch, drum. Usually jazz drummers have the smaller set, but like Tony Williams later had the big giant set. It's a powerhouse. And Joe Farrell is kind of channeling these intense side of Coltrane on here.
Oh, wow.
It's not like a fantastic recorded record but for a 1967 record for a place like this, it's really good. And I loved it, what I heard. But it's if you expect like we were talking earlier, these are better recordings, but this is a whole different thing. This is early 60s, and this is from radio broadcast to tape. So it's not the same thing, but it's really good. 3 records. Well, it's a powerhouse.
Yeah, Joe Farrell, I think, kind of steals the record, and their version of My Funny Valentine is really good.
I haven't heard that yet. I haven't heard the second record
and
yet.
he kind of steals it, but it's not like it was recorded in the men's room stall. But
Sure.
Oh no, it's good recording. It's just not.
no,
like,
but I was listening to it Apple lossless in my car, and it kind of felt like Joe Farrell and Elvin Jones were very on the right, and the piano was the only thing on the left.
I haven't noticed that yet.
It's very kind of uneven, but when he does his drum solos, it's powerful. But
it's powerful. Yeah, it's a
Joe Farrell.
Farrell's
He's
great.
really
he's great.
That album. Yeah.
Farrell was in the original Thad Jones Mel Lewis sax section.
Yeah,
Sure.
all those guys are great. Yeah, I've only listened to it's actually the only song on the first side. What's it, Kiko's March or something like that? Yeah, that's the only cut I've listened to so far.
Right. It takes up the whole side. Yeah.
Here's the thing I hate about those record store days titles. They don't drop any of the songs. With that album, they dropped two of them, 2 20-minute songs.
Well, this is not a record store day release.
No, I know. I'm trying to make them before they release that, they drop 2 of the songs. You can stream them.
Yeah.
The record store releases, you don't know what you're getting.
Right.
I mean, you got that early. I have the Bobby Cole record I got is very good.
Yeah,
but
that Bobby Cole. I actually heard a cut from it. That is really good. I'm going to try to pick that up.
Isn't that
if you watch my video? I dropped. Yeah,
it's a first release, so not an exclusive, right?
No, well, they dropped the CD of it in April, so you can stream it. You can go listen to it, and it's interesting. The main album is stereo, and all the extra stuff is mono.
Yeah. I'm actually looking forward to the Eric Burton and War box. I like that stuff.
Yeah, I was thinking I'm gonna get it. Well, that's a first, right?
I don't know.
I think they're gonna, and even if they don't, because I remember when the War came out, then they ended up
individually after that, right?
So
they released them individually, so maybe they'll do the same thing.
Yeah.
What about that Jocko that's coming out next week? Do y'all know anything about that?
It's basically a repress of the 2017 Record Store Day, so it's already been out.
I'm not getting that. I don't listen to a lot of later Jocko. I don't know. I like the Jocko record, and I like him with Weather Report, and that's about. And I have the soundtrack to the film. That's to me all I need of Jocko. I love Jocko, but I like him on Hejera. I like him on Joni Mitchell's records.
I think the Mink coming out on Record Store Day should be pretty good. That's on Candid.
But that is just the first. It's the first. It'll be available after. It's the Candid. It's the Monk.
Yeah.
Candid won't let me buy their records apparently, so I can't buy Candid.
Which Candids are you? Because I don't think they're out. Like
no, they're not. They're delayed.
Yeah.
Well, the Jazz Bumps apparently say some of them are out.
5 of them are out.
5 of them are out.
Yeah, but the ones like I know, because I had pre-ordered a whole bunch of them, and they don't even have a date that they're like supposed to ship. The last one I got was the Abbey Link. No, it was the blues. Was it the
Span?
The Lightning Hopkins and Otis Spann. Those are the last ones that I received.
Yeah. Mazzy likes the tamed Jocko. Yeah, I kind of like the tamed Jocko.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, but his solo album is not totally tamed.
No, that's a great record. I love that.
Yeah, I like that. I like Weather Report Jocko. I like, anyway.
He has such nice things to say about you.
Not anymore.
That Tony Williams record, people, I listen to it. They say it's his new wave record.
Oh yeah.
I'm not a big fan of that period of Tony.
And
I haven't heard it.
No, Rob, have you listened to it?
I listened to it, and it sounds like new wave fusion music. Is that
He did an
sound
album
right?
with Jack Bruce.
I'll
and-
pass then.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think I'm gonna pass on that
I
one too.
agree. Yeah.
And it's a first title. It'll be available
Yeah.
after.
I'll pass first and second.
There's a Mose Allison, Mazzy. There's a Mose Allison record store day.
Oh,
Which one is it? I mean,
It's a later live album of him.
I don't think I need it. I love Mose, but I have a lot of Mose, and I don't.
I have enough Mose.
Mazzy, don't you already have all those Eric Burden War albums? Because I have them. You must
I have
them.
no Eric Burden Declares War on vinyl.
I remember when I got that. I was so happy because I was a big Portishead fan, and that first track, that Magic Mountain track, has the sample that they use in one of their songs. I'm like, oh, that's where that came from.
Right.
And then I found out Tribe Called Quest, not Tribe Called Quest, De La Soul uses it as well.
Yeah, I used to have. I mean, way back. I mean, when it first came out, I had that first album with the hit Eric Clapton. Sorry,
Spill the Wine.
Yeah, Spill the Wine. I love that. You
Hey,
know,
Chris, let Mike in. He's trapped in the netherworld.
he's trapped.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's chasing deers.
He's
I got a bargain. I got a bargain record today.
He's not here.
Hey guys,
Hey,
I took the dogs.
I
for a
got
walk.
this for $100.
oh, you bought
good.
it?
Oh, mine is on the way.
Have you opened it?
Hey,
Yeah.
I heard it scratch and sniff.
You got to get through a lot of layers to get to the record. There's more, and there's books, and there's this has
I hear
that.
there's a digital step.
I understand there's a record album in there too.
I don't know.
I bet you it
We'll
sounds
see.
great. I bet you it sounds
It
great.
It's
must
got
be
like
amazing.
3 sleeves. There's another sleeve. Disappoint.
I
Look,
heard there's a letter.
They gave me a
There's a
multi inner sleeve with it.
Hey, I need to see. Okay, I was filling my water glass. I need to see the thinness of the box.
It's
I
very
heard-
thin compared to the.
I
China
heard there's
Blue.
a thank you note from Michael 45 in there.
Okay, that is
That's
Mazzy
not-
approved.
Yeah,
That's
for sure.
Mazzy
This
approved.
is it's the same. It's the same as the craft
Craft?
one steps.
Yeah, that's
Wait,
Mazzy.
wait,
It just
that's
doesn't
the
have the
box?
little. It doesn't have the little string to pull the record out like the craft ones do.
Mm.
I heard when you
No.
pulled the string, it goes. "Ooh."
Oh, God.
It says you paid a lot of money for
Oh,
this.
I thought you pull it out and it says Dunkashen. Dunkashen.
It goes. Hey, you pull it out and it goes. Stop that, Tito.
This will be. This is my first and probably only ever MoFi one step.
Yeah, I'm off of them.
I had
know what?
I had Sketches of Spain, and then you guys showed me where I can get that for cheaper. I had Elvis in Memphis, but I just Mike Ingrove just showed that Speaker's Corner does that one. Let alone you can get an original for not that expensive. And I finally got a good. Because I had bought something else, but it was one of those bad no-fill ones. But then I got another one off an auction where the guy said that he'd already listened to it and it was good. So I didn't need that because
They did an
classic one's
Elvis
fine
one
with mine.
step. Elvis
They're
and
going
Memphis.
to.
one step?
They have
There
it's
will,
you know
there will be one.
it's
There will
in
be
their
one.
eternal like
Hey,
pre-order.
Oh.
I
I
picked
would
up
like to hear- I
an
would like
Elvis
to hear that
record
Michael
from Walmart.
Jackson. I have an original, so it sounds good enough. And to
Me
me,
too.
I love half the Michael Jackson album, the other half. Like I hate the McCartney duet. I'm a Beatle guy, but I hate that. It's horrible.
Yeah.
But I'd like to hear that, but I wouldn't. I'm curious. So, are you
Chris,
gonna?
are you gonna get it? I feel like Chris should get it because it was an influential record when he was a kid.
No, I'm probably going to
Yeah.
get it. Yeah.
Well,
Right?
I found
This record ruled my life in like 4th grade. It was like all I
And
thought
you
about.
should enjoy it. If you can afford it and you want to enjoy it, it's your choice.
Did you all get the MoFi Mobile
Oh, the
Fidelity
music,
direct?
music. Okay. Yeah,
No,
mine came today.
What's that?
I threw it in the trash
No.
already.
I mean,
no, you can't throw this in the trash.
Well, I don't need any of that crap.
You want?
Yeah,
Don't you want
save
the,
it.
the
Dude,
$45,000
it's toilet reading.
cartridge? Don't you want a $45,000 cartridge for your turntable?
No.
this to me, okay. When you're a young kid, you want the Playboy annual, but when you're like in your 60s, this is what you want.
Yeah.
It's like the Sears wish book.
You know, there's things you can take, Mazzy, that will allow you to look at the Playboys when you're.
I had something else pre-ordered. I had sketches of Spain pre-ordered, and I had the other Miles, Bitches Brew.
Yeah.
And I canceled all of them, and I returned my Muddy Waters.
Yeah.
You know,
So I have no one steps.
I actually love that they're doing a couple other DMCs. That's kind of cool.
Yeah, it's pretty sweet.
And
I don't know if I need. I don't know if I want Run DMC on 45.
I don't think it is. It might not. It might not be 45. I don't know.
It's true.
I heard it's
45.
It's not a one step. It's not a one step.
Oh, it's not a one step. That'd be cool then.
No.
It stops halfway through. I'll walk this way, right?
You guys want to hear my Jam Master Jay story?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. When I was in high school, right? And one day we cut school, and then I had to go to football practice. So we all, at the end of the day, we walked towards the school, and I'm with two of my friends. So I go in to go to football practice, and I leave two of my friends out. Now, and one of my friends has like a sheepskin coat. So he's standing outside, and these guys walk up to him, and they go, "Run the sheepskin coat." And one of them is Jam Master Jay. And then I have so this guy that has the sheepskin coat, he's with my other friend, and my other friend, steps in front of him and goes, "What the hell are you guys doing?" To confront them. And then he turns around, and the guy with the coat had ran down the block, taken off down the block. But basically, Jam Master Jay tried to rip my friend's coat off, tried to steal my friend's coat.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh man.
And I can't tell you what we did afterwards, later that night.
My sheepskin coat story is not as good. In 1970, I went to Israel with my confirmation class, and I was in the old city of Jerusalem, and I bought a sheepskin coat. And I brought it home in my suitcase, and I hung it in my closet. And after about a week, it smelled so bad, my mother made me throw it out. It's, sheepskin coat from the old city of Jerusalem. It smelled like the sheep was still like just barely dead.
Wow.
Yeah.
But your story's better.
And until this day, you get aroused.
Jam Master Jay.
Hey, I did another record I picked up from.
I'll check you all later. Have a great Thanksgiving if I don't see you guys.
Jack.
See you, Jack.
Bye, Jack.
I did pick up this from the estate sale.
Oh,
Cool.
Okay.
That's
Okay.
cool.
I have a bone to pick with that show.
This show's great.
I love the show, but okay, come on. Hollywood casting today. They have an Irish woman playing a Jew. You couldn't find a real Jew to play the Jew?
Yeah, it's
Mazzy, they all started out as Jews. It doesn't matter.
There's a shiksa. You hire a shiksa to play a Jewish woman.
A lot of Blossom Dairy on here.
Yeah, that looks great. That show's awesome. I haven't watched the latest.
It is a great show. I'm just.
I haven't watched the latest season of the thing.
I love that show.
Oh, Wax. I just wanted to show you. Where is it? Here it is.
Are Felipe and Mike having a private conversation offline?
Probably.
This is what I got from.
Whoa! Awesome.
Cool.
How's
Yeah.
it sound? How is it?
It came today. I paid for it Wednesday, and it arrived today.
That's
Wow.
crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I might got to pull the trigger on that. But here's one cool thing. Where's this? I had tomorrow. Jim and I are going. Audiophile USA is having
Are
a
you and
parking
Jim
lot
dating?
sale.
Are you and Jim dating?
Yeah. Yes, he's married, dude. We're just hanging. We're just
Oh,
we're
three
two
wives.
lost souls.
Thank God you explained he's
But,
married. I was taking Mazzy seriously. Please.
Well, I'm not the one showing Michael Jackson.
Hey, married people stray
But-
occasionally.
Well, wait a second. So I had ordered for pickup this album from
Pickup.
Audiophile USA, but
Oh, nice.
they're two
Nice.
they're two versions because Razzie helped sell out the ECM. Now you got to try and get these
Bastard.
two albums that make it up.
Oh,
So I found this mint copy last night
Jimmy
at
Jewfree? Jimmy
Oh,
Jewfree?
God. Now you're going to sell
Jewfree,
this one out, Rob.
No,
Don't show
this is mono. Hold on. This is mono. The one I ordered I'm going to pick up tomorrow is stereo. So I'll see which one plays better. But this is mint.
I'll buy the mono from you if you don't want it.
So you said you're going to Audiophile USA tomorrow?
Yeah, they're having a sidewalk sale because I believe they don't really sell VG Plus records on their site. So they sell them in their storefront, which is not even really a store.
Yeah.
I did a video if you watch it. So they, I think once or twice a year they do this sidewalk sale, 50% off everything.
Yeah, because after you did your video, I went. I had ordered some. I went to their website and I ordered some stuff from them. I ordered some Johnny Griffin on Galaxy. They're actually really good recordings, and they were, I don't know, they were really inexpensive and
are they like quartet, quintet stuff? Is it small group stuff with him?
Yeah, but this is from like the 80s.
Is it like Barry Harris and Sam Jones and those guys?
No, this is like some younger guys like Mulgrew Miller, Peter Washington, maybe Kenny Washington on drums. But yeah, and I ordered 2 albums and they were really good. Really good.
Cool.
Yeah.
I became friendly with the guy Mark who owns it because we met at a audio show, but I had a story that connected us. Everyone knows the famous when I tried to buy a record collection and it fell through. Rachel nicknamed it a takeoff on Mazzy's collection on his friend. So here was the story. So my buddy calls me and says, "Hey, some guy told me this guy passed away and his niece is trying to settle his estate and he has a huge record collection." So we went in there and met with her. And it was about 1,500 records, a ton of original Blue Notes. But then there was probably about 130 good jazz records, maybe another 50 that I could have sold for money, and then a bunch of like really mint Anne Murray and bullshit like that. So we made her an offer. I said we were friendly. We had long conversations, and my friend goes, "How about 18?" And she kind of frowned at her face a little, and I go, "No, 2,000. We'll do it." And she goes, "Well, let me think about it. We'll call you tomorrow." So she calls me the next day and says, "We'll take your offer." So I said, "Cool. We'll set up a daytime." We went to Home Depot, got boxes and tape. We get there, we start boxing up all the records, and then we go to pay her. My friend has cash, and I'm gonna, digitally send her the rest. And I put the cash in her hand. She goes, "What's this?" And he goes, "We agreed on $2,000." And she goes, "No, $20,000.
Oh my God.
20.
Then I go, "Well, no." And I said, "These records aren't even worth $20,000. Even with the original Blue Notes."
Yeah.
It's not 20,000. And she goes, "Well, the guy, I talked to a guy and he said he'd give me half of what they're worth, 14,000. I go, "So you're gonna railroad us for $6,000? And then I said, "You tell that motherfucker." I said exactly this to her. I said, "You tell that motherfucker to get his ass over here right now and buy these records." And then she felt so bad, she paid us $150. We boxed up all the records. So then I made money on it. But wait. So then I kind of made connections, and I met the guy from Audiophile USA, and I go, "I'm going to tell you this story. And you tell me if this rings a bell. Were you the person she called?" She goes, "Yeah, she was weird. And I don't give people, like, I don't come and look at collections and give them a number. I don't do that." And I go, "Did you end up buying the collection?" She goes, "Yeah." But he wouldn't tell me for how much. Yeah. But so that's kind of how I had this conversation. It was a funny story,
How many records were there?
1,500. 130 were just some kick-ass jazz records. So I kind of did the math. Maybe $7,000 if I tried hard to sell it, but I don't know how you would make $14,000.
Yeah, we bought Coleman's collection, 5,000 records and 1,000 45 for 15 grand. Plus it cost us a little over 4 grand for trucks and driving down and flying to the Bay Area back and driving back, hotels. So 18 grand or so we paid. And we each kept about 750 records ourselves, and we sold the collection, and we probably made 2 grand a piece, but we didn't do it to make money. But
that's much more. But you had a wide variety. You tell me, how many of those records were just duds that are not sellable records just because people don't.
But at the very end, at the very end, I had, I don't know, 800 left, or I don't know, 700 left. And Harry came and he was pulling some things because Harry used to come down a few times, and he goes, "What do you want for all of them?" And I said, "I don't know. I think I said a grand." And he took them all, the rest, for the grand. And there was stuff that was great, and there was stuff. This was towards the end.
Did he have a lot of classic records?
The classic label.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
Well, it's funny, he had some. I kept a lot of the classic, like the RCA stuff that Chad put out later. The RCA. What do you call it? Living stereo. I kept most of those, and they're great. I kept 4 Who albums. I already had Tommy, but I found, I kept Who for Sale, or Who's Next, Who Sell Out, and there's a comp that they put out, classic records. And I tell you, honest to God, for my taste, those classic Who records, most of those classic records are a little too bright for me. I don't love the sound on the classic records that much. I don't know. That's why if Chad has plates to Led Zeppelin, I have one Led Zeppelin classic. Yeah. The second one. And it's good, but it's bright.
Felipe has a Led Zeppelin classic records. He bought the I think Led Zeppelin 1.
Yeah, I have 2. It sounds great, but it's bright. It's not as good as my RL, which is even crunchy and noisy and shit. That's better. But Tommy is good. Yeah, Who Sell Out is their best album. I didn't like the class. I like the Tommy one better that I had on that. That's my favorite of the classics that I know of. But he had a lot of greats, a lot of box sets. We sold the Kinks mono, the Beatles mono, the Stones mono. He had great. And I kept about 80 or 90 Motown R&B soul stuff, mono and stereo ad. Because Coleman would love that stuff, and he had great R&B. He had Prince and Michael Jackson albums that during that period, when the ones that you look online, it's like $200 for a Prince album, before the Gold Experience was reissued,
What happened with his gear, Mazzy?
We didn't take his gear. He had an LP, a Lin 12, and some Monoblock. He had some cool stuff, but I don't need another system. It wouldn't be right for me. I'm not to me, an LP 12, everyone wants to sell me a fucking Lin turntable, and they're great turntables, but it's to me, it's like having a Fiat. You always have to upgrade. It's I just want a turntable that plays records,
You have the Rega 8, right?
I have the RP8, I have the older version of the,
Okay.
Yeah.
But it's just fantastic.
And Mike's too shy to ask you, Mazzy, but what style of underwear do you wear?
I wear, what's the name? Jockeys, briefs. And I always order briefs, and I like black and gray. I don't get tighty-whities. And I always order them 4 sizes bigger than I need, than my waist
and
size.
Wax has the Rega 2 or the Rega 3? What do you got?
I have the Rega 3, and the version I got is because of the pandemic, they sold it with the upgraded cartridge with the exact. So
the exact 2, the exact 2,
exact 1. Oh. I think it's the one. There's only one exact. No, there's more than one.
Exact 2, but I think the exact 2 replaced the other one. I don't think there's 2 exacts anymore. I think it's just the newer version.
Here's how Michael Potreon Plastic called me and said some guy's selling one on the Hoffman forums. So he had it for $1,200, and if you buy it new, it's $17. I don't know if it taxed or not. and I talked the guy down to $1,000. So, and he only had it for a month.
Jewish dealer, I love it.
Yeah, but like a normal Jew, I wear boxer briefs. Come on, Mazzy,
Who wants boxers? Are the worst. I'm sorry.
Boxer briefs. They're the greatness of the brief, but with the added functionality of the boxer.
You sound like fucking Larry David.
Hey, Chris is saying, Wax, that was him that gave you the info.
Oh, you know what? It was it was Chris. Was
Jeffrey
it?
Beaumont. Okay,
No,
Jeffrey Beaumont.
where was it you, Chris? That may be
Jeffrey Beaumont is a Riga dealer. You know, it's funny. I love my RP8. I would love to have a P8, and this is superficial only, Jeffrey, because
sorry, Chris.
I hate the piano. I hate the piano black glossy finish. It gets fingerprints and dust. And I like the new P, the dark gray matte finish. That's the only reason I would like a P rather over an RP.
Just spray paint.
Yeah.
Right.
I'll tell you. I mean, I went from a Denon turntable, so it was obvious high upgrade, but it was night and day difference.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking into the H, kind of thinking about if the 10-tone arm would be much better than the H. I'm not sure. Still.
The 8 or 10. Yeah. I mean, I like, people hate Rigas or they like Rigas. It's subjective, like VPIs are heavier and bulkier. And
exactly. Isn't it it's the like heavy mass or high mass versus the low mass?
Yes.
Debate.
So that's the idea. Riga kind of eliminates this.
I don't need the P10. I mean, I don't need another. See, I'm not one of these constant upgraders. If I'm going to go all in, I'm going to get Einstein and start, taking German language lessons. Kann even helfen.
I'll tell you,
Einstein.
I want the power thing, so I don't have to manually change the speed. So I think that's the next thing I'm going to upgrade.
Yeah. You don't want to, you want the metal or whatever it's called, subplatter, and you want the 45, you want the changer that you don't have to change the belt.
I want those speakers that looks like you're on the deck of the Titanic. It has the big belt. What are those speakers? They always show them at those high-end shows, like they're.
I know what you're talking about.
Like you're going to call down to the first mate or something from them.
Yeah. Or you could have the robotic ones, like the big Wilsons that like Mike.
Those are the ugliest speakers in the world.
Yeah, I don't like. I don't get.
I'm telling you, Mike. It is a religious experience to sit there and listen to them, though.
I'm sure it sounds good.
Oh yeah, no, I'm sure they sound great, but I just
who do you know, Rob, that has them? That you.
When Danny Kaye lived here, he had them. He says to me, well, bring some records down you want to listen to, and you can listen to them. Oh, so I had found this kind of rare Les Paul record where he, in the 70s, he re-recorded all his hit songs. And you know how Les Paul plays, like ding, 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 ding. Mm-hmm. The only way I could describe hearing that record on those Wilsons was I could see those notes in the air. Mm-hmm. It was just an odd experience.
You slipped something in your drink, Rob.
Well, it was my Manischewitz, and I had.
I was hoping you were going to say you knew Henry Rollins, and you went
with a gefilte fish chaser. Yeah.
I'm just saying. The only way I could tell you is those little blings became animated in front of me. It was crazy how weird that was.
Well.
And it was. It's not like it was a little flimsy vinyl, not the best produced record, pressing wise, but it made that record sound magical.
The trouble with having Wilson speakers, you always have Dennis the Menace living next door.
That's how much do those cost?
Right.
That's pretty funny.
Are they like 200,000?
That's horrible.
More than that. More than that.
They're a different. It's not all the big ones are like expensive.
Yeah, they have bookshelves around like 10K. They have bookshelves around 10K.
Well,
Yeah.
what
They
are the
have
big
small-
ones? What are the floor standing ones? How much do those go for?
16
they go
grand?
from
Are they 16,000?
Oh, I thought they were way more expensive.
Oh no, no, no!
Wilson's?
They're like
the big
they're like
ones like
80,000, 100,000.
No, well, what
Yeah.
don't they have a small one that's like 16 grand? I thought.
Maybe.
Yeah, this is a bookshelf.
I do love John DeVore's whole thing he's got going on with those little like mini O's. I forget what they're called.
If I was a tube guy,
Orangutan.
my dream speakers are the orangutan DeVore.
Doesn't
room
doesn't Coffee Dave have those?
He has a different DeVore. He has he doesn't have the
tower.
those boxy lower
Does he have the
DeVores.
Gibbons?
I think so, yeah. And he's it's funny, he's an all name guy. He has like a fucking name. If you ever hear him talk, I've seen his system. It's funny. As amazing as his system is, all this name stuff, I'm not a fan of the sound of that system. And
Interesting.
He's not watching this now. It's like it's
He
almost
tried
like,
to kill you with his tool belt, so maybe he heard you.
no, I had to replace my windshield because his toolkit broke my windshield. I love Dave.
Yeah,
no,
missed
he likes
you.
it. But I'm not a fan of name speakers, NAIM, of name gear. I mean, not speakers, components. People love them. I mean, there's a all name people. He's all in on name. He's got a fucking million boxes and cables and power this, and I mean, he's got a great setup. But his system upstairs, which he talked about in that video, which is more minimal, I think sounds way better. Seriously, it's very minimal. It's smaller speakers, and I forgot what they are. He described it on that shootout video, and it sounds really good. I love that better than his big rig.
Well,
so it's just it's subjective.
Yeah,
I like Mazzy speakers. The floor standard ones.
I like them. I'm a loud room, but what did
right?
Mike call them? Not puny.
Not though, but those aren't the ones he was talking about, though, right?
Oh well, up here I have the floor standard. They're the
those weren't the ones he was talking about. The little ones, though, right? The ones that don't.
He was talking about these. He thought. I mean,
he was calling the. Yeah, that was silly.
It's okay. I don't take that person.
Those would be because my speakers are way above my pay grade, and they retail for $2,000. And by the way, the markup on these speakers is absolutely criminal.
Yeah.
I get with my employee discount, I get 5% above cost. So my KEF speakers that retail for over $2,000 were $1,200 for me.
Yeah.
So that means they're like an $800 markup on those speakers.
Well, they've
just for the pleasure of buying it from the retailer, you're paying $800 more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So those are those bookshelves,
They've improved them a little bit, but
those cups are Baggy. Those cups are the bookshelf ones. Sorry to interrupt everybody.
Yeah, the KEF are.
I was considering getting those.
I love them.
KEF,
yeah.
So
but the thing about the thing I love about Mazzy is those floor standers. Like I love that theory behind because they said that the guy said put your hands like this and talk, and then go like this, and that's pretty much what you're seeing on a tweeter when you have it in a box like that. When you have it up on the top by itself, it's a whole other experience. And when I listened to those, when I demoed those, I was like, I love those, but they're way more than I could.
Baggy, do you have a subwoofer with it?
I live in an apartment, so I can't even play those KEFs at volume. So I do have a subwoofer, but it's just a piece of furniture in my kids' room.
These speakers needed about, I think I had like almost 100 hours to really burn in, to really, get smooth.
Matt Baggy, can we step back and he told you to
do
this?
I knew you were going to do something.
You guys, I didn't say Simon Says.
Felipe, what do you got? What's up, Felipe?
So first, KEF is having big sales this week, Mike. Look at Best Buy. Some of their speakers are half off. Even
wow.
Which means
you only get one speaker, right?
Yeah, you could do it.
Yeah, they do price them per speaker.
Also, this thing about this and this is more about horns. If you're like a dome tweeter, it doesn't matter much because Twitter sends high frequencies. The high frequencies are unidirectional. They go straight. It doesn't matter. The the woofer goes 180 degrees.
Oh.
I mean 360.
Mazzy, your
So
speaker's happy to
that
see
makes
you.
a difference.
And they have. Oh shit! Sorry.
So the thing about being in a cabinet matters most for the mids and lows, not.
And I have them. I have them bi-wired too. So
Oh.
I don't know if that matters. I just used to that. I can't even see it there. So.
Yeah.
How many of you guys have subwoofers with you?
I do not.
I don't.
I do.
Yeah, I have two, and I love it. I think it just I don't know, just the room. It sounds more substantial. It's not it's not a bass thing, but you just feel I don't know, the room feels more full of sound.
Well, when you use it and you turn it off and you turn it back on, you can hear I mean, it makes an obvious difference. So it's not like
you can almost kind of feel. Yeah, I mean, if you think about speakers, about pushing air. If you have like a 6-inch woofer against a 12-inch woofer, that makes a big difference. There is a lot more air being pushed, and the great advantage of having a subwoofer in your system is that you cross over, cut down the low frequencies to the subwoofer below 200.
Mm-hmm.
So the crossover on your speaker doesn't have to do much work. So the sound gets much better in your speaker, especially if it's a three-way or two-way, doesn't matter. But your speaker is going to be dealing with H80, 120 below, and your speaker is not going to have to deal with that. This crossover doesn't have to be dealing with that.
I thought these were really efficient. I had these for 2 years when I had my Rotel. I've had that Rotel for 18 years, whatever. And I thought they were really efficient. They sounded good. But when I upgraded to the Hagel from like 140 watts a channel to 250 watts a channel, oh my God, it was the biggest difference I've ever heard in my system change.
How efficient are yours, Mazzy? Like 92?
I don't know the technical side of it, but all I know is the integrated amp change made like a huge difference. Everything was tighter, fuller bass without being boomy, more neutral. It was amazing. It was like night and day.
The Hagels are good. I think it's a good
around 86, 87, Mazzy.
I'm sorry?
I think they're around 86, 87 dB, your B&Ws.
So it's very inefficient.
I like smart guys. I wish.
Hey, is that the guy who told me to get a turntable?
I need to hang around smart guys more. I don't know this.
Oh,
yeah. You had a lazy Susan.
All I know is the apogee and the perigee. It's got a 250,000 miles from Earth to the moon, and you get a circular vision. And if you do the circumference of the speaker and your ears kind of, no, I'm going to make shit up. I don't know what I'm talking about.
Well, yeah, 86, 87 is very inefficient. So you need a really powerful amp to drive them.
But it made a huge difference. And the thing is, they came with these ugly plinths, bases, which you don't have to use them. I use the spikes instead. I put those little carpet areas. So that was the worst part of them. But they've upgraded these since. They've changed them. When I bought these, this pair listed for $4,500. I got 10% off right when they came out. So I got them for about $4,000 for the pair. And I mean, I listened to Focals and a few other things I was considering. I wanted these white speakers. I'm superficial aesthetic because of the, whatever. But I like them. I like them a lot. But it took about 100 hours to really break in that I really heard the difference.
So it seems to me you have a great combination because the Hagels are European, right? So
Michael Coltrane plastic. I've been looking to upgrade to an amp for a while, and I don't want separates. And I had a surround system before, and I got. In fact, those smaller B&Ws were my rear speakers, and I took them downstairs. I don't need surround anymore. I don't give a shit about that. And so these were just perfect here. But the Hagel, it was Michael Poetry reviewed one of these, and I heard about him separately. And then he told me he was keeping his review set up, and he said they paired well with the BMW. And my local guy had a demo Hagel, and he said, try it for a month or two and just let me know if you like it and you can buy it, which is really great, right?
Yeah.
And I right away, right? When I first turned it on, I fell in love with it. But I had to pay him for
So-
like 2 months. He said, "Pay me whenever."
So yeah, Hegels are very balanced, very like even flat in a sense.
They're like
And
mono
BMW
blocks within it. There's not
Yeah.
There's not all that extra
Yeah.
shit. You know, there's no
Yeah.
Wi-Fi and there's no all that stuff. You know.
Yeah.
And the BMW speaker, they have this thing about being a little too bright, so they balance each other very
Yeah,
well.
and I'm in a bright room. I mean, everyone knows you can hear it. You know, I mean,
Yeah.
you got a fucking refrigerator there and a stove and I'm
And
a
a
ball.
great hi-fi, and a great hi-fi channel. I highly recommend if you guys like to look into gear. It's a guy in England called a British Audiophile. It's a big channel in hi-fi.
Yeah,
I
I'm
heard
part
he's
of his
really
club.
French.
No, he's really great. Nah, and he has a Hegel system as it, and he's really big on that. And he's very technical. He opens up and explains this, this inside.
Huh.
He's very nice.
Later, if
very,
you think about it, send me a link, like inbox me.
I will. Yeah. I'm part of his Patreon. I do, meetings with them. It's very cool stuff. Very cool stuff.
My phono preamp is just a Riga Aria. It's like a $1,500 phono stage.
Mm-hmm.
What's going on, Chris? You get any new records this week?
Yeah. What did I get this week?
What did you buy that you're not listening to?
You know what? Because of you, Rob, everything new that I got, and I cleaned it immediately, and I listened to all of them.
Are you? What are you, Chris? 45
You're
RPM?
becoming a real man.
They were all beautiful.
You know, tomorrow night, and I don't think I'm going to go, is Henry Franklin's doing a show.
Oh, man, you
at
should
this
go,
Iron
man.
Audio show.
Yeah.
I don't feel like driving downtown by myself. And
I hear
No,
you.
no.
Subway.
it's only
Jim?
$20.
You know, Jim, come on. I treat my room really nicely. And so you had to learn from someone? I take care of my room. I'm nice to it. I talk to it. I treat it so nice. I put a coaster down under my drinks. You look at Tosca Cafe San Francisco coaster. Goes under my drinks. So I treat my room nicely, Jim.
Yeah, you know, you walk around in your bare feet. You disrespect your room.
See?
Is Jim's avatar? What is that?
Hey, you know, I found out something. So I bought this album, right? And I was trying to determine. I knew it was a 70s pressing. And I went and looked. The 1970 pressing of this is mastered by Chris Bellman. I didn't know he was that old.
You serious?
No.
Yeah.
I think that's his great grandfather.
Yeah,
And then but this one is a George Biros pressing. It's 75. This is a killer lineup on this album, man.
Oh, that's one of my favorite Mingus albums.
Yeah.
I got Mingus I got a Japanese copy. I did not like that album.
Is that right? You mean you didn't
Nah.
like the sound, or you just didn't like the music?
No, I just didn't. I feel like, I realize when he's vocal, it just takes it doesn't work for me. He's singing all through that album.
Mingus or
Not a hum.
oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
I know. Yeah, the one he's also that's not one of my favorite ones either.
No,
Yeah.
but I haven't listened to this yet. I can't wait to listen to it.
All right, I'm ready to.
His wife just died not too long ago, Sue Mingus.
Yeah.
And she was quite the character. I remember, like in the 80s, she would go into stores and just like pull Mingus the bootleg copies off of the shelves and like go to them and go, these are bootlegs. We're not getting any money from this. And like would shame them into like taking the music off the shelves.
There's that video of Neil Young doing that in the store.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah.
And they still have the Mingus Big Band still plays it. I forgot where they're playing now, but they're pretty good. I have some of the recordings They were pretty like in the 90s and 2000s. They used to play at this place called the Fez Cafe, and really good recordings. And they would have people rotating in and out. Like some of the recordings, Gary Bartz is playing alto, and they're like it's really outstanding recordings.
So
you know,
easy
my
now.
Yeah.
Easy now. Is this a joke? Did he have a cousin? Cunningham sounds like a joke. That's a
nah,
joke.
he's pulling your left
Okay, I
testicle.
figured
man.
that was a joke.
Hey Mike, did you get that Keys? What's his face? Calvin Keys. His new album is freaking amazing.
I love that. I ended up buying like that label. I bought like 3 of the Calvin Keys on that label, and
well, people say the one that's like 12 years old or something.
Yeah, that's the best.
And I think the new one's better than that. Gary
because I was the older one. I was like, oh gosh, because it said it had some guy playing a turntablist, and I was like, okay, what is this gonna? But it's really good. I was like, okay, this is really good. And then I was sort of favoring the new one because Gary Bartz is on there, and I love Gary Bartz.
It's amazing for 17. It's $17 on Amazon. It's an amazing album.
It's one of the best. I keep thinking, I'm trying to figure out what videos to do, and since I have all 3 of them, I was like, all right, I got to do this Calvin Keys because it's like you said, they're really inexpensive, and they're so good, and they're so groove oriented. You don't even have to be like a really hardcore jazz person to love those. Yeah. They're just really nice.
Chris has something to show. He's waiting. Looks like he's.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, that's okay.
No worries.
What you got, man? Oh, that's a great record. I love that record.
Oh yeah.
This is original mono.
Oh wow.
Original.
Wait. Hold on. What's your favorite song on that album, Chris?
I don't know if I have one.
Well, I don't. How do I know you listen?
Do they do?
Whoa.
Do they do standards? Are they doing standards on that one?
Stereo and mono.
Oh, cool.
What sounds better?
You're
failing this test, man.
It's just different because the stereo is like stereo. It's kind of got that hard pan left and right.
Yeah.
And the mono is not as wide. Everything's kind of like condensed in the center, like one behind another.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a different presentation. But I got some. I've been getting into more mono stuff because I got a mono cartridge. I haven't set it up yet, but I wanted to experience what it's like to listen to mono records with an actual mono cartridge.
Yeah.
The Noble Bagheera sent me a mono cartridge, which I appreciate very much. I'm gonna try to get it soon.
I'm gonna get a mono cartridge too because I got the Techniques and like last week, and I'm gonna get a mono cartridge because I just I got that Ornette Coleman Vinyl Me Please a mono.
Oh yeah.
It is fabulous, and I would love to hear it on with a mono cartridge. I mean, it just blows me out of the water.
What's next? I'm not familiar with this.
Yeah, most people will probably know the first song, track 1, side 1, Liberty. It's you'll hear it a lot of, like, if you go to audio shows and stuff like that, people will play that a lot. But it's a good album though. She has a beautiful voice.
$2 Brand, how's that?
This is actually really good, man. It's like a bunch of just piano, like him on piano, but the record is so much surface noise. It's horrible, man.
So here's my problem.
The music is really good.
What's a really fun $1 Brand album is Cape Town Fringe. That long piece that's on the entire side of one record, and he plays that song Cape Town Fringe.
So here's my issue with $1 Brand.
This is like the first time I think he recorded in America or something.
Wow.
But
What's your issue with dollar brand aside from the word
No,
dollar?
I've heard. Well, it doesn't go as far as it used to, Mazzy. But really, my issue with is people talk about him, but I don't know the one album that you should get by him.
Yeah,
it's gotta be one.
Oh gosh, there's so many.
Well, look at
I picked up an Inner City one for $8, so I only have one.
And I just got a recent one that's on Gearbox. It's just him solo.
Yeah,
which is really good. It's recorded excellent. You know, it's an excellent recording. I don't know if it's all analog, but it sounds really good. Just solo piano. You know, I mean, it's just so much out there. You know, of dollar brand.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, but is it the one that's kind of rainbow colored with a lot of black? That seems to be one people talk about getting.
Yeah, I'm trying to think which one that I have. I know I have a bunch on CD, and then I have this one on. This just has I think it's called Solo, just Solo, and it was like last year, which is really good. And Chris, did you go to the Capitals audio?
I did. That's where I actually picked these up. The Dollar Brand and these two Ornette Coleman, Volume 1 and Volume 2. These are Liberties.
Nice.
They're they're in perfect condition and they sound incredible. And those were like for a steal. And I picked this up, man. This is actually really good. I don't know if y'all familiar.
Yeah, I have a copy of that. That's good.
Yeah, awesome. I like this a lot. This was like an original mono Riverside. So that's what I got.
Awesome. Very cool stuff, man.
This is really a catchy.
That's the one.
This is really commercial, really catchy. Side one is the entire side is Cape Town Fringe. It's just this piano riff that goes on and on. It's really good. It's just a fun record. This is the one I got into in the 70s. This is probably
that's the one I think people say.
And it's cheap. You can find this cheap around. Just pick it up. Listen to side one. It's great.
This is the one I picked up. The Ode to Duke.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. You know, if Dollar Brand wasn't taken, that would be the best name for Wax's channel.
Did you guys watch the Monty Alexander interview on Firmer's channel?
Mm-mm.
No, I saw it, but I didn't watch it.
I love listening to that. I can listen to that guy like read the phone book.
He's Jamaican.
Yeah,
he's awesome. I love his. I didn't get that record that record store day when they had a few years back. I never got it, but I got
available.
some.
I see that record a bunch. It's still available.
Oh, you do? Yeah, I got to pick that up.
I actually have a Ray Brown, really a Monty Alexander Ray Brown record.
I just want to show one thing. I put this on my Instagram like months ago, but this is a great Sam Rivers, and I said that this should be like a tone poet.
Yeah, that's a good one, man. That's a really good one.
And this is like, I mean, it's hard to find now. I think it's an OG, but it's hard to find. It's really good. It's basically all standards.
Oh wow.
And,
it's not weird.
No. I mean, that's why I don't understand why it hasn't been reissued. It's like, it would be like a great entry point for people.
Well, Contours is the one everyone has, right?
Huh?
Yes, because I think that came out as a tone
poet.
Yeah.
But the other one too, that's what is it? Fuchsia Swing Song. That's good too.
Yeah, that's a really good one because it has that has Beatrice on there, which is like, that's like it's a jazz standard now. I mean, besides that version, besides Sam Rivers' version, Joe Henderson Joe Henderson basically took that, just made that song his own. because yeah, the first time I saw Joe Henderson, he actually performed that, and it was amazing. It was amazing.
You said Joe Henderson?
Yeah, I saw him. Gosh, it's like in the mid '90s. This club in the city. It was called Fat Tuesdays. Long been closed, but it was Renee Roseness on piano, Al Foster on drums, Ron Carter on bass.
Ron Carter's
Hey,
on
also,
the Sam
Carter's
Rivers
on
one.
everything, man.
Yeah,
Ron Carter's on the original.
Yeah, and it was amazing. It was amazing, and it was fun. I know I went during a weekday, but it wasn't. It wasn't crowded. There were empty seats in the place.
That's
wow. Ron, I mean, if you just guess a jazz record based on say Ron Carter, you got a good chance of being correct.
Yeah.
Sam Jones. Sam Jones is in there with number of records. Nobody can ever reach Ron Carter, but Sam Jones is probably number 2.
Number 1 is Bill Bruford.
Cab Calloway, Chris. Tell me, was Ron Carter one of them?
No.
You been to that show before, Mike? To Capitol Audio Fest?
No. I mean, I would like to go down there. I mean, it's not that far to get to. It's easy to get to DC from
Where
here.
Are you?
New York.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I might. Maybe next year. Yeah, I should come next year.
It was really, really good this year.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of dope rooms.
Where are you at, Chris?
DC.
Okay. So I used to live right across the metro station, the Twinbrook. I used to live right there.
Oh yeah. That's where it is. It's at the Hilton in right by in Rockville, right off of right by
right there. Yeah.
Hey, can I answer somebody in the chat?
No.
Easy now. I pre-ordered like 6 months ago.
Dillard, we know you haven't gotten them yet.
Dillard and Clark from Intervention, and it was.
Why don't you just cancel the pre-order and just buy them from somewhere else?
What Candid?
Yeah, you can just.
I'm talking about Dillard and Clark.
Oh.
Oh.
You got a lot of pre-orders.
I can't, but I fucking paid $320 for these Candid records 5 months ago, and I fucking canceled it. I could buy it somewhere. You could, Chris, just buy them and send them to me.
I got you.
I don't think the Candid records are out.
They're not.
Two of them are. Two of them are.
Two of them are. Yeah.
Which ones?
Patient, they'll come out.
We insist is out.
Chris, you said five of them came out. You said 5 of them.
No, I never said anything came out. You just said that you didn't get them and they came out.
We're bringing it up.
I didn't like it.
No, just cancel your order, man.
I went for 9 Candid records. I waited 4.5 months.
Yeah, 9 of them.
I got a refund for fucking $320 or whatever it was because I didn't want to fucking wait. I wrote them, they wouldn't answer me. I wrote them, they wouldn't answer me.
Yeah, the Clark Terry isn't out.
Okay, hold on.
Isn't out.
Hold on.
Booker Irvin isn't out.
Number one. Shout out to 8 pieces for 2 cellos.
Oh, I love that. That is so good.
I think I might get that.
I don't even think I ordered that. Fuck.
It's only on Dusty Groove, I think.
Yeah.
So.
I couldn't even get tickets to Taylor Swift.
Okay, hold on. Now let's go to new releases. I'll make things.
Because she has a restraining order against you.
Okay, hold on. So here we go. So this is not out. This is not out for sure.
Okay.
I have
this is out.
Pure Pleasure.
And the Booker Irvin's out too. These are the 2.
Really? I don't.
Yeah. Check it out. Hold on. See?
Send me 1 record.
Add to cart. If the ones that are not in stock, like the Cecil Taylor, will not say add to cart. It will say pre-order. So the Booker Irvin is taking orders. Looks like it's in, and then also same thing with the Pee Wee Russell.
There's 5 of them in stock at Acoustic Sounds right now.
I just got a phone call from Candid Records, Mike. They would like you to do a video to show people how to buy from their site.
Tamika Reed also. Make sure to pick this one up.
I love that.
I picked up a pretty cool record recently. Let me see if I can
when you were, did you pick one up when you went for a walk?
Yeah, I thought you were on a moratorium on buying records.
Yeah.
This is you. I already showed you guys this. Oh, not you. How do I change
Hey,
it?
you know what? Chris is not high right now. I can tell.
Hey, can I show this for some
Yes.
wanker in the audience? Easy now.
Hold on.
Okay, there you go. That just shipped to me. Vinyl.
Nice.
Wait.
Remember just reviewed it.
You're going to go on a motorcycle ride with 2 guys?
I think Fremer just reviewed this and he gave it a fuck you. You're a communist. You communist. Go back and find dead people to buy that, Rob.
Okay,
Isn't the
hold
Blue
on.
Oyster Bar in Seattle?
What?
Never mind.
Oh, hold on. How do I make? Can I switch this out? Sorry, Mazzy. All right, we good? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so I think this is actually a cool record. Ready?
I hope so. It's all the build-up.
Hell,
Yeah,
it is.
I
think
bet
for
you
sure it
felt
is.
that up 5 times already before.
Okay, ready? Come on. Are you guys familiar with this?
You did hold that up before, didn't you?
Isn't that Rachel's record?
Inappropriate. Not
What?
Fazzy.
Oh, come on.
Hey,
Not
how
fun
could,
at all.
how could all those guys possibly be on that album? How? How could that happen?
Because they're all in transition.
Yeah.
Yeah, so only get parts of them.
That's a cool label. I like that.
You made that right. You weren't putting tile down in your bathroom. You were making that record.
Hold on. So let me tell you who's on this. So this is a compilation for Transition. I think this is 50, like 56, 57. Tom Wilson, I think, founded Transition when he basically left college, and he got a bunch of great players. So there is, I think, there's a Coltrane record, Strain. There's a Johnny Mercer record, Something's Gotta Give, and that's by Jay Migliori, tenor sax. There's a Sun Ra recording. It's the first recording on side A. Swing a Little Taste, Sun Ra piano. There's, who else do I know? John Gilmore, tenor sax. Julian Priester, trombone. So that's on this. Donald Byrd. Dick Whitmore, who's a violin player. He has a 10-inch on Bethlehem. Anyway, so it's cool. So there you go. I lost everybody.
You did. Everybody disappeared just because of that record.
Well, this is a good time for me to show my record.
Absolutely.
Go on.
Is Michael Jackson on it?
Maybe.
Oh, that's cool. I like that.
I've wanted this for years and years and years. Melinda Murphy
why
got
did you
this
want it?
record.
Why?
And it's really expensive to get an original of.
No, but what's so? Didn't he do a bunch of Christmas albums?
I don't know. This one's from 1985. This one, when you watch a Christmas Vacation, Chevy Chase is up in the rafters.
Yeah.
And he's watching the film reel.
Yeah.
That's the song this is the song that plays during
And they
it.
were really
But why do they have Ray Charles holding the ring?
Because he was really pissed. They told him they were taking him to Florida.
Yeah,
they told him to take him to Florida, and he didn't know.
They thought he was being dragged by 3 strippers.
This company, Acceleration Music, they also do the Candid stuff, I guess. But if you look at I looked at the original jacket from 1985, and it has the mastering listed on there, mastering labs. But look at it now; they changed it.
Well, I can't see it. Hang on. Show what?
Says Bernie Grumman.
No, Bernie Grumman.
Bernie Grumman now, yeah.
Well, that's pretty cool.
So I was happy to see that. But I don't know.
Definitely.
It says
No, the
TRS or
mastering
something.
lab, Doug
I don't know
Sachs.
who pressed it.
it's Doug Sax, so it would have been just
Yeah,
as
I know.
good.
Well, just because it's Mastering Lab doesn't mean Doug Sax did it, but that's who did it in 1985. But at least I know that Bernie did this now. So
You know another
I'm happy
really
to
good,
have this.
you know
Baggy,
another really
Baggy,
good.
could you hold it up again? The front.
Yeah.
Okay. And the back. I just
Are you thinking they lied to Ray or something?
I think of the whole thing about not Ray Charles, but the whole thing about Stevie Wonder that he could actually.
Can we get him a peek? Just a peek.
Remember that Saturday Night Live?
Hey, wait, but did you?
Saturday Night Live did a great parody video of Stevie Wonder for Canon cameras.
Yeah, right.
At the tennis court, he's
He
taking
host,
pictures of the sky.
A lot of people don't remember that he hosted the whole show. There's a great skit where he kind of is doing Eddie Murphy to Eddie Murphy because he's doing like Jerry Lewis. But Baggy, there's a really good Ray Charles song over the credits of The Sure Thing with John Cusack. Do you remember that?
Yeah, with Demi
There's
Moore.
a Ray Charles song over the credits of that film. It's really good.
Demi Moore was in that, right?
No, you're thinking One Crazy Summer.
No.
He drives across the country. Yeah.
The one where he's going across, and then Demi Moore's with him, and then.
No, it's not. No. Demi Moore starred with him in One Crazy Summer.
Who's the brunette in Sure
Daphne Zuniga. She was on Melrose Place.
She was in Spaceballs.
Yeah, she was in
Spaceballs. Who was she in Melrose?
Normally, Mazzy just likes screaming Spaceballs, but she was in Spaceballs.
Oh yeah, she doesn't look like Demi Moore at all.
All right, don't.
Yeah, I do love One Crazy Summer though.
That's my jam.
Wait, she plays Princess Despa.
She's the Jewish Demi Moore.
Yeah.
Is she Princess Despa in
Yeah.
Who does she play in Spaceballs?
And Spaceballs.
That's who she plays. She plays like the.
That's fantastic.
Yeah. What's the best joke in Spaceballs?
It opens up a great joke where the ship just keeps going.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
It's ridiculous. I think Combing the Desert's pretty good.
Yeah,
the merchandising is pretty good.
Are we still on Candid? Fuck Candid. I'm never gonna buy one of their records in my entire fucking life.
I doubt that very seriously.
Yeah, that's a lie.
I don't believe that.
I bought I insist that I'm never gonna buy one of their records.
Oh, how are the covers with the Candid stuff?
All right, so which ones do you guys want?
I want That's It. I do want the That's It. I already have the Pure Pleasure of Weed.
I want the Booker
I
Little.
want the Clark Terry really badly.
Yeah, I do too.
Yeah.
And the book. Well, I actually have the book a little on Pure
Yeah,
Pleasure.
the Booker Little.
Okay, so Clark Terry, he does Blues Waltz. Who's on this with him?
Oh man.
Okay, he's got Yusuf Lateef, Bud Johnson, Al
Wait,
Cohn.
I'm confused. Is this the video you're making on to show people how to use their website?
All right, fine. That's how you use your web browser.
Funny. Oh man.
The how are the covers with the Candid stuff?
Oh, I've heard I only have the one account records for today, which seem to be not as good as the ones they released afterwards. I heard the covers are pretty thick and nice. I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, they're like matte. I mean, the I don't know, Pure Pleasure ones are for the Abbey Lincoln are sort of a little more glossy, but I like the Candid reissues better than the Pure. I guess it's Pure Pleasure.
What for We Insist?
For We Insist and the Abbey Lincoln.
This is the one I want the most out front, Booker Little.
Can you show us how? Can you show us how to click
No,
on the album?
no,
What happened?
no.
Damn, suspense.
Hey, Mike, while we're doing this, can you order something and start putting in your credit card number? And your
Use Mazzy's credit card.
Look at what's my Discogs.
No one cares about your Discogs.
Man, we're
You guys know this? Frank Lowe, Decision in Paradise?
No.
Mike, you know that?
Yes, I love Frank Lowe. He's and I guess you could say avant-garde guy, but I mean, he has. I think he has a like sort of a blues-based feeling.
Wait. Can you go back a little bit? Can you go back just a little bit? I'm trying to write down the seller. I'm trying to write down the seller.
Maz, you have a UK Rubber Soul Beatles in here.
A stereo or mono?
Stereo. With everything, it's 53.
I'm fine with stereo of those records, personally.
Do you guys know this? Prince Lasha?
Yeah, well, I own it now. Just click to buy.
Cool one. We got Clifford Brown, Max Roach. I definitely want this one. Don't take that one.
Dude, I'm being serious. See how many of these records are around in the morning.
Oh, they're all gonna be gone.
These people are ruthless.
It's like tipping your hand completely. Like, oh, the jazz one said it's a good record. Annie, show me the cheapest copy.
These people in the peanut gallery are ruthless. Mike, they're going to take all those records away from you.
That's okay. Hey, if they get them, good for them.
Tenor Conclave. What? I've listened to that. That's on Prestige, right?
Yeah.
You never know. There was an album called, remember the album called Jamming with Edward, with Keith Richard and Charlie Watts and Ry Cooder and Nicky Hopkins. It's a terrible fucking record. It's got all these great people on it. Came out in the 70s. So just because someone has, think of, Rob would know this. Rob could probably tell you 10 movies with great actors, great directors, and our turkeys.
Yeah.
So you never know.
I mean, there's all kinds of reasons why things are bad and things are good.
Exactly.
No, this one's good though. I think he's talking about this.
What?
Yeah.
I have.
Yeah,
it's part of the series.
Yeah, it's part. Yeah, it is part of the series. Which I wish they would finish up the series. Like, on these like my 6 records.
Yeah, I hope they finish the series soon.
Yeah, me too.
I have it. I have all of them.
Congratulations, Jeffrey, if you bought a BC13.
Who said they have all of them?
I do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but ask him, has he listened to all of them?
Probably half of them.
Nice.
Yeah. The one thing that I was annoyed with is that they killed the flat profile and the deep groove.
Yeah, I know.
So I think like 2 of them I have are from the when they repressed. I think like one of the Lightning Hopkins ones and the latest Gene Ammon one, Nice and Cool. Those are the only ones I have that don't have the
not buying that.
That's a great one. I mean, the only thing that irritated me a little bit, is they changed the jackets, right? The newer jackets are kind of thin.
Yeah.
No, I think the jackets are the same.
It depends on what. I think it depends on what record.
Yeah.
Because I guess they had some jackets.
Right.
Exactly. That's what happened.
Yeah. Like if you look at the back of those records and you see the ones.
Oh, this one does. Even though this one doesn't have the deep groove, the jacket does say 2015.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah. It's not a big deal. I mean, they're all great. The records sound great.
You should have just kept it, man. The deep groove was. I mean, I know it doesn't do anything sonically, but it just looks good when you take it out and it has that deep groove in it. Like,
well, the thing that irritated me is Chad said that they were all going to be deep groove, and then I bought all of them literally the same day, and then only 2 of them.
Yeah.
But
be quiet. Chad will hear this, and then he'll yell at you like he did to me.
Yeah.
Oh, he yelled at you too? He told you to shut the fuck up?
No,
or someone will snitch to
Chad. He got
yelled
mad at
he yelled at me for complaining that I had a damaged box.
Yeah. He yelled at me for saying 2 words before I couldn't even get it out.
You know, I was when I bought this Billy Harper from Face Records in Japan.
Did they yell at you?
I was looking on the site, and they had the Bill Evans, the box set, the Japanese version of it, and it was. I don't know when the bidding ended, but it was only up to like $100.
Wow. Is that the red one?
Yes. Yeah.
That one usually goes for quite a bit of money.
That's an expensive box set.
Yeah.
Do you guys think this is the end of the Verve acoustic sound series? Because the one I really, really want from Verve is Porgy and Bess.
Oh no, I mean the right hand still have to come out.
I'm saying after because there's we get requests and I'm sorry, not what is it, and the train one.
No, not Train.
Night Train, yeah. But I think that's the end of the list pretty much.
I'm sure they'll add some more. Hopefully, I mean the contemporaries.
Porgy and Bess. Porgy and Bess is one of the most beautiful albums I've ever heard. The Lewis and Ella version of it.
Yeah, I got that. It's great.
And that'd be a great one.
Yeah.
Well, what else, people?
Chris, what other mono are you listening to?
Huh?
What other mono records are you getting?
Oh man, I have a bunch. I have a bunch of mono. Well, obviously half of the prestige ones are mono. I have a bunch of the Music Matters jazz stuff, and some of those are mono. I've been getting some OG monos.
I never think about it. If I like the record, I don't really think mono or stereo really very often. I just
some stuff is only in mono.
Right.
Which one?
Somebody asked earlier, since we're talking about mono, somebody asked what mono records to buy for Miles. And this series here, I think it was, I don't remember who was talking about it, but this series from 2013 is great, and they're all pretty cheap. And they did a bunch of it.
Oh yeah,
all the Columbia stuff basically.
I have that CD mono box they put out with that stuff. Yeah,
I love that photograph.
Yeah, which
one?
On that
on the mono box.
Yeah.
Did that mono box come out in vinyl too?
That's a good question.
I don't think so. I think I have a CD box of that. That early mono. It's before the second.
Yeah, I have the CD also.
Yeah, it's good.
I've got a couple of those. I got Sketches and then Porgy and Bess, I think. But I bought the Porgy and Bess from MoFi. I need to do a comparison.
You have all the MoFi ones. But I think they were saying the MoFi ones are the best ones. That's what what's his name? Who interviewed him? Was
Joe
it
Mezzi did.
Yeah, Mezzi did,
yeah.
Who did I interview?
Joe Harley.
Yeah, Joe Harley was saying that I mean, they do sound good.
I asked because he showed a at the very end. I said, pick some records that that you didn't work on that you like, and he picked. I'm surprised he picked the last Dylan album too. But
No,
he showed
Jufrey albums, and you can't get them now.
The Jufrey records, right?
Oh, I know. I had like one of the two of them in my cart. And
yeah, that's what I said. I joked. I said, I'm going to order these before I upload this video.
Yeah.
But why not, right? But but he said Miles in the Sky. He showed the MoFi, which I love that record. And he likes Tony Williams. I mean, he likes all Miles. And I said, well, I got to ask you since you're here. What do you think? It's MoFi, and I know we went through this. He said, and I agree with him, except for Kind of Blue. I think the MoFis. He thinks the MoFis sound better. The MoFis sound better than the originals. He said the originals are thin and aren't that great. The Columbia stuff, and that's one opinion. But someone who works with analog tapes all the times, I respect that. That he said that.
Yeah, for sure.
I don't have all of them, but I have a lot of the Miles. Same with the Dylan. I think most of the Dylan, not all, sound better than the originals in some cases.
I want to try I want to get the MoFi Miles Smiles because I have the
Speaker's Corner.
Yeah, and I don't think that sounds really good at all.
Miles, yeah, the MoFi Miles is really great.
Yeah.
Really great.
And Orbital is a killer track.
Yeah, I'm disappointed in the Speaker's Corner.
Yeah.
I like it in Silent Way, and that in Silent Way is a 33, and it sounds really good. That's my favorite Miles album, I think.
That's your favorite one?
Yeah.
I don't have that.
I mean, it depends on the day of the week, but I keep going back to that one a lot.
Yeah.
I like Jack Johnson a lot too. I think that's
Jack Johnson's great.
I like Silent Way better, a lot better than the Jack Johnson.
Yeah, I do too. But and I like the reissue cover of Jack Johnson. I didn't like that illustration cover. I like that black and white picture that he's standing there with the profile of trumpet. That's cool.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Maz is right. Depends on the day of the week. I mean, this last weekend, I listened to all of them back to back in chronological order. They make sense. Miles made a lot more sense to me. I think Miles in the Sky is my favorite, sonically and musically.
Yeah.
ESP is good.
Yeah.
Is that the Impex one, or is it that's the Impex? Yeah, I have the Impex one and the Mo 545 one.
Can you now, Mike? When you pull that album out, can you like visualize what it's about and think it before you even play it?
Not this one. I can't do it to this one.
What's called?
But ESP. I can for a lot.
I love that. I love that.
It's called ESP.
joke, Mike. You're the victim of Mazzy's humor. He was making an ESP joke.
So today I just got this one.
It's too late for that, Mazzy.
Oh, look, but there's two of them.
Yeah.
Is that's not the new one? The new one's not out yet, right?
Yeah.
No.
The new one is a one step. It's not out yet.
Oh.
Yeah.
Is that
I was
good?
missing this one. I had a Columbia Red Label 360, and this one is just like, you can
better or no?
Compare.
Much better.
Much better. I mean, especially in the mid range, it has so much detail.
Yeah, that's one I don't have.
On the percussion.
Yeah.
Separation. The horn sounds horn.
I'm just thinking about getting the one step because isn't it just about the same price for that one as the one step?
Yeah, but there's supposed to be less steps in the process of making the vinyl, so it should be closer to the master tape,
right?
Or the DSD file.
Yeah, DSD file. Yeah, I want that, Mike. How does that? Let's see that again. I know you showed it before, but what?
This is Columbia 360, and it sounds amazing.
It does.
Yes.
That's like a 74, 75 press.
Yeah, it's really good.
Yeah, I got a Japanese version of that one.
I have the Vinyl Me Please version of Sorcerer.
Oh, how's
that? Here's the full concert.
It's fine, but it's the only one I have.
Vinyl, right?
Huh?
It's on pink vinyl?
Yeah, it's on pink vinyl.
How is it?
It's good.
I missed that. I don't know.
How do you? Okay, here's a good question. How do you guys feel about studio releases that are found and released after an artist is dead? I
don't
like
care
a lot
as long
of
as the family is getting
releases.
the state
I
is getting money.
Everything, but it depends. You know, a state likes to release records. A label likes to release records. I have no problem with it because you can choose to get it or not get it, or
you
know. Just today, I don't know if anyone is interested. They just put out a double live Hendrix album from '69 from LA.
Yeah, and there's another one coming record store day, Mazzy.
Any of you guys familiar with this?
Yeah, that looks cool.
Oh, Mandrill?
Mandrill?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, Mandrill.
All right, man.
Oh,
that's awesome.
Rob has that shirt, that one with the black and white one. He wore that today to Jim's.
Yeah, Mazzy, are you writing fan fiction about me?
Oh shit!
Oh man.
Yeah.
What's the name of that Mandrill record? I'm gonna look it up.
Oh man.
Well, I can't read it now.
I never see those
You
used.
see it?
I never see
That's
Mandrill
outside
records.
of town.
Yeah, thank you.
Anybody see Mandrill records in the used market? I never see them.
Yeah, this was $5. It's awesome.
I see them, but they're
war.
not in great condition.
Right.
Yeah, they're not in good condition at all.
Well, I can understand that. I mean, this joint is really good. Like I can see someone playing this over and over and over again.
Yeah. No, I know that.
This one, the cover is kind of jacked, but the vinyl is like.
Is that about 1975 or 6?
It is 73.
Oh,
I have several Barbara Mandrell and the Mandrell Sister albums.
yeah. I'm
That
sure
was
you
their
have
nickname.
your own
Oh,
mandrill.
hey, I sent my. No, actually, I'm not gonna say that because you guys keep your lives stored. So.
Well, not. I showed my Discogs, so I'm taking it down.
Oh, you
you're
did?
not.
It's coming down.
Oh well, I already bought that Max Roach Clifford Brown one.
Oh, don't. That's a really good price.
Hey, Mike, are you Chris? Are you going to post this video live
It's
and
a
leave
third-
it there?
It's gonna be a live stream highlight.
If Mike wants to, he can go edit it and cut that part out in YouTube.
Do people sit and watch like 5 hours of this after the fact? Not just
hell yeah, dude. That's how we got monetized. Just people watching our old
OG
live.
sealed. This is
Hey.
a Rob sign.
Wow,
it's amazing.
That's that
Why
Billy
is it
Jones.
rock by? Because it's sealed.
Yeah.
Hey, look.
That's cool.
If you want to go back and see Mike's PIN code for his ATM, just
no
rewind
more taking conversation.
Did anybody get the Andrew Hill today? Also,
Yes, I did.
I have
I had
a departure.
What Andrew?
Yeah.
Here? I'll point. Oh no, I have the Music Matters. So.
I have the Music Matters too.
Oh,
I have a. I have
But I
a
know
RBG.
it sounds better than the than my Blue Note RVG from the
Which
70s.
one? I have the Black B.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I have the white B.
Yeah,
I think it sounds good.
And it sounds
I'm good enough with this.
Yeah.
it's not like the Bobby Hutcherson where it was totally better than the RVG from the 70s.
And
Which Bobby Hutcherson?
The stick up.
Oh really? I got that
Yeah.
too. I haven't.
Yeah. But it's still better. But I wouldn't say it's like
Yeah, but for $40, are you going to find an OG copy? That's
exactly.
No, but a lot of these new reissues are beating out the OGs, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like
Oh, for sure.
I get people who want OGs for like the nostalgia.
That's what
And it's like I have an original, like a first press, but sonically, like for me,
Oh, yeah.
I want the best sounding version.
Yeah.
But
I think
I disagree.
I played like 40 for this.
I agree. They
40?
sound superior, but I feel like I am interested in hearing what the originals sound like. It's not like the originals sound bad. I mean, I would love to hear how those sound.
Bad, but
that's what I mean.
I want
They're
to
just different.
I want to listen to the absolute best version of that album that I can listen to. Like
I agree, but I don't need to have that all the time. I feel like I have a nice little selection of Music Matters jazz. I want some OGs. I want to like have everything.
I'll tell you that I have four.
I get it.
I have
I'll
four
get an OG of
OGs.
something that doesn't have a reissue, but
I have four OGs, and they are punchy. They are punchy. I'll tell you, the Gigolo I just got is killer. It's amazing.
Wait,
so
you hung out with Jim, but now you're talking about your gigolo you just got.
Listen, I just got the business card. No,
I can't resist with you.
And Felipe, I have an OG question for Felipe because you have a lot of OGs. Do the ones that are pressed at Plastilite, do they sound better than after that period of Plastilite? Or is it just another difference?
The question is what you mean by better.
Well, do you like them better? Like, do you prefer them over like, after Plastilite, whatever they use?
I think they have the punch. They have this punch, but I'm not sure if it's because Van Gelder just put everything in a certain frequency range. There's some cutouts here and there, some noise. I don't know, and the way the mono was cut. I just feel like overall it's very hard to beat a Music Matters. To be very honest with you.
Yeah,
dude,
I'm not disagreeing.
I'm
not disagreeing.
You can't.
But there's the thing. Like I have about 75 Music Matters,
Yeah.
and more than half are 45s. If I could change them all for 33s, I
32,
would,
yeah,
even
yeah.
though that I know the 45 has an advantage.
Well,
But
a lot of the 45s aren't available on 33.
I know that.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
vice
And
versa.
Felipe,
your only
is it
option
better
the
to use
45.
regular or wax dental floss?
Regular, it gets more attraction.
Really? Okay, I
Yeah.
thought wax would be
Oh,
easier.
but I have a follow-up question, Felipe. Does it matter if you wear dentures?
It depends if it's plastic or ceramic.
Plastic. Plastic dentures on.
Yeah, I mean acrylic, right? Acrylic is plastic.
What about a porcelain crown?
It's very smooth. It's slick. It's nice. Yeah.
Okay.
Do you have any of the ERC?
No, I refuse to buy ERC. I think it's just too much.
I agree with you.
I've paid like a few hundreds for some music matters that I have, but I would never pay ERC. No, I just think that I don't know. I don't like the model. I just like the the way it's done. I mean, no.
I only have one. I've said this before. Is that Bobby Hutcherson Happenings is the only music I want.
It's not going to magically appear, Mazzy.
Well, I got
Felipe, what's that going for?
You can get it, but I got an email about 2 hours ago because it's my only Discog wish list album.
So it's a 450 record, and I'm not buying. I have an RVG, and I'm happy with that.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Of what?
Oh yeah.
And they're not going to do
Happenings.
it. It'll probably do it as a classic, which will be great. Yeah, that's
Ooh.
So I'll trade you like 5 T-shirts for it.
Oh gosh,
What's that T-shirt?
Where?
Are those Mazzy bucks?
Hey, Mazzy. Check this out. So after we do our first gig together, I have a copy of this waiting for you.
What gig are we gonna do together? I'm retiring.
We'll figure it out. Something.
Yeah.
You're gonna juggle fire.
Yeah.
Michael 45 might sell the ERCs now that he likes the originals better.
I want to get Michael 45 onto OG jazz.
No comment.
Yeah.
But he says what everyone here is saying is like those aren't the best sounding. But I'm trying to tell him they're different sounding. It's not that it's about
I
don't know.
Like I have original Beatle albums, mono and stereo. Do I always pull those out to play to listen to? Not always. And not because I'm worried about playing them. I'm not sensitive about any of my records. It depends. I don't always play those. I actually play my 70s analog Beatle records more than my 60s OGs because they're cleaner.
I would say this in terms of jazz, like the OG contemporaries.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I like that sound better than the OG Blue Notes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I find a lot of the OG Blue Notes to be just harsh.
They're also really expensive. Most of my OGs are not like Blue Notes is the exception. Like if it comes up and it's like
exactly.
But like I like OG Riversides, OG Jazzland, OG Pacific Jazz, Contemporary, Argo, Bethlehem, Savoy, Prestige. I mean, these are awesome records to have. That's my point.
Oh yeah,
right?
well, a lot of that stuff though, Contemporary, Savoy, like a lot of that stuff's not even been reissued. Like the only option is to find like
I
have a question,
and that's additionally why I do it. That's why I don't even go after Blue Note because they're doing so much on the classic series. It's not worth it.
Yeah,
but like
Blue Note is probably the worst one to try and go after OGs. I mean, the price on those are just insane.
Yes,
like the contemporary Hampton Halls that came out, right?
Mm-hmm.
I have an OG of that. I haven't listened to the reissue. I have no desire because the OG is so good.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I've got 4 or 5 OG contemporaries. They're all scratched to hell though.
Yeah,
but
they play better.
they're not scratched. They sound amazing. But
Yeah, I don't have.
I
any
rebought 3 of them because they're so beat up.
And they were so I think I don't think I paid over 30 for them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but how long ago did you get them?
In the last 2 years.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I actually, this is Mazzy. Mazzy has his T-shirt from the store, Stranded. They have one in New York, and they had a whole bunch of like contemporaries. You know, Hampton Hawes.
We should hit some stores, Mike. I'm gonna drive up to New York, man.
All right,
I'm serious.
I
I'm
have,
serious. Like, let me know when you got some time, man. I'll drive up and we'll hit some stores, grab some.
All
milk or
right.
something.
Hey, all right. I always have time.
All right.
The Savoy's original song great.
Mm-hmm.
The blood red.
Put your info in the private chat.
All right. Okay.
I want to go to New York. I've never been. That'd be cool.
Where are you, Chris?
Yeah.
Huh?
Where are you?
Fort Worth, Texas.
Oh, okay. Okay. I was just there. Was it last year? Last year, not in Fort Worth. Just south of you in this little town called Glen Rose.
Oh yeah, I love it. Glen Rose is awesome.
Yeah. Yeah, I have a friend and his family's down there.
There's a big giant like nature preserve type thing out there that takes kids all the time. It's fun.
And they have the little dinosaur park or something down there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, pretty soon you're going to be able to buy the entire Music Matters Jazz catalog. It's going to cost more expensive than buying Twitter, the company.
Oh,
that's why you got to get them now.
Long way to get to that punchline.
Yeah,
right. I've been trying to work it in for 3 hours, Rob. I mean, did you see the email he sent out today? Into the building, into the employees. If there's anybody that knows coding and knows stuff, please come down to the like really, like everyone's left.
I heard today they had 238 employees left.
Oh, I'm sure.
Everybody.
Twitter?
It's really scary that it's crash and burn. Seriously,
it's dead. It's just going to cease to function.
And that building used to be this old on Market Street. This wholesale furniture mart, which is a cool building. You get wholesale furniture, the showrooms, and it was, when Mayor Lee was there, they gave Twitter this big tax break to kind of revitalize mid-market area, and they got like a 10-year tax break. And then
I think that regardless of what's happening now, that thing has been a blight on the earth. I mean, remember when it first came out, everyone hated it and everyone made fun of it. Then it became this thing that was.
You mean Twitter?
Yeah, that ruled the world, and it's just this monster that I hate, and it's disgusting, and I hope it does go away.
Yeah, me too. I would agree with that 100%.
I think we'll be better with all social media gone.
Well, we wouldn't be here.
Just YouTube. Just YouTube.
Come on, YouTube.
Just the Jazz Bums life, right? Nothing else.
Everybody has to watch the Jazz Bums live. Tell your friends, tell your kids.
Yeah, I think about that all the time. I think if we didn't have this, like, it's neat that I get to talk to people all over the world, but it was kind of also neat when I was a kid, and I learned everything through magazines, and it was kind of fun.
But this was the greatest thing during the pandemic, I think, right?
Oh yeah.
And I tell you, I've met some of the greatest people, despite you 8 guys here, over the last few years. No, seriously, I met people. Now I have people like friends-ish, whatever you want to call it, around the country, around the world, that I could go meet up for a coffee or a drink, talk about records.
Not here.
No. I don't know if you're allowed in Germany anymore, Mazzy. I don't know if I'll let you in.
Make love videos.
I've been to Germany 3 times, and the only place I want to go back, I want to go to Berlin. I've never been to Berlin.
That'd be neat.
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to make it to is it Dusseldorf? What's the
it's a Dusseldorf.
Yeah. That ship has sailed. So, but I used to go to New York. I used to go to New York twice a year, like every year for the last almost like 30 years. Seriously, I love Manhattan. In the late 90s, I guess, no, 2005, 6, 7, 8, I'd go to New York and I'd stay at this walk up I'd rent every year for 2 months, January and February, midwinter, on East 17th Street, right by Park Avenue South, across from the W Hotel there.
Yeah.
Wait,
Well, that's
do you
down
think
by
you're in
Union
a
Square.
taxi, Maz? Do you think you're
The
in a
W is by
taxi?
Union Square. That's a little lower.
Yeah, it's right. I mean, literally, there's a theater on the corner, right in the corner, like the film school, and then 2 doors down where the brownstone I stayed in.
Yeah,
And
that's since closed. That the roundabout, that's gone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I used to go to. I mean, there was that. What's that? The canteen. The cafe on the corner of the park there. It was like not the canteen.
In the
it's like
park?
a diner, but
yeah, I think I know what you're talking about.
it was on the corner of not Park Avenue South, the one on the other side of the park, on the corner there, right at East 17th.
Wait, could you be more
Madison?
vague, please?
Is that Madison? Madison?
Is that the next one over? I don't remember.
I can't remember.
I mean, I was literally looking at the hotel, the place I stayed at.
And there was a guy who said, "Where you walking here?" And then
I was there during the storm of the
Could you
century.
tell me more stereotypes about New York?
That's Sunday morning, the storm of the century.
I got
2007
a
or
slice
8.
of pizza, and I was walking down the block.
Yeah,
Yeah, there's the pizza
I love
parlor
New
right
York.
there.
I love New York.
Mhm.
I was
No,
bummed when they
the
closed
best
it, even
pancakes
though-
in New York is Clinton Street Baking Company.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that's the best.
I used to go to what's that restaurant of Florent in the meatpacking district?
Lorenzo.
Yeah, it's amazing how all that has changed, though.
Yeah. That's like San Francisco. It's all gone, you know. I mean, even the Virgin Megastore right there, I liked it. You know, Union Square.
Yeah. Oh God.
Hey, Mike, what record stores do you go to in the city?
I go to Stranded, A1 sometimes. Sometimes I have to be in the mood to go to A1 Records.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where's Stranded?
They got a pretty.
It's gosh, I don't even because I live here. I don't even know like streets. I just go to places.
Got it.
But it's funny. It's in the area. It's in like a historic area. Like the old 5 spot is like around the block from where Stranded is.
Okay.
And they have like plaques up and everything like that saying this was the place of the 5 spot, which is like an old folks. I shouldn't say an old folks home, but an assisted living home now.
You can say old folks.
And gosh, what's the one place I go to a lot is Academy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There are 2 academies. There's one like but I go to the one on the Lower East Side. That's all record. Yeah,
Oh no, I go to the one with the CDs too.
Yeah.
Oh,
The other one is really good. On the Lower East Side.
Isn't it really close to A1? Isn't it just like a block away?
No, it's further. It's further than a block away, but it's
okay.
It's really good, and they actually have a store in Brooklyn, on Oak Street in Brooklyn, and then there's another place in Brooklyn that's called the Brooklyn Record Exchange that I really like, and they'll get a big shipment in. What I like about the stores, the stores in New York, like if they get a big collection in, they put it out piecemeal. So you don't have to worry about someone going in and like scooping up a whole bunch of stuff. And, it'll be over like weeks.
Yeah, that
if
makes
they're
sense.
just placing stuff out. So you have a fair chance to get something.
That's cool.
You're really looking at for.
Hey, Sean, do you live in San Francisco? You went to Delfino is my favorite restaurant in San Francisco, and it closed during the pandemic, and they gutted the building and they redid it, and it just opened. I'm going there in December. I'll be there. I have reservations in mid-December again. It's a Italian place, but it's really good in the Mission District. Anyway, we're talking food here. Sorry. But,
I want food. I like food.
Yeah, Roberto said he likes Lower East Side Academy also.
Yeah, I got to check that out. I go to that other one. It's there's a lot of classical in the back.
Yeah, I mean that used to.
And
I used to, like, gosh, that is a better place for like CDs and movies. That Academy, because I used to shop there a lot, and they have some records, but the Lower East Side one is much better. That's where I've gotten like all like the OGs and
Is it in the Avenues or is it Ludlow? What area? Where is it?
It's around. I think it's around 12th Street and maybe across First.
yeah, something like that.
Between First and Avenue A. And it's sad because like back in the day, I say back in the day, like in the early 90s, I used to hang out before it became gentrified. That was like a great spot. I used to go this club, this bar. It was called La Linea on First and First. I used to hang out there. I had a friend who was a bartender there, and they played jazz. That's where I met Al Foster one night.
Wow!
And we would just hang out there, and it was great. And my friend would close the door, and then she closed down the place, and we just drink after hours.
I used to go to place Mike's on 9th.
9th and what?
Mid. It's. I'm thinking like if you went to 9th from, 42nd. No, I don't know, the 40s maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Mike's.
There used to be so many places all over the city, and it's like I said, it's just changed so much.
Yeah.
What's Stranded looks? I'm looking at Stranded pictures right now. It looks like a great record shop.
It's all right. It's small. The one in the city is small. Okay. You can find stuff like once in a while, like
in San Francisco. It's really a niche store. It took over. It bought out Aquarius Records. That was, since the late 60s, early 70s. Aquarius, I think, was on Castro, then 24th Street, then Valencia, and people took it over and it moved across the street called Stranded. And there's one also in Oakland or Berkeley.
Mm-hmm.
But it's a lot of electronic and jazz and avant-garde, and
right.
It's a very it's niche. I don't know if the one in New York's the same.
It does look small. You're right.
It's like, do you ever order from Forced Exposure? Forced Exposure. They're East Coast. I don't know if they're New York. They're East Coast. If you like avant-garde stuff or jazz or like the Rune gramophone stuff or a lot of European imports, Forced Exposure is a great mail order. I think they have a store too. That's a great place to know if you're looking for kind of out there stuff. So,
one of the best places that around, I guess, in this area that to find really good music. It's outside of the city. It's up. It's in this area called Beacon, New York, and it's called Hudson Valley Vinyl.
Okay, I've heard of that.
And they're great. They're the ones that got one of the owners put out that Sunrise book with all the album covers recently.
Oh, cool! That's cool.
They get stuff and stuff doesn't move that fast. That's the problem with being in the city. If they get like when I picked up like this Andrew Hill that I have, the guy said, "Oh, we got this collection. We're going to put it out piecemeal. It's going out this day." I go down there because I have like a little route that I take. I go to the used record stores. I go to the bookstores, and I pick up my stuff. I go there. They're like guys like waiting for the store to open. And so it's just like I was like,
that's the worst thing. The rude assholes that run stores that if it says it opens at 11, all of a sudden you get there it's 11:45, still not open or something.
Yeah. So but like at Hudson Valley Vinyl, they're not. It's a totally different vibe. Stuff. I've gone up there, and I picked up stuff and really good stuff. No hassle at all. It's like a really good, pleasant experience.
That Samurai book is pretty cool.
Yeah, it's a great book.
Because Samurai's covers were all individually made for certain lengths of time.
Well,
so
a lot of the
I'm
band
assuming
members drew on them. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Were you playing ping pong, Chris?
No, I think
Felipe has a food truck in his driveway.
So, Chris, what was
It's open on weekends.
What was the best thing about the Capitol Audio? What was some of the good rooms?
Oh man, there were quite a few good rooms. There was a room with, I think their company is now listed here. I think they're in Delaware. They had a room with some Vandersteins and the new DS Audio W3 optical cartridge in EMM Labs decoder. That was a great room. That was a good room. There was this other room with Lanche that had some speakers with like this plasma tweeter. That was a really good room. They had a reel-to-reel going in there too. Nice. There was 2 different QLN rooms that were really good. One with their standard Prestige series and another one with their signature series that was run with all what's the name of the Swedish company? Nagra. It was all Nagra and an NUO statement streamer. That room was really, really good. What else was there? There was the Fink. There was these like Fink like little bookshelves. I never heard of the company before, but that setup with those little bookshelves was really good too. It was a bunch of good rooms, man. It was really done well. Klaus, I don't know if you know Klaus with Odyssey Audio. He had a really nice setup with. They were using the same model turntable that I have in there. Same cartridge too. That room was really good.
What were they? What records were they playing?
Klaus have the same haircut as Michael 45?
No.
Chris, what were they demoing?
A lot of them had different records or that they could play, but you can bring records too and ask them to play stuff.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's almost like if you're there and you really want to play around with analog, it's good to bring records because most of the people that are doing demos for digital, a lot of them are using stuff that's stored on their servers because streaming in those kind of environments is not.
Yeah, the Wi-Fi is terrible there.
Yeah, the Wi-Fi is terrible. Everyone's on it.
So Chris, did you have a chance to see the Andrew Jones new speakers at MoFi?
No, I wasn't. No, I heard about it, right? But I didn't go to that room.
How much are those?
Was it crowded?
I think it's like 60.
The show, I went on Friday and Sunday. It was pretty crowded on Friday. Not bad though. Like you can get the sweet spot and stuff like that. I heard Saturday was even busier, but I tend to go on Friday to kind of see like what rooms I want, and then Sunday I'll go back and listen to like some of the rooms that I really wanted to target because they'll make tweaks throughout the weekend. Because you got to remember, like they're putting these systems in like little hotel rooms, or like big. Some of them might have like divided up like bigger rooms, but it's not the best situation. But some of those rooms, though, man, they tweaked that shit. Man, it was some rooms that were like really, really incredible. So on Sunday, I brought records with me and demoed some records in a bunch of rooms.
Yeah,
I've never gone.
Guys, I'm gonna take off, guys.
All right, Rob. Good to see you.
All right, Rob.
Take it easy.
Yeah, I got to head out too. Actually, I got to head out too. So we're West Coast. We go to sleep early on the West Coast. Take care. Thanks again, everyone. Nice seeing you.
Later, Mazzy.
See you.
Bye.
Yeah, but I highly recommend like if anybody like wants to go and check out stuff to go to like an audio show near them.
Can you listen to like do people have like a Braxis the one step? Like,
I took that with me on Sunday, and I went.
You had that?
The first room I went to with it was the that room with the Vanderstein speakers and that new DS Audio W3 cartridge, and it was and it was like surround sound, and it was crazy. I was hearing stuff like back here. It was nuts, man.
Wow.
That setup and the turntable. I mean, we got to remember that like pricing, right, is all relative, right? What is expensive and what is not expensive. But relatively speaking, the turntable was not a very expensive turntable in ARM. It was the same turntable that Poetry on Plastic uses.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the pure fidelity, I think it is, right?
Yeah,
it was
beautiful.
That turntable. I don't remember what ARM they were using, but the cartridge is not a cheap cartridge, though. The cartridge and decoder is very expensive.
Yeah.
But man, that room, that was like probably one of my favorite rooms, man. It was really, really good. Really good.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
I feel like I need to get one of these things just so I can hear music that I've never heard one of those systems. I mean, like ever.
Oh, it's insane. It's insane.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing is too, like, there's gonna be. I mean, there's good systems at all price ranges, right? But some of these systems are just like, just incredibly expensive. Like,
oh, sure,
and also
you'll find a frame of reference.
Most expensive rooms are not the best sounding.
Yeah, I'd like to have a frame of reference of what like a $50,000 setup sounds like, right? As an example.
Yeah,
and then not spend $50,000, but buy stuff that gets me close to that sound that I heard. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think you're gonna find too, at least in my experience, as you get as you spend more and more and more, the benefit that you're getting, or like how much better it gets smaller and smaller and smaller.
Exactly.
You go from like a $500 pair of speakers to a $5,000 pair of speakers. Like that's a massive jump in like sound quality that you're gonna get.
Yeah,
but you go from like a
$5,000
pair of speakers to a $25,000 pair of speakers, and it's like a much smaller jump in terms of what you're getting.
Yeah, that's what's called the law of diminishing returns.
It is, the law of diminishing returns is definitely real, and you also get to a point where it's more different than it is better or worse, right? Because there's nothing out there that's gonna give you everything. Like that Vandersteen room, it did everything except the mids were just a tiny bit thin. But like if you want to get like the best mids, you have to give up something. It's like a give or take. Like you're never gonna find anything that does everything right.
Yeah.
Like the QLN room, the sound stage was massive. Like the width, the depth of it, the detail, the accuracy, but the bass was there, but just wasn't as tight. Like and just not as quick. Like but. You have to give something up. Like if you want like bass that's like super fast and tight and punchy, then you really want to look for like a seal box design versus ported, right? But going to a seal box design, depending on what and how they make it, in the cabinet structure, you may lose other things. So it's like
and that in a sense won't matter if you're using solid state or tubes.
Exactly, man. It's that room with the plasma. Dude, that room with those, I think it was Lanche with the plasma. It's like basically, there's no tweeter material. Like when you first get the speaker, they heat it up to like 600 degrees or something, and it forms this plasma membrane for the tweeter. Yeah. So the tweeter itself is like weightless, right? It's not moving like the material to produce sound. It was incredible, right?
Yeah.
But then you like look at the components they're using. Dude, they were using 2 mono blocks on each side. So 4 mono blocks, and each mono block had, I think, 8 300B tubes.
Yeah.
Like it's just that's incredibly expensive just for the tubes, let alone like the equipment. Like it was just
I mean,
Chris,
to start with 300B is the best sound ever. I mean, I think there's nothing better than 300B.
What for the mids though, for mids and vocals, right? Like, but you start to lose other things, like when you're, you know what I mean? Like I feel like tubes don't have that tight bass, right?
No,
like
they don't.
You don't get the
nature,
speed, right? So you get that warmth, you get, so it's always give or take.
I mean, even in speakers now, if you look at more contemporary, people are now going back to making paper dome.
Yeah.
Woofers, silver dome.
Oh.
They're stepping away
yeah.
from polymers, from titanium. They're going back to these materials.
Yeah, I mean, there's also companies that still like audio note. You know, they use like paper cone drivers and hemp cone drivers. And I will tell you, like, an audio note system done well will give you like beautiful texture. Like, you want to hear like strings get plucked and hear the belly of the instrument, like that audio note. Like, I used to have a pair of their bookshelves, which was the only one of their speakers that was a seal box design. But to this day, like, that was like the best representation of like actual texture in like string instruments that I've heard. But I mean, you lose other things. Like, the vocals weren't the best. Like, I feel like Harvest, the equivalent in that speaker in a Harvest, did better for like the vocals in mid range. So yeah.
Do you guys do you listen to any electrostatic speakers?
I did at the show.
What do you think about those?
I did at the show, but I am not the biggest fan of electrostatic speakers, only because I have yet to come across a set of electrostatic speakers that really gives that depth.
Yeah.
Right. I feel like you get very good speed, you get detail. It's like very punchy, kind of like in your face. But I feel like you don't get like that depth in the sound stage. I don't know why that is, but that's just my experience. But there were some really good ones that were there. But I think, again, it kind of comes down to like your preference and what you like and what kind of presentation speaks to you.
Exactly.
You know, for me, real quick, I kind of agree with Danny. He's talking about it's hard to be an audiophile and a vinyl collector.
Yeah. So actually, there's a great video. John DeVore put a great video today about being audiophile and record collector. He talks exactly about this. Check that out. And I think, Chris, I agree with you. I think electrostatic is very perfect, very precise, but you need a lot of power to drive them. You need like at least 100 watts, at least a really good 100 watt.
I think more than that, man. Yeah. Because I feel like in my experience,
they're like usually 2 ohm, right? They're going to be like usually 2 ohm speakers.
Yeah. Well, I don't know about. I don't know about that in terms of what their sense, like the ohm rating is for them, whether it's 2 or 4 or whatever. But I feel I do agree with you on the amount of power that they need.
You need a lot of
but power. I also feel like with, at least in my experience so far, like with some of the speakers, depending on the sensitivity, like especially with something like in the 80s, like the more power you have and the more your amplifier can just kind of like cruise and not really be pushed, like it's just better. You know,
need power and they're great. But to my experience, I like horns better because they have that flash, they have that human thing.
Okay, yeah, I can see that.
All right, I'm gonna head out, guys. Thank you so much. It was awesome as always. I wish I could have drank tonight like last week, but I have to pick up my son from work. It's a lot more fun when you get to drink beers with you guys. But thank you so much. Have a great night.
Pleasure to have you again. Thanks for coming.
Now, Felipe, you have I don't know. Maybe it was your system. Do you have the NAD?
I have an NAD. I'm actually a transition process. I have an NAD. I have 2 amps. 2 amps. I have an NAD 380H. It's a Class D.
Yeah.
And upstairs in my bedroom, I have a Marantz 69. It's a Model 22, 40 watts per channel.
Yeah.
That's Class A or Class A?
Class AB. AB. And that suite has an amazing sound.
I need to get my Marantz rebuilt. I got my dad's Marantz, and I'm gonna get it fixed after the new
year. Chris, my dad has an old Marantz too, but I can't pry it from his hands. He won't let it go.
Mine passed away, and I got it finally. It was actually in his will that I got the damn thing. So.
No, that stuff is great. And so, Chris, I actually I bought a new pair of speakers like a few months ago. It's still in the warehouse because I'm moving, so it's gonna ship to my new house.
Oh, what'd you get?
And the guy that built my speakers, he was actually at the Capitol Audio Fest.
Oh, who?
He was with Border Patrol, Volti. He makes horns.
I don't think I went to that room.
It's like handmade in Tennessee.
Oh.
What's the name of the speakers?
Volti, Volti.
Oh, I
He was
think
with-
I did go to that room. Hold on, let me see what they look like.
He was with Border Patrol.
I don't remember Border Patrol, but I do remember seeing this this name and logo. Let me see which ones, which speakers.
I got the Raz.
The Raz.
Yeah.
I think he was at. No, I don't think I saw these.
Yeah. And I'm looking into tubes now.
Yeah.
To pair with them.
Yeah, how sensitive are these with the horns in that 12-inch woofer? Is probably pretty sensitive,
Oh,
right?
they're close to 100. Yeah, close to 100.
Yeah. What are you looking for in terms of tubes?
So amps, I'm looking into. I know a guy that has a store, and I'm probably gonna get his demo unit, a Japanese 11, the CX600.
What tubes does that one run? The 6HC.
I think I can't remember enough from the top of my head, but you can use different tubes.
Okay.
For the power stage, yes.
My whole system's worth about $50.
You might as well go 300 Bs, man.
Yeah. In Philadelphia, it's worth $50.
So the best sound I've ever heard in my life is the 300B, the Japanese, the airtight.
Yeah. Airtight is really good.
But that stuff is like $20,000.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. Yeah, Lavelle. I used to have Prima Luna. I had two of the Dialogue HP mono blocks.
Mm-hmm.
But the problem was my room. Man, my room is only like 9 by 9, and each Dialogue HP mono block had 8 tubes. So I was running 16 tubes in there plus a preamp. In the summertime, man, you'd be sweating in here trying to listen to a record. It was just way too much. So I let them go. But man, if you do go with Prima Luna, the let me know. There's Svetlana, their wing C's. You have to go for a specific date year. Anything prior to 2010 are still good tubes. They're harder to find, but those 6550 wing C's are incredible, man. That's like the best tube you can use. I mean, to me, outside of going to 300B, but going to 300B, you're really bringing down the amount of wattage. So you need speakers that are super, sensitive.
Yeah, and Chris, a good American brand that makes amazing integrated power amps is Carry Audio.
Oh yeah. Carry Audio is good. Conrad Johnson, McGarry. I think McGarry and Conrad Johnson are actually in the DMV area, the Washington D.C. area. DMV. Yeah. I like the Prima Luna stuff because you can kind of play around with tubes. It has the auto biasing, so you don't really have to worry about like doing the manual biasing for the tubes.
Yeah.
But
they have auto bias. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Only tubes I ever messed with is in ham radios. Those are a pain in the ass, though, man. I've got an old ham radio from the '60s that's a bitch to tune.
Yeah, I'm done.
The more modern shit is all solid state, so it's just like if you have 100 watts or 500 watts, that's what you got to push your signal out, right?
Yeah.
But it's an old Japanese tube one. It's like 100 watts, which is pretty powerful, right?
Yeah.
If you don't have the fucking tubes tuned right, you'll be pushing 1 watt. Like it's like micro adjustments to tune the fucking thing. It's a nightmare.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I only have tubes in my phono stage now. I get I'm all solid state.
Yeah, and I think phono stage is it should be solid state because of the noise, the heat, it doesn't make much sense. It's very sensitive to being because everything is generated by tubes, so it's better to have a solid state for phonoing.
I agree to a certain extent. I think it just depends on the design of the phono stage.
True.
I'm using the audio research, and I love it. but I can see where you're coming from with that for sure.
Yeah, most of the designs they're going to be kind of defeat the purpose.
Yeah. When are you moving and getting your new speakers?
Next month.
Nice.
Nice.
I'm very excited. They've been in the warehouse since July. Greg has been very nice holding the speakers there for me.
Are you doing like a dedicated room?
Yes.
Dang.
Yeah.
Oh man, that's gonna be nice.
Yeah, I'm very excited. I'm very excited.
Then me and Mike are gonna fly
Do you
down
stream
there.
as well, or are you all analog?
I have a streamer, but I don't listen to it at all. Just analog.
Yeah, I sold my streamer and DAC and everything probably a week or two ago, and just all analog now. I'm enjoying it.
So this NAD here is a very good streamer. It's all Blue sound system. So I think I might just hook up to the TV, play TV sound, and stream using some bookshelves that I have.
Yeah.
For the living room and stuff like that. But in my room, it's going to be those speakers with tubes.
Nice. What
I have a
table do
really
you have?
fancy DAC here. Want to see my fancy DAC? And I've got a little speaker cable I can plug into it.
So that's the thing. That's the thing about DAC, right? Rob was telling you, I'm listening to Apple Lossless to the Elvin Jones record. No, he wasn't, because everything gets funneled to the DAC on his phone, and he's listening to low resolution anyways, no matter how good the stream is.
Oh, that sounds pretty good.
Yeah, no, it sounds good, but if you put like in a Mola $10,000 DAC, is gonna sound even better.
It sounds good till it doesn't.
Yeah.
What are you doing for your table and arm and cartridge and stuff?
Techniques at 1200 with the black.
Ortofon?
Yeah. I'm quite happy with that. I mean, and I have two techniques. You can tell the difference in the sound. The 1200 is much more grittier, louder than the 1610 that I have. I like both. I might keep just one. I want to go. I just like this direct drive concept. It's much easier to drive, and you can swap the head shells.
Yeah. I imagine that's.
I love my 1200s, man.
That's the best thing about it.
It's amazing. It's amazing.
Switching out.
Yeah, when I decided to do mono, like I'm adding another arm.
But is it a pain to adjust the weight when you swap out, or you just remember what it is?
No.
Or do you guys measure when you swap?
One thing you can do, Mike, for example, what I did to my cartridges, I have a mono and the stereo cartridge. They have both orthophones, so the same height, the same everything. So what I did, you can get a little piece of how's it called? Epoxy, for example. Weight each cart. Put a piece of epoxy in the lightest cart. They're going to have the same weight. Make sense?
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah.
Like a Durapox or Aldite or whatever. Just mix it up, add a little bit, stick to the cartridge. They're going to have the same weight.
So instead
Speaking of weight, do you guys
cartridge weights?
Do you guys set your cartridge weights in the middle of where they're calibrated for, or do you go heavy or light?
Mine doesn't have a range. My cartridge just says I think 2 grams. So I just set it at 2 grams.
Yeah, I don't remember.
Yeah. So the orthophones, they have a range. I say the black goes from 14 to 17. They recommend 15.
15 what?
1.5 gram.
1.5, okay.
Yeah. So the mono goes from, I think it's like 14 to 18. So recommended is 16. So I balanced them both, so now they have the same weight. So I just use everything at 17, pretty much.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So I just have to swap the head shell. But I mean, even if you don't balance them, all you have to do, because they have the same height, you just turn the weight a little bit.
The weight, yeah.
Yeah.
Do you guys think it matters if you go heavy or light? I guess, Chris, you're just at what they're telling you to go at.
Yeah.
So there's not a range, but do you think, like, for the black, like, there's an instance where you want to go light?
I think in the poor sounded records, if you're punching too hard with the cartridge, you're gonna hear the defects. It's gonna be noisier a little bit, but a good record is gonna sound noiseless, anyways.
You know what I want to do? I want to so you'll see like my setup here in my office, right? I've got this old ass amp, not old, but just like a cheap Onkyo amp. I would like to find a small integrated amp in here that I could just use for my speakers, so I can put my second turntable there, and I could have
the Blue Sound, the Blue Sound amp. It's small, the sound of a streamer. It's a great amp. It's a Class G, but it's a great amp. It's a Blue Sound.
I'll check it out.
Yeah. Let me see.
I guess I could just put it on top of it.
Yeah.
Chris, did you have someone come set up your turntable for you, or did you do it yourself? Because it sounds like we're talking pretty serious gear here.
So I set it up, but I had someone come in to because they have like a computer, like it works like a Microsoft Surface tablet where they can connect into the outputs of the phono preamp, and then they can dial in VTA and azimuth and all of those things, like to get closer and closer to what like you would consider to be perfect. But when he came, I pretty much had aligned the cartridge in terms of the cartridge in the head shell. It was almost perfect. He didn't change that at all. So we really adjusted azimuth, VTA. The weight was fine. I adjusted the weight, and anti-skate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I like about those techniques. You can adjust everything.
Yeah.
But first and foremost, before we talk anything of that, if the table is not level, nothing matters.
Yeah, that's true too. Yeah, you definitely need to have it level. That's like your foundation right there.
Yeah, because if you're not level, everything is going to be off.
Yeah, that's true. Of course, I don't know if my turntable in my bedroom when I was a kid was level or not. I kind of doubt it.
Yeah, like a close and play.
No, I had it all in one, like Magnavox or something, you know. Player built in, or two tape players and a turntable.
You know what I had as a it wasn't as a kid. I guess you. Yeah, it was. I guess it was from the 6th grade on until I graduated. I had a Gerard turntable.
Oh wow!
Oh wow!
But it was one of those. Yeah, it wasn't like a high end Gerard.
Right.
But it was like there was a stereo chain in New York, and my mother went and bought me this system. And the turntable was a Gerard turntable. I had a Sansui receiver, and I wish I had never gotten rid of it because it had the flywheel, dial and everything. And I'm sure it's like a great like vintage, receiver. And I had that all like through high school.
Wow.
And it was a great system.
Yeah.
I got whatever cheap system my parents could buy for Christmas at Monkey Ward. For sure. It's cool though, man. I mean, I got a cube of my dad's. My dad passed away. I got his Marantz. I got all his records too. He didn't have a lot, but probably a Calex cube and a half of records, right? So I'm really glad to have those. I listened to a bunch of them when I was a kid all the time, but there's a lot of crap too. I just can't get rid of them though. Like so many terrible 60s hits comps and shit that I'll never listen to. But
yeah. When my mother passed away, she actually had a really good record collection, and now my aunt has most of them. But Rev has this thing about show albums that mean the most to you or whatever, and I got a reissue of an album that my mother had in her collection, and I'm actually thinking about doing a video about it because because it was a really good album, and it's about like when the whole when I got bused to like a different school growing up and everything.
Mhm.
So I was like, all right, maybe I'll do this. We'll see.
Yeah, you should.
Nice.
I think it's nice to kind of like revisit some of those records like from your childhood. Like I remember my dad out playing like he played everything. I mean, one day he might be playing Snoop Dogg, another day we might be listening to War or the Allman Brothers. Like it was.
That's awesome.
I credit him for like my vast like love of different kinds and genres of music.
Yeah. My mom listened to lots of soul stuff from the 60s and 70s.
Yeah. The one thing I regret that I did, my mother had a lot of 45s.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, she had like James Brown, like funky drummer 45s, and I got rid of them.
Oh.
I just gave them away. And I was like, what? Yeah, I was like, what the hell was I thinking?
45s are a lot, though, man.
Yeah.
I have three 45s in my Discogs cart right now that I'm considering getting. There are ways you can get like Blue Note RBG stamped 7-inch 45s.
Yeah.
You can get there's some really good stuff out there.
Yeah.
It's kind of cool. I feel like it would be kind of cool to have a stack of like solid jazz 45s.
Yeah.
That would be really cool.
I remember like years ago, Mosaic put out like a I Quebec box set, and it was all it was from.
Yeah, well, all his stuff was in the jukeboxes.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I have this.
That's like some great stuff.
Yeah, I have. Here it is. This essentially is. I don't think it's really a compilation, but essentially, like all these. I think when I was researching this, all the tracks on this were like 40 for jukeboxes.
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
So they all have a cool feel. And Ike Quebec has like, it's so funny because I was talking to Felipe about him. I was like, he has like a real breathy tone. And I started researching it, and that's literally what people like know him by.
Yeah. I love his playing. I mean,
it's pretty nice.
Have you seen this 45 box for Al Green before?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty sweet.
Yeah, that's actually, I need to get some more Al Green. I've got like a couple of albums and that's it.
Well, this is still available from Fat Possum. They're one of my favorite labels.
Yeah.
For stuff. Yeah,
the one of the albums I have is from that they remastered.
Right. Yeah, they're just all 45s.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
There's like 28 of them or something. I mean, they're a pain in the ass to listen to.
All right, so here's what I think.
One song, right?
Yeah, one song on a side.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes one song on both sides because jazz songs can be really long, so they'll split them. Like I have, check this out. I have a Coltrane Blue Train 45.
Wow.
If I could find it, and it's part 1 and part 2. Where is it? It's got to be in here. And it's weird because it cuts off. Here it is. So it cuts off. I think Curtis Fuller has the 3rd solo, so it cuts off right before his solo. So I think obviously John Coltrane starts, then I think Lee Morgan comes in.
Mm-hmm.
I think, right, and then I think Curtis Fuller comes for the 3rd solo. So
or song?
This Blue Train.
Wow.
Oh, Blue Train. Okay.
So you see how it says part 1?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So it's like 6 minutes of Blue Train on this side, and then part 2 is on this side.
Yeah.
And it does have. Let's see if this comes up. It is RVG.
Make you big so you can see it.
Yeah. Hold on, sorry.
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah. So it's an RVG Blue Train from 57.
Wow.
58.
He cut the 45s too. That seems like a pain in the ass.
So I feel like they're 45s can be pretty cool. Don't totally sleep on them.
Yeah.
You had grabbed another record earlier, Mike. What was that? Were you going to show that?
Oh yeah, I was gonna, because you were saying how you like you probably have this, but if you don't, I'm gonna make you jealous.
All
right, let me make myself big. I showed this on a recent video, but this is a mono.
Oh yeah. I have.
It's a good one.
Yeah, I need that.
It's a good one.
Yeah. We got the same one.
How many times are you gonna show that fucking record, Mike? Oh shit!
It's all.
I got the 45 and the 33.
Oh, nice.
Oh my god, that's amazing.
Yeah.
I've done the 33.
So you know, Chris, I have a Blue Label RVG, but I just locked in on Music Matters because I think it might sound much better. Blue Hour.
Oh.
You know, man. So I've been getting caught up in like trying. So I
I
pretty
just
much
locked in a
at
Blue
this
Hour
point,
33.
at this point, I need to go back through it. But at this point, I think I have every 33 and every 45 of Music Matters.
Damn
The
it, sorry.
33s though, I got rid of the regular 33s for anything that had an SRX version. But
So I just wanted to point out
I started messing around trying to get the color variants.
and this is a oh yeah, there's blue ones, aren't there?
That's the only color variant I cannot find is the Blue Hour color variant, man. It's so difficult to find that one.
And
Anyway, I just wanted to show this was a
and
Gretsch
Blue
drum
Hour,
set.
yeah, they made a blue version of Blue Hour. I have
Even the black version is hard to get now.
Yeah, I have the black version in 33 because it only came in 33.
And this is one of my favorite records. This record is
Blue Hour.
Yeah.
Check out Percy Heath. Look how much he looks like his brothers.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, he looks like Jimmy.
Yeah,
for sure.
So Mike, I think Max Roach he posed for that one picture. They took pictures from all around him, and that's the only one picture he used for all his record covers.
I just realized we got 2 Mikes and 2 Chris's on the stream.
The Thad Jones. Oh yeah. I have the blue Tina Brooks True Blue.
Yeah, I have that one too.
Me too, actually. That
Yeah,
sounds
Tina
good.
Brooks,
I only have like 3
Mike.
Music Matters. My favorite is Soul Station.
Chris, do you have the SRXs?
Yeah, I have the entire SRX lineup. Plus, I have the one that was never released, the Indestructible.
Oh, I have 45 Indestructible.
Yeah, Indestructible was. I guess there was like a mistake or something. It's not really known how many there are.
It doesn't have a cover. Is it in a white blank outer?
No. It's in a thing.
Yeah.
One of
Do you bring that to the record fair just so
is,
people drool?
one of them is regular, and one of them is SRX. This is regular, so it must be.
That's cool.
That's amazing.
It must be this one. That's yeah. This is the clear one.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh wow.
Cool.
Straight.
Yeah.
Chris, I don't have all the SRXs, but so far my favorite Maiden Voyage. In XRX. You just hit those symbols like shining.
Yeah, the Maiden Voyage is really, really, really good.
Do you know what I almost got? Felipe and I were trying to get it, but they couldn't. I guess they sold out. But I was trying to get the SRX of it was a Kenny Dorham, wasn't it?
Yeah, Afro-Cuban.
Afro-Cuban.
How's that sound? I was so disappointed
That one
when they were
sounds
like,
really
sorry.
good too. But if in all honesty, in my opinion, I still think I haven't compared every SRX to the 45 variant, but I feel like the 45 still beat out the SRXs.
Good, because all I have is 45s.
Yeah,
are giving you a little bit quieter of a noise floor, but the 45s, man. If you really don't want to have to deal with a 45 and like flipping it like almost like every song, you really want 33 presentation, then go with the SRX. But man, the 45s are just they're so good, man.
Oh yeah.
How does
Strutting 45 is just something else.
Yeah.
How does the Soothsayer sound? The Wayne Shorter Soothsayer?
Oh, the Wayne Shorter Soothsayer is good. I have that one in.
That should be 45, I think.
Is it 45 only?
Yeah, that's a 45. Yeah.
Wayne Shorter. Yeah.
Holy shit.
That's
Oh yeah, yeah. I have Soothsayer here. I like Night Dreamer better than Soothsayer though.
Yeah.
Okay.
I love Night Dreamer. I have Night Dreamer.
That might be my favorite one.
Yeah, Night Dreamer. I think Night Dreamer crushes Speak No Evil, Soothsayer. That's just my opinion though. I love.
How is Juju? I don't have Juju. How do you like it?
I like Juju too. Yeah. I would still, if I had to pick one, Wayne Shorter, I would pick Night Dreamer. But again, this is just my preference.
I picked up this. They should find the master tapes of this guy. This is like his first lead record.
Oh yeah,
it's pretty raw. It's definitely not going to be like his best, but
those
pretty
VJs
amazing.
are so good.
Yeah, it's got the rainbow VJ.
Yeah.
Mike was obsessed with VJ for a week once.
How dare you? It was 2 weeks. Thank you very much.
What was the last VJ I picked up? Was the Paul Chambers First Baseman or something? That's it. I like that. It was I picked it. I picked it up out in Brooklyn, and it was really cheap. And good copy.
The sidemen on that, because he also had Go and then First Baseman. I think were the two.
Mm-hmm.
And the sidemen on it are like basically like it's like Jazz Messenger stuff.
Yeah.
Like this one I'm real happy to have. But like, check out this lineup. This is ridiculous. I'm making myself big.
That makes
you guys know this one?
Yeah, I've got a Scorpio copy of it.
Oh no,
I don't know that one.
Okay, so this is VJ, but just check out the lineup on it.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like, come on, reissue this. What are you doing?
I think Art Blakey is probably my favorite drummer, man.
Like, whoever had it put his initials all around here.
That was Mal Waldron's personal copy, obviously. It's a good record. I've got, like I said, I bought a Scorpio accidentally of it, and it sounds fine.
This is a stereo rainbow.
Yes.
Yeah. But yeah, VJ's cool label.
Yeah.
I do like the like VJ, just like what was I saying was pretty raw recently. Well anyway, just like when they don't the Argo Babyface Willet behind the 8-ball.
Mm-hmm.
Like sometimes it's cool when like they don't rehearse too much and they just go in and it just kind of you kind of hear how it sounds first take type thing.
Right.
Yeah.
Bob Bradley said that's why he likes Prestige more than Blue Note.
Yeah. I think that's what comes to favorite VJ, right? They didn't have money to hire frontman, so they only hired sidemen to play for the records because they couldn't afford them. And perhaps they would just be more, exploring more, being more out there, doing their own stuff instead of playing for the band.
Blakey's up there, man. We need to do we should do a drummer video.
We should.
Yeah, Blakey, Elvin Jones, Tony.
Yeah.
I've been listening to Blakey when he plays with Bobby Timmons, and he sounds like a different drummer. It doesn't even sound like Blakey.
Mm.
It's like amazing how I feel like I was talking about this earlier. I don't know if you were on, Mike, but saying like everybody thinks they know Blakey. It's Jazz Messenger's thunderous, loud, like 4/4 hit you in your gut type thing. And I feel like he could play different styles too.
Yeah. I mean, you had mentioned Paul Motion. I mean, I love Paul Motion. It's just like the whole touch with him. It's all about touch.
Him and Bill together too is just great.
It's amazing. Because I was listening recently to that what was it? The classic with Joe Lovano that came out. And he's amazing on that.
Yeah.
I mean, he had played with Joe Lovano. I mean, basically when Joe Lovano was coming up, he played with Paul Motion. You can go back like all like Soul Note recordings, and Joe Lovano and Paul Motion are on there. And it's just, I mean, it's just amazing to listen to him play. And then like some of his, when he, his older groups, like, I just picked up the Bill Frisell Blue Note that just came out, and
there's a new one.
Yeah, it's called 4.
Oh, I have that.
Wait,
I have that other one. What was it? I think it's Valentine.
Yeah.
Yeah, that joint is all right, man.
And this one, I like this one because Bill Frisell. There's a saxophone player, Greg Tardy, who I really like. And Bill Frisell and Greg Tardy, they did just a duo recording on this label called Nouvelle, which is really good. But the drummer on this new Blue Note is this guy Jonathan Blake, who's an excellent drummer. And who else? Wait, I might have it. I think I have it.
Hey, what band did Art Blakey come out of?
He played with Horace Silver.
Yeah.
He wasn't. Oh, do you mean like even before them?
Yeah. Like what big bands?
I don't know.
I'm not sure.
Maybe next time. I don't know.
I'm looking it up.
Yeah.
That's something while y'all are looking for stuff. That's something I'm interested in is any recording.
You said that really just came out, Mike?
Yeah, this is it right here.
It's good. Yeah, make it big.
I mean, I like it because I like Frizzell and I like this guy Greg Tardy, and I like this drummer too, Jonathan Blake.
What about that piano player that came out with a Blue Note recently? It's like a white dude. I can't remember his name, but he had a Blue Note. Oh God, what's his name? I'll have to look it up. I don't remember.
It might be, you mean not Gerald Clayton, because he's on here too.
It may be.
Yeah, it's probably, I didn't like Gerald Clayton. I have to go back and listen to it. I didn't like his most recent Blue Note, but I like his playing. He plays with Charles Lloyd. And his father is a well-known bass player, John Clayton.
Oh, that makes sense.
And and he's I like him a lot, but I didn't. Yeah, the album didn't on like first and second listen. It didn't do anything for me.
Right.
And I was sort of disappointed.
Yeah.
Okay, so I have the background on Blakey.
I do too. I was going to talk about it.
What's that?
I'm looking at it. I was going to talk about it, man.
Okay, jump in. Sorry.
Okay. Now I got to find it again. It was with Billy Eckstein's band, and I just want to tell you the lineup from this band from 1944 to 47. Right? Miles Davis, Art Blakey, Miles Davis, Dexter Gordon, Fats Navarro, Dizzy Gillespie, Charlie Parker, and Sarah Vaughan. Like, what the fuck else could you possibly want in a band?
Yeah.
Fuck. And that's in the
but
late.
Even dating. So before that,
yeah,
Blakey was playing piano, and he switched to drums. And apparently, the famous, often quoted story is that Blakey was forced at gunpoint to move from piano to drums by a club owner to allow Errol Gardner to take over piano. So that's how he started drums.
Yeah.
In lore.
Mm-hmm.
And then he was in Pittsburgh. He started playing with Errol Gardner, obviously, Chick Webb. He played with Mary Lou Williamson, who I think is also from Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
And then he moves, and then I guess he moves to New York. And he's playing with like Miles, Dexter. He plays on this with Miles and Sonny Rollins, and this is also the first date of Jackie McLean on this.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, he's like an early guy.
Yeah.
I want to hear those recordings from that big band now, if there is any. Right? Like
there is. I don't know if Blakey's on it. I know it was like, oh gosh, it was a really, I don't want to say shitty recording. I don't know if I still have it. This is actually one that was in my mother's collection.
Yeah.
And it was the Eckstein band with Sarah Vaughan, Dizzy Gillespie, and those guys.
Yeah.
And actually, I think I may have a CD. But I don't think I don't think Blakey's on drums on that. But it's Dizzy, Sarah Vaughan, and I know I'm almost positive it's not Blakey, in that group. But yeah, that in that Eckstein band.
That's like what Bebop kind of came up. I mean, that Eckstein.
I mean, Eckstein was the one guy that, because he was, he was also like a sex symbol.
Yeah.
So he could
He
have
had record.
afford.
He was on Savoy, I think. Or maybe even
Yeah, there's an Exxon
Region.
Savoy and
Region, which is like a sub label of Savoy or
yeah.
something like that.
That's
But,
when he started recording all his 78s. Was Savoy.
Yeah, he was a matinee idol, so he could he could afford to front a big band when they weren't profitable for a while.
Yeah.
Because he also, what did he also do? Before him and Joe Louis, they bankrolled African American golfers when the tour wasn't integrated and stuff like that. They did all that because, like I said, he had the cash to do it.
Yeah. Almost 6 hours. That's insane.
Really? Oh,
is this
God.
a record?
Oh.
Is this a record?
Yeah.
Yes.
This is a record.
This is definitely a record.
We can go up to 8 without
Oh,
them
you
like
know what
taking it
you all
down.
should check out? Non-jazz. This is non-jazz.
Oh,
This guy.
we got to censor it. Censor this, Chris.
Oh, wait,
yeah. Is that Michael? What's his name?
Yeah, Michael Kiwanuka.
Yeah, he's good. That's good. That's good
Man,
stuff.
this is some great shit right here.
Yeah.
What is it?
How would you classify this, Mike?
Oh, God, that is hard. Man,
It's good music. That's what it is.
Yeah, I mean, one of my coworkers, he hit me to it like a few years ago, and it's funny. He at first, and I put it to the side. I was like, he said, "Oh, you should listen to this." And I was like, "Put it to the side," and then I picked it up and I was like, "Oh, this is good.
Yeah,
This
man.
is really good."
Yeah, I think I found out about it because I forgot. I think I was because I used to use Roon for managing like the digital streaming stuff. And Roon, one of the best things about Roon is their radio. Like, so once you finish, like, say you just click this song and you listen to a song, or you click this playlist or whatever. Once it finishes out, it generates like new music that it
Quobuz does that too.
The algorithm, and it's good. It's like
so Chris, did you see the new update to Room now?
No, because I sold off all my digital. So
okay, so Room now allows you to stream. Let's say you're outside on your phone, you can stream from your server.
Oh wow! One of my biggest gripes was I hate that I couldn't access my playlist, my Room playlist, when I was out of my house. Like I go to a friend's house and they're like, "Oh, what do you want to listen to?" And I'm like, "Dang, I can't find my playlist to tell you like the newest songs that I've been checking out."
So now, if you have a big library, or if you have stuff in your library that's not available, you can stream from your home. So you don't even need to subscribe.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
That's the new Room, yeah.
Yeah, I'm giving up digital for a while, man. I got so many records that I haven't even listened to.
Me too, bud.
Yeah.
I don't have good ones like you though. I've got like 70s Herbie Mans that need to be listened to.
Yes,
I got the same, a little bit of everything. I don't know about necessarily good ones, but I mean, I got some. I got this. I haven't even opened this.
Oh yeah,
really?
There's 3 good records in there, I think.
3. I got that, and then I got the craft one.
Well, if you had the one, what you bought those? Were the other ones you bought OGs or something? Like
are those in here?
Yeah.
Oh, they are.
Of course they are. It's all of his Blue Note records.
Yeah, those 2 are in there. Yeah.
They are here.
Yeah.
I didn't even know.
You can always sell those other ones if you wanted to. Hey,
you know what?
You should do a
I'm
comparison.
still thinking about this the drink that you got, Mike, man, that you got on the eBay.
Oh.
Notes and Tones, man.
Yeah.
Oh man, I couldn't believe I slept on that one.
Yeah.
Man.
I mean, I got that from Michael Hobson.
Yeah, I know. I know. I was it was in my watch list, man. and I was something was happening with my son. I don't know if I was giving him a bath or we were doing something, but I was gone bid. Next thing I knew, the drink was gone, and you got it for nothing. I was like,
I was like, whoa! I was like, couldn't believe
I
it.
was sick after that, man. I couldn't
Did that,
believe it.
did that,
I was like,
did that come with a post-it with Michael Hobson's like notes
It actually
on it?
did, yeah.
on his
AKA,
screen?
AKA,
That's
had
cool.
no- yeah.
That's
yeah.
cool.
I bought a few of his. I think I talked about this last time. His classic records archive. This was one of them. This Bird in Flight.
Oh wow, nice.
And it came with. I stuck it inside of here. There you go. Shit.
Make you big. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That's a great record.
Mm-hmm.
At least I thought it. Oh yeah, here it is. It's like a little certificate
Oh.
of authenticity, and then on the thing it says, "Oh, this was an older one that was actually pressed at Classic." Versus, I think the later ones were pressed at like QRP or something. I think.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that makes sense.
But he has like a little certificate of authenticity with the name and all that stuff. Mm-hmm. But I will say this:
how's it sound?
It sounds great. But if I'm being honest and transparent, this whole thing that he like did with this whole these, because remember he did like this auction thing. These are my archive copies, copy 1 and number 2, right?
Yeah,
right.
That was bullshit. And I'll tell you why. Because to me, for you to tell me that this is archive copy 1 and 2, that means somebody looked at those records and said these records are pressed properly, the labels are done right. Like it's an archive copy. It's a copy that should stand like. If you want to know what this album should sound like and how it should look in the jacket, it should be fucking perfect. Right. And look at this shit. Look at this. It's got 2 labels on it, bro. How?
Oh my God.
How is this an archive copy and it's got 2? This thing is like all bubbled up.
Oh,
it's got 2. And look at this. Can you
is
see
that
the
deep groove?
Yeah, I see that. Yeah, I see that.
Oh.
There was a piece of vinyl inside the packaging that scratched the record.
Wow.
How's that possible if this is an archive copy?
Yeah.
So that's my thing, man. Like, some of these people, like, you gotta just like some of this stuff is bullshit, man. Like straight up. You know what I mean? Like you can't tell me this is an archive copy and it's got 2 labels on it. That means nobody even looked at this. You just took a couple of drinks and put a certificate of authenticity bullshit in there, and fucking 1 of 1, number 2 of 5. I was pissed. Look, number 2 of 5, Hobson archive. That's fuckery, man. That's bullshit, bro.
I'm with you 100%, man.
That's 100%.
I was just gonna say, how pretentious is that certificate of authenticity? What does that even mean? Like, come on.
It'd be cool though, Chris, if it meant something. Like if it actually meant something.
Oh, that's
but it doesn't, man. It's so
That's funny.
Whatever.
Yeah, he hasn't been doing anything lately.
Yeah, I need to make a video and call him out.
Yeah, he's doing some kind of bullshit water thing now or something.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. That struck me as all weird.
Chris,
this is how he does records. I ain't buying that water. I'll tell you that shit. Fuck that.
I think a lot of the records, the folks that produce that make vinyl records are a little off. Like maybe Chad talks about how hard it is to make them, and I believe him. And I was like, maybe you just have to be kind of crazy to do it.
It is right, because by nature vinyl is a flawed concept, right?
Right.
I understand that, but not to keep harping on this. Sorry, y'all. But if you're going to label something as an archive copy, right? Like this is supposed to be the definition of what you did for this record for Classic Records. It should be perfect. It's called an archive copy and it not be perfect, man. So,
they did have quality control issues, so
Yeah, they definitely did.
They did.
Hey,
an archive copy should be looked over and then resealed and stored as archive. I'll leave
Chris,
it. I'm not gonna go.
Chris, can I make this a highlight of the stream and just do it?
Make it a highlight of the stream, man, and tag him in it too, so he can come and see this shit. Jesus Christ.
Hot takes.
But I think the part of the reason, because I guess he had hired that guy, then the guy that used to be at QRP, Gary.
The one that's now Gary Sandstrom.
Yeah, because I guess maybe that was, came out of the quality issues they were having, because I guess he was with RTI or something.
Yeah. I mean, that dude's legit. QRP records are probably, if I had to pick a place to get my records pressed, it would be QRP.
Yeah.
All the RTI shit's warped to fuck. Like my Bill Evans box set, it sounds great, but half the records.
I always like to see Palace. I feel like that's always kind of cool.
Yeah, but I heard the problem with Palace is that they actually like sand the plates or something, so you lose a little.
They polish
they polish it.
They sound great though. I got a couple of Fleetwood Mac Palaces that everyone should own. I mean, they're 45 Fleetwood Mac records.
Yeah,
but I think they're better than
Fleetwood Mac sounds good. I have that one. The double 45.
$150 record whenever they're not available.
What's the other press in Germany?
Speaking of warp records, has anybody tried that vinyl press thing or the vinyl flat thing? I know Bob Bradley a while ago it's a long time ago, did a video about it.
He's doing it right now for the Bob Marley that the UHDR came out for.
Because
he got his copy. He got his copy. He's
no. He has an OG, and he said it sounds great, but it's warped. So if he can flatten it, he'll keep that one. And if he can't, then it'll make him. Yeah.
I send my records to Toad Hall. I think it's like $3 per record.
Oh, no?
Yeah, and they have the actual Japanese the big time machine.
Yeah, there's a record dealer here, close to me that has one of those really expensive ones, and he does it. I think he charges $5. Like he cleans it for you.
Probably the same machine.
Yeah, because I wish someone had that around here, because it's. Yeah, I mean, I don't come into and that many warped records, so.
Yeah. Those machines are expensive. I think it's like $3,000 for that machine.
Yeah,
something crazy. I mean, they have cheaper ones like the one that Bob Bradley's using, but the ones that are like fully automated, where you the record, you stick it in there and then just let it go. Pretty expensive.
I picked up a record that I normally wouldn't pick up recently. Let me show you guys this. It's you'll know it. It's Albert Ayler.
Albert Ayler?
I was in kind of a really not great mood, and I was like, you know what? If I'm ever going to buy this record, so I grabbed it, and then. But
was it worth it?
It's RBG. I listened to only one side of it, and I gotta revisit it. Because everybody says it's great.
Joe Hardy, y'all get the Bob Marley joint?
Me?
Did anyone?
No.
I didn't. I mean, I'm still debating whether to get a Steely Dan.
I thought about that too, but the only reason why I'm getting them is because that, if there's any group that I have such a connection with, it's probably Steely Dan, because my dad played them so much.
Yeah.
I think I would say probably Royal Scam is my favorite album of all of them. So I did get the Can't Buy a Thrill.
Yeah.
Which is my least favorite of all of them, to be honest.
Yeah, I that was the first Steely Dan I bought, but I had it on cassette, and I've never had it since in any other form.
Yeah, I think it's their weakest album.
Well, it's a totally different band, right?
Yeah,
that I don't know the history of.
I mean, there's a couple of extra singers and all kinds of stuff. There's a couple of really great songs in there. I just don't know if I want to spend that kind of money. Was it $900? I spent $900 on that Bill Evans box, and
I didn't get that Bill Evans box, man. I couldn't do it. I was just kind of. felt slighted that he would do that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna like try to get the Japanese version.
Yeah. I have two. I have New Jazz Conceptions and I have Moonbeams on the 45.
Yeah.
But yeah, I can't. That's just too much money, man.
Don't ask Felipe what he thinks.
So
Felipe has it, doesn't he?
the box, I kind of have it. I'm still ready for replacement.
Dang, you need replacements too?
No, yeah.
I mean, I should have, but I just said fuck it and kept the warped ones because they still sound good.
Nah, see, and that's my, I don't know. Yeah, nah.
Yeah, no, that's okay. That's wait. It should come. Hey.
Yeah, eventually.
Yeah. Okay, guys, I gotta drop.
Yeah, me too.
My battery's gonna die.
I think me too.
Yeah.
All right, that's cool. Yeah, we can probably wrap it, right?
Yeah.
How long has it been going?
6 hours and 3 minutes.
Wow.
So,
Damn.
yeah. So thanks everybody for joining. Obviously,
thank y'all for having me.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Yeah,
Good to see you.
of course.
Yeah, it was fun.
Guys. See you later.
All right, take care.
Bye bye.